Chapter 1. The 13 Layers of Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. This batch consists of 6 third-rate martial artists, 4 second-rate martial artists, and 3 first-rate martial artists. You must offer me a fair price. Rest assured, the leader of the Demon Sect, Su Daoxin, is currently in dire need of skilled martial artists they will not price low. Amidst a cacophony of noise, Jiang Chen struggled to open his eyes. Strange, where am I? Just a moment ago, Jiang Chen had been crossing the street when he saw a runaway dump truck barreling toward him. Now, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Ah, I didn't expect another one to wake up. Is your knockout drug sham? Jiang Chen glanced around, noticing several Jinyiwei, clad in brocade, sprawled awkwardly on the ground. The table was littered with overturned dishes and spilled wine. As confusion filled his mind, a torrent of chaotic memories surged into his consciousness. In an instant, Jiang Chen understood his predicament. He had crossed over into a feudal dynasty known as the Ming, a world where extraordinary powers truly existed. Ordinary warriors, third-rate martial artists, second-rate martial artists, first-rate martial artists acquired, innate, masters, grandmasters, celestial beings, Fa Sheng, and martial saints. Each realm was a step into another heaven. The original body belonged to a Jinyiwei strongman, whose realm was merely that of a third-rate martial artist. This time, he had accompanied their superior, Li Chengqi, to hunt down the murderous monk, Zhu Ming. Unexpectedly, Li Chengqi had colluded with Zhu Ming, incapacitating them with narcotics, intending to sell them to the Demon Sect in exchange for cultivation resources. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen felt a profound sense of desolation. Am I to die just after crossing over? As despair washed over him, a sudden system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Host is about to encounter danger. Would you like to activate the demon slaying system immediately? System? Golden Finger? Oh, my dear mother, you have finally arrived. With hurried footsteps, Li Chengqi approached, wielding a knife. Activate it now. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen inwardly shouted fervently. Ding! System activation in progress. System successfully activated. Since this is the host's first binding to the system, a beginner's gift package is offered. Would you like to open it immediately? Open it now. Congratulations. Host has acquired the 13 Layers of Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. As the system's voice faded, an immensely powerful force surged into his body. That formidable true energy reverberated through his meridians, clearing the blockages one by one. Third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, acquired, early innate, mid-innate, late innate, great perfection. An unprecedentedly powerful force awakened quietly within Jiang Chen, overwhelming in its intensity. This strength seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, as if summoned from an endless void, imbued with ancient essence. Within his meridians, waves of surging energy surged forth, carrying a heart-stirring power, as if threatening to burst every single one of Jiang Chen's channels. Under the tumult of this energy, a stunning phenomenon occurred before Li Chengqi and Zhu Ming, the legendary dragon elephant resonance. The sound resonated as if from the depths of a primordial era, imbued with an indescribable majesty. It was as if a divine dragon soared through his meridians, its roar deafening, filled with boundless dominance. Simultaneously, a colossal elephant stood unwavering in his marrow, its trumpeting deep and powerful, exuding infinite strength. These two forces intertwined, painting a breathtaking tapestry within Jiang Chen's body. They echoed in harmony, their sounds lingering within the inn, seemingly celebrating Jiang Chen's transformation. Were it not for the need to harmonize all 365 acupoints to break through to the Master Realm. With only the Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill's formidable true energy, Jiang Chen felt it entirely possible to transcend to the Master Realm. Meanwhile, the sound reached Li Chengqi, who involuntarily halted his hurried steps, his gaze fixated on Jiang Chen with an expression of indescribable astonishment. In that instant, Li Chengqi felt as though he beheld something utterly inconceivable. Jiang Chen suddenly appeared foreign to him. The sense of unfamiliarity was so intense that it led him to question whether he was truly observing the same individual. Jiang Chen stood there, exuding an ineffable aura, deep, mysterious, and brimming with power. It was as if a once insignificant ant, long subjected to bullying, had suddenly transformed into a slumbering, resurgent dragon. Li Chenqi's gaze swept over Jiang Chen, attempting to uncover the cause of this transformation. Yet all he saw was Jiang Chen's tranquil visage. Aside from that, Jiang Chen bore no apparent changes. Nevertheless, Li Chenqi could distinctly sense the tumultuous power surging within Jiang Chen. It was a strength that seemed capable of annihilating and conquering all, causing his heart to race with trepidation. Zhu Ming too sensed something amiss and strode forward. What is happening? What was that sound just now? Ding. System task triggered. Eliminate the demon monk Zhu Ming. Task reward. Eye of evil detection. This individual seems somewhat off. Li Chenqi's voice lowered, laced with barely perceptible caution, as he placed his hand upon the hilt of his embroidered spring knife, the intricate carvings appearing more vivid due to his rising tension. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixated intently on Jiang Chen, brimming with wariness. Zhu Ming also perceived this unusual aura, his brow furrowed unconsciously, revealing a hint of gravity in his expression. Having traversed the martial world for years, they had honed their ability to read others, particularly adept at sensing changes in energy. Your gaze is commendable, sharp and alert. Alas, you are ultimately destined to perish. Jiang Chen's voice was as frigid as the winter wind, carrying an unassailable resolve. He evidently wished to waste no further words. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot. The hard ground beneath him seemed unable to bear the weight, instantly fracturing into a spiderweb-like pit, dust swirling and debris scattering. An invisible force radiated from it, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Chapter 2. Iron Head Skill. I specialize in Iron Head skills. How swift! Zhu Ming and Li Chenqi exclaimed almost simultaneously, perceiving a fleeting shadow before them. When they blinked again, Jiang Chen had mysteriously appeared before them like a specter, his speed defying their comprehension. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with icy malice, as if capable of freezing. All his form was as steady as a mountain, yet as agile as the wind, each movement radiating an ineffable power. Jiang Chen shouted coldly, his voice infused with an undeniable murderous intent, as his right fist swung down with the force of a landslide, aimed directly at the head of the demon monk Zhu Ming. That punch seemed to contain the very might of heaven and earth, tearing through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Zhu Ming practiced the rare Shaolin iron cloth shirt, a grueling endeavor requiring the endurance of unimaginable pain and hardship to attain a body of steel. Beneath his skin lay a power akin to iron. Even the sharpest blades would struggle to leave a mark upon him, unless one could pinpoint his sole weakness, the one vulnerable spot among his otherwise impenetrable defenses. Not even the finest weapons could breach his protection. And the hardest part of Zhu Ming's body was undoubtedly his head. Years of iron cloth training had rendered his skull as resilient as tempered steel, impervious to significant injury even under heavy blows. Thus, as Jiang Chen's fist, imbued with overwhelming force, approached, Zhu Ming chose not to evade. His eyes narrowed slightly, his stance unwavering as he appeared entirely unconcerned by the impending strike. In his mind, he was already calculating how to counterattack, seeking to exploit Jiang Chen's momentary vulnerability. Crack! A sudden, sharp sound of cracking bones pierced the air, echoing as if from the depths of hell, laden with chilling dread. In the next moment, Zhu Ming's head exploded before Li Chenqi's very eyes, as if torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a gruesome scene within. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Li Chenqi's eyes widened in terror as he beheld this horrifying sight, his heart filled with an ineffable fear. Zhu Ming's body fell back like a kite with its string cut, his expression a mixture of unwillingness and despair, as if he finally comprehended the proximity of death. His skull was indented, as if it had been struck forcefully by some heavy object, with crimson blood continuously oozing from his 7 orifices, staining his visage in a ghastly manner. The blood trickled down his cheeks, pooling on the ground to form a shocking puddle of gore. Zhu Ming's body only came to a gradual halt after colliding with the wall, collapsing limply to the ground, devoid of any further movement. His death was extraordinarily tragic, rendering it almost unbearable to behold. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving the reward, the Eye of Malice. From now on, the host can utilize the Eye of Malice to assess the sin values of each individual. For every enemy slain, the host will acquire their sin points, which can be used to enhance the host's techniques or to participate in a lottery. The more sin points expended, the more bountiful the rewards. Upon receiving the system's notification, Jiang Chen felt a sudden warmth in his eyes. When he opened them again, he noticed that a black number had appeared above the head of every person in sight. To his astonishment, the number above Li Chenqi's head was a staggering 132 points. Just moments ago, filled with fervor and intent to ally with the demon monk Zhu Ming against Jiang Chen, Li Chenqi was instantly consumed by fear upon witnessing Zhu Ming's horrific demise. His feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, paralyzed with disbelief, as he stared uncomprehendingly at the lifeless body of the demon monk, his eyes brimming with terror. "No, it can't be," Li Chenqi murmured, his voice trembling. He was unable to accept the reality before him. The once impenetrable Zhu Ming had fallen unexpectedly at Jiang Chen's hands. Fear spread through him like a plague, leaving his mind blank, with only a single thought incessantly spiraling: flee. He yearned to escape this dreadful place, to distance himself from this terrifying man. Thus, he abruptly turned and dashed toward the exit, disregarding everything, as if merely escaping this place would allow him to evade the looming shadow of death. However, Jiang Chen's voice pierced through the air like a chilling blade. "Humph, trying to escape?" In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen moved with lightning speed, casually seizing a pair of chopsticks from the table. With a flick of his wrist, the seemingly inconspicuous chopstick shot forth like an arrow, slicing through the air towards Li Chenqi with a whistling sound. Li Chenqi barely had time to emit a terrified scream before he felt a searing pain at his knee joint. The chopstick pierced through with precision, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. The agony intertwined with fear nearly caused him to lose consciousness. He lay on the floor, hands clutching the wound on his knee, blood seeping through his fingers and staining his hands and clothes. Jiang Chen slowly approached, looming over him with a gaze filled with cold indifference and disdain. "Did you think you could escape?" Li Chenqi trembled, unable to utter a single word, his eyes wide with helplessness as he watched Jiang Chen approach step by step. "No, please don't kill me. Don't kill me," Li Chenqi pleaded, prostrate on the ground, clutching his injured knee, his voice laden with unending terror and despair. Blood continued to flow from his wound, staining his hands and clothes, filling the air with a pungent metallic scent. Jiang Chen's strike had been so powerful that it nearly incapacitated one of his legs, the pain inducing near unconsciousness. Jiang Chen crouched before him, his gaze piercing as he regarded him intently. His voice was calm and detached, as though stating a simple fact. "Rest assured, I won't kill you, provided you give me the evidence of your collusion with Zhu Ming. I will let you go." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Li Chenqi's eyes. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, his voice quivering as he asked, "You truly won't kill me?" Jiang Chen offered a slight smile, his expression seemingly sincere, as if comforting a frightened child. "Of course, I keep my promises. As long as you are willing to cooperate, not only will I spare your life, but I will also help you tend to your wound, enabling you to stand once more." Yet, despite the sincerity in Jiang Chen's words, a glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in his fleeting expression that was enough to instill a profound chill deep within Li Chenqi's soul. Chapter 3. The little Huandon he hurriedly shook his head, saying, "The evidence of our transaction is at my residence. Please accompany me to retrieve it. I assure you, I will not flee. Is this true?" Jiang Chen stroked his chin, as if genuinely contemplating the suggestion. "It is indeed true. I would never deceive you. If I cannot produce it later, you may kill me on the spot." Li Chenqi knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with urgency. "I also have 1,000 taels of silver and 3 demon blood pills at home. I am willing to give you all of it. Just please spare my life. I have been unable to break through the Ren and Du meridians for too long, and I was momentarily bewitched into dealing with the Demon Sect. Li Qingqi's expression was earnest, his tone humble, resembling a misguided individual who had simply strayed from the right path. Then lead the way, Jiang Chen replied, his voice calm. Seemingly moved by Li Qingqi's words, he waved his hand lightly, signaling for Li Qingqi to rise. However, Li Qingqi did not immediately stand. He lowered his head, the disheveled hair obscuring his eyes, concealing his true expression. Yet beneath the lowered eyelids, a glimmer of malice flickered unnoticed. How could he possibly surrender so easily? Li Qingqi calculated in his heart if captured by the Jinyiwei, he would face endless interrogations and brutal punishments, ultimately leading to his demise. Once we return to the capital, I must find a way to frame my Jiang Chen's voice resonated with a deep, commanding timbre, each word seemingly imbued with immense weight, rendering it impossible to ignore. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, akin to two razor-sharp blades, piercing the hearts of everyone present. Immediately thereafter, he executed a casual yet powerful palm strike. An action that appeared effortless, yet concealed astonishing strength. A formidable surge of true energy coalesced in his palm, akin to a raging river, tumultuous and unstoppable. With the motion of his hand, this force propelled itself 2 zhang away, crashing heavily against a sturdy wooden table. A resounding bang echoed through the room as the table shattered instantly, splinters scattering like leaves caught in a tempest. The entire chamber reverberated with a potent sense of upheaval, inducing an involuntary sense of trepidation among those present. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers instinctively recoiled, their faces betraying expressions of fear and reverence. They had never before encountered such an overwhelming display of true energy. Nor had they fathomed that Jiang Chen possessed such astonishing prowess. True energy emanation. You are a master of the innate realm, Ma Zhong exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief and profound astonishment. He understood well that the ability to project true energy was a hallmark of innate realm masters. Only warriors who had reached this level could manifest such a formidable offensive force. The crowd gazed at Jiang Chen, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe, as if beholding a creature of legend. They had never imagined that this once inconsequential third-rate warrior, in their eyes, could actually be a master of the innate realm. That I believe it would be more prudent for you to investigate what secrets these two possess rather than focusing on this matter. Had I not intervened, you may have already become lifeless corpses. One among them, named Yang Gai, a robust guard of the brocade-clad guards, stepped forward with a steady gait, his gaze piercing as he meticulously examined the 2 fallen adversaries. Before long, his fingers brushed against a hard object, stirring a sense of intrigue within him as he swiftly retrieved it. It was a small booklet, its cover cloaked in dark silk, exuding an air of mystery. Simultaneously, he discovered a delicate vial of pills within another pocket, the bottle's crystalline surface hinting at a faint, alluring fragrance. Found it. Yang Gai's voice was deep and resonant as he opened the booklet, revealing a dense array of text and diagrams, meticulously chronicling the details of when and where they were to be sold, and to whom. His countenance shifted to one of rage and disbelief. Damn it, this Li Qingqi intends to sell us to the demonic sect, he bellowed, the booklet trembling in his grasp due to his fury. Yang Gai's voice echoed within the vast room, each word striking the hearts of those present like a hammer. Upon hearing this, the crowd converged, passing the booklet among themselves, their faces revealing an unmistakable mixture of outrage and indignation. As they perused its contents, their horror deepened. It became evident that Li Qingqi had colluded with the demonic sect, clandestinely plotting to betray these brocade-clad guards in exchange for alchemical pills for cultivation. Truly, a heart of a beast beneath a human guise. One guard gritted his teeth, his fists clenched as if wishing to exact vengeance on Li Qingqi's corpse. Within the Ming dynasty, the brocade-clad guards served as the emperor's eyes and ears, wielding considerable power and instilling fear. Yet, behind this glamorous facade, the path to promotion within their ranks was exceptionally arduous, particularly for the guards at the lower echelons. Aspiring to rise from the status of a guard to a formal member of the brocade-clad guards was a daunting challenge. Guards were the lowest tier within their ranks, tasked with executing various menial yet perilous assignments, often teetering on the brink of death. Nevertheless, they held on to dreams, yearning for the day they might ascend to the rank of a small banner, thereby transforming their fates. For once a guard achieved the rank of a small banner, it signified a qualitative leap. Primarily, they would receive a precious Huanglong pill each month. The Huanglong pill, revered as a sacred remedy for cultivators, could aid in enhancing one's cultivation and fortifying their physique, representing a tremendous boon for guards. Even more enticing was the opportunity to select a technique from the brocade-clad guard's treasury upon promotion to small banner. Although guards could only choose from low-tier techniques, this was enough to send them into raptures. After all, while low-tier techniques were merely introductory, they could facilitate a significant enhancement in a guard's capabilities. Chapter 5. Wu Baihu. Within the treasury, guards could select techniques suitable for their cultivation, presenting an unparalleled opportunity for these individuals. Indeed, quickly report to Wu Baihu, Wan Ping exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Jiang Chen recognized the urgency of the situation. He turned to the two brocade-clad guards with the highest infamy, commanding, "You, and you, accompany me to report to Wu Baihu. The rest of you, maintain your positions and ensure no one approaches." Understood. Jiang Chen, with the agility of a deer, exited the inn and leapt onto the steed that originally belonged to Li Qingqi. The horse, sensing that its rider was not its rightful owner, began to rear wildly. With a cold snort, Jiang Chen unleashed the aura of the 13-fold dragon elephant transformation. A presence so formidable it quelled the horse's unrest. Giddy up! With a commanding shout, the steed sprang into action, galloping towards the Zhenfu division. Approximately an hour later, the sound of hooves came to a gradual halt before the Zhenfu division. Amidst swirling dust, Jiang Chen's silhouette stood tall and imposing. This was the epicenter of power for the brocade-clad guards, the very place where subordinates reported significant matters. Halt! Who goes there? Two guards, clad in the attire of the brocade-clad guards and wielding long spears, stood resolutely in their path, their tone exuding an undeniable authority. Their gazes swept over Jiang Chen and his companions, clearly viewing them as mere small banners, dismissing them entirely in response to the guard's inquiry. Jiang Chen exhibited no hesitation. He calmly produced his waist token, raising it high, and proclaimed with clarity and strength, "I am Jiang Chen, a guard of the brocade-clad guards, here to report an urgent military matter. Li Qingqi has been secretly colluding with the demonic monk Zhu Ming, plotting nefariously that I implore Wu Baihu to accompany us swiftly to avert further delay." Jiang Chen's words were concise yet potent, articulating the gravity of the situation with remarkable clarity. His voice reverberated at the entrance of the Zhenfu division, drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon hearing the names Li Qingqi and the demonic monk Zhu Ming, the expressions of the two guards shifted slightly. After a brief silence, one guard quickly pivoted and dashed into the Zhenfu division, evidently to relay the message to Wu Baihu. Wu Baihu, engrossed in official duties within a chamber cluttered with documents, turned pale upon hearing the report from his subordinate. It was as if a chilling wind had swept through, causing the pen in his hand to clatter to the desk with a soft thud. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes wide with disbelief, his mouth pressed into a thin line, revealing his incredulity. He hastily strode out of the Zhenfu division, his voice booming as he confronted Jiang Chen. "What did you say? Li Qingqi is colluding with the demonic monk Zhu Ming." Wu Baihu's fury ignited, struggling to accept the accusation against Li Qingqi, whom he had always regarded as a loyal ally. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, clasped his hands in respect, slightly bowing as he affirmed, "It is absolutely true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Li Qingqi not only conspired with Zhu Ming, but also intended to sell out the brocade-clad guards in exchange for demonic sect pills. I urge you, Lord Baihu, to accompany us immediately to prevent further escalation." Upon hearing this, a decisive glint flashed in Wu Baihu's eyes. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell his emotions, then swiftly turned to the two astonished small banners standing before him. Commanding, "Summon Zhou Baihu, Wang Baihu, and Li Baihu." "Yes." The two small banners responded instantly, hastening to fulfill the order. As Wu Baihu watched them depart in haste, he swiftly turned and strode toward the stables, meticulously selecting a magnificent steed with a glossy coat from the lineup of horses. Just as he mounted the horse and prepared to gallop away, the sound of urgent footsteps approached. He looked up to see the three other trial buyers, Zhou Baihu, Wang Baihu, and Li Muqing, hurrying towards him. Their expressions fraught with urgency. "Lord Wu." Li Qingqi, Li Muqing began, his tone tinged with unease. However, before he could finish, Wu Baihu interrupted, "Enough. I shall see for myself." Wu Baihu comprehended Li Muqing's sentiments. After all, Li Qingqi was Li Muqing's nephew. Should the allegation of Li Qingqi's clandestine connections with the demonic sect be substantiated, it would be exceedingly difficult for Li Muqing to absolve himself, and he might even face repercussions, accompanied by a series of urgent and powerful neighs from horses. Wu Baihu reined in his steed, its front hooves rising gracefully as it came to a halt before the dimly lit tavern. Following closely, Zhou Baihu, Wang Baihu, Li Muqing, Jiang Chen, and others also pulled their reins. Their gazes sharp and expressions grave, as if foreshadowing an impending tempest. The flickering glow of torches pierced the night, illuminating the tavern's surroundings as brightly as day. This moment, dusk was approaching, and on the street outside the tavern, several torches were raised high, casting a clear light upon everything in the darkness. Wu Baihu's countenance darkened like an ominous cloud, his lips pressed firmly together as he strode purposefully into the tavern. Silent and resolute, my lord. Upon the arrival of Wu Baihu and his companions, the brocade-clad guards within the tavern immediately bowed in deference, their voices harmonizing in a display of reverence. Wu Baihu merely inclined his head slightly, signaling them to refrain from excessive formality, then cast a penetrating gaze around the room. That Wu Tao's eyes fell upon two lifeless bodies on the ground. He slowly crouched down, meticulously examining the wounds on Zhu Ming. Under the torchlight, Zhu Ming's injuries appeared particularly grotesque, the flesh and blood a horrifying blur, as if he had been trampled by an elephant. Wu Baihu's brows knitted tightly, his mind awash with confusion. What overwhelming true qi! Wu Tao's expression darkened, his voice tinged with undeniable astonishment. He was acutely aware that Zhu Ming, as a disciple of Shaolin, possessed profound martial prowess. His physique had been honed through countless trials, rendering him as resilient as iron. Ordinary individuals could scarcely inflict any harm upon him. Yet, the body before him indicated that Zhu Ming's skull had been shattered by a single blow, the force of which was astonishing. To crush his skull in such a manner, I must admit, is beyond my capabilities. That Wu Tao rose, his gaze sweeping across everyone present as he demanded in a stern tone, who is responsible for his death? Chapter 6. Qinglong Envoy. Meng Wanjin reporting to Lord Baihu. It was I. Jiang Chen stepped forward, responding directly. His voice was calm, devoid of hesitation. The brocade-clad guards were a realm of pragmatism, where strength reigned supreme. Advancement within their ranks required merit, but ascending further necessitated substantial backing in terms of strength. For instance, the position of general flag required at least a postnatal martial artist. The Baihu and Baihu positions required innate martial artists, while the deputy Qianhu needed to possess the cultivation of a master, and the Qianhu required the prowess of a grandmaster. The four great pacification envoys, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, could only be held by those in the celestial realm. As for the two deputy commanders and the legendary commander of the brocade guards, no one knew their true levels of cultivation. He only understood that it was precisely because of the existence of these formidable brocade guard experts that the four factions and 6 sects within the martial world, as well as those with nefarious intentions, dared not easily provoke the authority of the court, let alone attempt to disrupt the peace of the common people. They served as the court's sharp blade, hovering above the martial world, instilling fear in those with ulterior motives, thus ensuring the stability of imperial power and the tranquility of the realm. In the world of the brocade guards, where strength was paramount, power equated to everything. Once one possessed sufficient strength, they could ascend rapidly to a position of dominance. Each individual was tirelessly striving to enhance their abilities, fully aware that only through formidable prowess could they secure their place within the brocade guards and carve out a position for themselves amidst the treacherous intrigues of the court. Thus, Jiang Chen had never harbored intentions of concealing his strength. He understood that in this world of might, only by showcasing his true capabilities could he earn the respect of others. As for the events that transformed him from a mediocre martial artist into a powerhouse of innate strength, that remained his own secret. The unspoken rule within the martial world dictated that anyone who inquired into his secrets was a mortal enemy. Wu Tao did not linger on Jiang Chen's strength, but instead, with piercing eyes and a serious demeanor, inquired, "Have you discovered any evidence, something that can prove Zhu Ming was indeed killed by Jiang Chen, or point to another murderer?" His voice reverberated through the still air. Carrying an undeniable authority, he understood that the brocade guards could operate without evidence when dealing with outsiders. But when it came to matters concerning their own, one could not afford to rely solely on hearsay. Otherwise, should trust fracture, it would be impossible to maintain cohesion within the ranks. Yes, Jiang Chen's voice was resolute and powerful as he promptly produced a manual from his bosom, the very one he had previously retrieved from Li Qingqi. He presented it with both hands, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Wu Tao accepted the manual, his brows furrowing as he began to peruse its contents intently. His gaze traversed the text, punctuated by low, disapproving hums, Clearly taken aback by the revelations contained within it, he delved deeper. His expression grew increasingly grim, rage igniting within his chest. That damned scoundrel. Wu Tao could no longer contain his fury. Hurling the manual forcefully at Li Muqing's face, the cover of the manual crumpled upon impact, its pages scattering to the ground as if narrating the transgressions committed by Li Chengqi. Li Muqing's visage turned ashen in an instant. His trembling hands hastily gathering the fallen pages, terror evident in his eyes. Look at what your dear nephew has done. Wu Tao's voice was frigid and seething with ire as he pointed at the manual on the ground. Addressing Li Muqing, no wonder those guards sent on missions keep perishing. It turns out he sold them to the demonic sect. Do not dare tell me you were unaware. Li Muqing's face flushed crimson, as if scorched by an intense flame, yet he found himself utterly speechless. I truly had no knowledge of this. Li Muqing finally managed to force out the words, his voice low and heavy. He was acutely aware that no matter how he argued, he could not alter the unassailable reality before him. After all, to the Brocade guards, their forces were merely expendable laborers, easily replaceable, and they did not even receive compensation for their sacrifices. How could he possibly interrogate every trivial matter? Wu Tao regarded Li Muqing with a cold stare, disappointment etched into his features. Take the bodies back? I must thoroughly investigate just how many such scoundrels remain within our ranks. As Wu Tao's words fell, several Brocade guards swiftly advanced, lifting the bodies from the ground and placing them upon the backs of horses outside the tavern. Their movements were quick and efficient, as if they had long grown accustomed to such grim tasks. The innkeeper and staff within the tavern had been silenced by Li Chengqi, leaving the establishment enveloped in an eerie silence after the Brocade guards departed. A man with a sinister visage strode into the scene, casually lifting a dish from the table to sniff it. The soul-stirring drug was certainly added. How could it have failed? With a crash, he cast the dish aside and approached the table that Jiang Chen had smashed. What overwhelming true qi! Who could be responsible for this? After a moment's contemplation, he let out a cold laugh. No matter who it is, anyone daring to disrupt our holy sect's affairs must die. With that, he strode purposefully toward the capital. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke on the horizon, Jiang Chen arrived at the gates of the pacification office. Inside, most of the Brocade guards had already gathered, some standing, others seated, engaged in fervent discussions, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The incident involving Li Chengqi had detonated like a bombshell within the ranks of the Brocade guards, sending shockwaves through their internal structure. The crimes he had committed had dealt an unprecedented blow to the reputation of the Eastern Division of the Brocade guards. At that moment, Meng Wangjin, the Qinglong envoy among the four great pacification envoys, appeared like a flash of lightning atop the pacification office. Clad in resplendent official garb, with a jade pendant symbolizing his status at his waist, he stood erect like a spear, silently surveying the Brocade guards before him. His gaze was deep and piercing, as if he could discern the innermost thoughts of each individual. Meng Wangjin's arrival heightened the tension within the pacification office. Jiang Chen cast a glance his way, and his expression subtly shifted, for above Meng Wangjin's head, a number, 13,560, hovered. Yet this number was not black, but rather a radiant golden hue. The black indicated evil deeds, while the golden digits, were they perhaps a measure of virtue? Jiang Chen stroked his chin, inevitably reminded of Chapter 8, the trial of the 100 households, within the ancient and solemn magistracy of the town protector's office in the western district of the capital. As all the members of the Jinyiwei gathered, the entire space seemed to freeze, so silent that even the sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the roof, casting mottled patterns upon the bluestone floor, adding a touch of solemnity to the gravitas of the occasion. Meng Wangjin's countenance was austere, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, as if he could penetrate the deepest secrets of the human heart. He stood upon the platform, surveying the rigidly standing Jinyiwei below with a cold glare, as if his eyes could pierce through all facades and reach the very souls of each individual. Last night, Meng Wangjin's voice was deep and resonant, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. A shocking incident has transpired within our ranks. His tone brimmed with undeniable authority and fury, causing the atmosphere in the square to plummet to a chilling silence. The Jinyiwei exchanged furtive glances, their minds racing with speculation about Meng Wangjin's forthcoming revelations. Li Muqing stood amidst the crowd, his complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hands clenched into fists, so tense that he could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. When Meng Wangjin mentioned the events of the previous night, a powerful premonition surged within him, shrouding his mind like ominous clouds. Rendering him nearly breathless, he lowered his gaze, unable to meet Meng Wangjin's piercing eyes, a fleeting look of trepidation crossing his face. Zhongqi Li Qingqi, as a member of the Jinyiwei, should have dutifully safeguarded the tranquility of the court. Yet, he colluded with the demonic sect, betraying our faith and selling out his fellow Jinyiwei. Such heinous deeds are utterly unforgivable. Meng Wangjin's voice echoed across the square, each word resonating like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. His gaze blazed with fury, as if he were deeply pained by Li Qingqi's treachery. However, the heavens are vast and all-seeing. Fortunately, the stalwart Jiang Chen has uncovered Li Qingqi's machinations and dealt with him decisively, ridding the Jinyiwei of a grave threat. Meng Wangjin spoke these words. A hint of approval crept into his tone. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen, admiration glimmering in his eyes. Yet, in an instant, his demeanor shifted, his gaze turning stern as he addressed Li Muqing. His voice low and authoritative. Li Muqing, Li Qingqi is your nephew and subordinate, his elder and superior. You ought to have exercised strict supervision to prevent him from straying down a perilous path. Yet, you failed to rein him in, allowing him to run amok, even shielding his transgressions. Your actions are equally indefensible. Li Muqing's complexion turned ashen, his head bowed, unable to meet Meng Wangjin's piercing stare. Therefore, I have decided to revoke your salary for a year, demote you to a minor flag, and prohibit your promotion for 3 years. Do you have any objections? I dare not. Li Muqing's voice trembled slightly. He understood that Meng Wangjin was in a fury, and any attempt at justification would only exacerbate his predicament. Meng Wangjin's gaze, sharp as a sword, shifted away from Li Muqing to Jiang Chen, his eyes reflecting both admiration and expectation. Jiang Chen, Meng Wangjin's voice deepened, each word imbued with authority. You have slain the demon monk Zhu Ming, exposing the traitor within our ranks, a commendable feat indeed. Now, you shall take Li Muqing's position. Do you possess the confidence for this task? I do. Jiang Chen stepped forward, his voice resonant and powerful, as if it could pierce the heavens, showcasing the confidence within his heart. He met Meng Wangjin's gaze with unwavering determination, as if to demonstrate that he was more than capable of fulfilling this new role. Living up to Meng Wangjin's expectations, Meng Wangjin regarded Jiang Chen's resolute expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Strive diligently, and do not let me down. With that, Meng Wangjin lightly stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light, soaring into the sky before vanishing into the clouds. Though his figure had disappeared, his voice lingered in the air like an echo. Jiang Chen watched this spectacle, his heart swelling with envy. That he gazed upward, eyes shimmering with aspiration. That he had heard that only by reaching the realm of the celestial being and overcoming the 5 calamities of the celestial being could one traverse the skies like a deity. He wondered when he would achieve such a feat. Li Muqing observed Jiang Chen, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. Despite having done nothing wrong, he felt his position snatched away, igniting his indignation. Yet, he dared not voice any dissent, for Meng Wangjin might very well take further action against him. Wu Tao approached Jiang Chen, nodding in acknowledgement. That I never expected Lord Meng to directly promote you to the trial of the 100 households. I see your steady steps and formidable prowess. With further accomplishments, the position of 100 households will undoubtedly be yours. Lord Wu, you flatter me. Jiang Chen replied modestly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Although he possessed such confidence, he still recognized the need to extend courtesy. By the way, you must exercise caution in the coming days. The members of the demonic sect harbor a strong desire for revenge. Should they learn that it was you who thwarted their plans, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. Thank you for the warning, my lord. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Chen strode out of the town protector's office to eye in this world, where the uniforms of the Jinyiwei were tailored to perfection. His identity token and official attire would not be delivered for 3 days. Jiang Chen was unperturbed, and at that moment, several Jinyiwei warriors who had been drugged alongside him approached. Congratulations, Lord Jiang. The Jinyiwei warriors stepped forward, their voices filled with genuine congratulations, mingled with an undercurrent of barely perceptible desire and anticipation. They understood that Jiang Chen's promotion not only elevated his status but also opened the door for them to serve under him. Working together for the court, within the rigid hierarchy of the Jinyiwei, the authority of the trial of the 100 households was indeed considerable. He would not only have the power to select 3 chief flags but also to choose 50 minor flags as his subordinates. This meant that Jiang Chen now wielded control over 3 chief flag positions and 50 formal appointments, and the distribution of these positions would directly impact their futures and destinies. Chapter 8. An Unexpected Delight. Naturally, Jiang Chen also understood that if he selected individuals of poor quality, the 100 households would have the right to reject them. Thus, he must act with prudence. However, typically, the 100 households would not display such disrespect. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen was well aware that while these warriors were loyal and dependable, they were only capable of assisting him with mundane tasks and errands. Their cultivation was too weak to serve as formidable allies in battle, rendering them of limited utility. Even so, Jiang Chen did not belittle them, for he understood that everyone possessed their own value, and with the right utilization, they could yield unexpected results. Let us go, my friends. Today, I shall treat you all. We shall not return until we are intoxicated, Jiang Chen declared, his voice imbued with a sense of grandeur. His proclamation acted like a warm current, igniting the enthusiasm of the Jinyiwei warriors. They responded in unison, their faces alight with joyous smiles. In this world, where gold, silver, and copper served as the primary mediums of exchange, silver was undeniably precious and valuable. According to the conversion rules of this realm, 1 tael of silver equated to 1,000 copper coins. The capital city was the heart of the Ming dynasty, the most prosperous city in the realm, and prices naturally soared. Nevertheless, even in such an expensive metropolis, 5 taels of silver sufficed to support a family of 3 for an entire year. Yet, when Jiang Chen discovered a total of 800 taels of silver notes on Li Qingqi and Zhu Ming, a wave of delight surged within him. This was no trivial sum, but rather a fortune that would undoubtedly make many envious. 800 taels of silver was, for an ordinary person, an astronomical figure. Their group arrived in the largest tavern in the Western District, the Gathering of Heroes Pavilion. Lavishly adorned and bustling with patrons, it ranked among the finest establishments in the capital. They secured a spacious private room, ordering an abundant spread of food and drink, and began to indulge. At the banquet table, 12 Jinyiwei warriors raised their glasses in tribute to Jiang Chen, their words laced with flattery, their expressions eager to please. Jiang Chen graciously accepted, relishing their compliments without any pretense. He understood that this was also a means of garnering goodwill. As a superior, if one always maintained an air of integrity and solemnity, subordinates often felt heightened pressure, finding it difficult to approach. Conversely, by appropriately accepting their praise and admiration, he could bridge the gap between them. By the time the banquet concluded, it was already midday. Jiang Chen, brimming with vitality, found that ordinary yellow wine had no effect on him. After bidding farewell to the others, he stepped out onto the street, beginning to observe the sin values hovering above the heads of the passers-by. On this street, the vast majority of individuals bore sin values ranging from 1 to 2. Those exceeding 3 could be discerned by the malevolence etched upon their faces. For instance, several individuals from the martial world wielding blades and swords exhibited sin values that soared into the double digits. Even if he were to eliminate these individuals, he would likely still fall short of accumulating enough points for a single draw. Jiang Chen observed the passers-by on the street, a wave of disappointment rising within him. At that moment, a number caught his eye, abruptly halting his steps. It belonged to an exceedingly ordinary middle-aged man, whose features were unremarkable to the point of being utterly mundane. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a slight pallor to the man's complexion, imparting an air of inaccessibility. Yet, even so, if judged solely by his appearance, he remained nothing more than an average figure of the martial world, devoid of any striking characteristics. However, the number hovering above his head betrayed his true identity, 369. This figure sent a jolt of excitement through Jiang Chen that if he were to eliminate this man, he would secure at least 3 opportunities for a lottery draw. Just then, the man's gaze shifted towards Jiang Chen, but he merely stole a glance before hastily departing. How could Jiang Chen allow such prey to escape so easily? He fixedly tracked the man's silhouette, moving with light and swift steps, maintaining a careful distance to avoid detection. The two moved in tandem, like hunter and quarry, weaving through the bustling yet tranquil streets. As they ventured deeper, the throngs of people dwindled, and the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. Eventually, they arrived at an exceedingly secluded spot, where silence reigned, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects and the whisper of the wind. In a dimly lit corner, the mysterious figure came to a halt, refraining from proceeding further. Instead, he slowly unsheathed a long sword from his waist, its blade glinting coldly, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike. As he awaited a moment of weakness from the audacious stalker, Jiang Chen indeed revealed himself. The man flickered like a bolt of black lightning, the long sword in his hand cutting through the air with a fierce wind, slashing downwards with lethal precision. The strike was stable, accurate, and merciless, each ounce of force coalescing into a singular intent to behead the adversary before him. However, Jiang Chen's reaction speed far surpassed the man's expectations. In the face of this thunderous assault, he remained motionless, merely lifting 2 fingers in an elegant gesture reminiscent of a flower plucking the very instant the blade was about to graze his skin. His fingers deftly pinched the sword's tip, freezing the powerful strike mid-air. Innate realm. The man's expression shifted dramatically, terror flashing in his eyes. That it is common knowledge that experts of the innate realm are exceedingly rare in the martial world, and he never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such formidable prowess. He immediately attempted to retract his longsword, seeking to escape Jiang Chen's grasp. Yet, with a slight exertion of pressure from Jiang Chen's fingertips, the sword shattered as though it were a brittle twig, exploding into countless shards that scattered in all directions. The force transmitted through the blade reverberated through the man's arm, rendering it numb and nearly devoid of feeling. Retreat. Faced with Jiang Chen's unfathomable strength, despair gripped the man's heart. He understood that this adversary was beyond his capacity to contend with. Any further entanglement would only lead to humiliation, or worse, the loss of his life. Thus, he made a swift decision to turn and flee from this perilous locale. However, Jiang Chen would not permit such an easy escape. His eyes glinted with a frigid light, as if he had already discerned the man's intentions. In that moment, he flicked his fingers, and a streak of silver flashed in the air, akin to a shooting star across the night sky. With a faint sound of air being pierced, that silver flash instantaneously struck the man's thigh. This blow, though not executed with full force, was sufficient to incapacitate him. A cry of agony escaped the man's lips as a wave of excruciating pain radiated from his thigh, overwhelming his entire being. His body trembled involuntarily, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. He attempted to struggle, but the incessant pain from his wound rendered him incapable of rising. Jiang Chen approached his side, towering above him. I will pose questions, and you shall answer. Should you answer incorrectly, you will experience the 18 tortures of the Jinyiwei. Yes, he nodded in terror, panic etched across his face. What is your name? I am Han Yong. How many people have you killed? Jiang Chen asked coldly, his gaze fixed on him. He was eager to uncover the relationship between sin value and murder. How much sin value would one gain for each life taken? I have not killed anyone. Han Yong's eyes darted, attempting to feign innocence to obscure his transgressions. His voice trembled slightly, revealing his profound fear. He understood that the adversary he faced was not to be trifled with. Falling into his hands would yield dire consequences. Yet, Jiang Chen had no inclination to entertain his fabrications. He regarded Han Yong with icy indifference, unwilling to waste more time on his deceit. In an instant, he moved, and a shard of the long sword was firmly pinched between his fingers. The fragment shimmered ominously in the sunlight, exuding an aura of unrelenting malice. Jiang Chen flicked his finger, and the shard shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, its speed astonishing. With a soft sound of air being cut, the shard penetrated Han Yong's groin, embedding itself deep into the earth. Although this strike did not inflict a fatal injury, it nonetheless terrified Han Yong to the core. He felt a warm dampness in his trousers, his face turning pale as a ghost. He had narrowly escaped a calamity, and an unprecedented wave of fear surged within him, trembling uncontrollably, his complexion ashen. Sweat streamed down his forehead, dripping onto his already damp trousers, amplifying his humiliation. Did I miss? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, displeasure evident in his gaze. He had not anticipated that his strike would fail. He had intended to incapacitate Han Yong outright, but had merely grazed him instead. I will speak. I have killed 5 people. Under immense pressure, Han Yong finally cracked, shouting in desperation that he realized he could no longer conceal the truth, and that only by confessing might he find a glimmer of hope. However, Jiang Chen's anger flared at this revelation. He stepped forward, delivering a forceful kick to Han Yong's thigh. A sharp, cracking sound echoed as Han Yong emitted a wretched wail, curling up in agony, his face contorted in despair. You have killed a total of 369 people. Jiang Chen's voice was frigid, as though each word carried an infinite chill that pierced Han Yong's very soul. His eyes conveyed an undeniable authority, as if he had unraveled all truths. Upon hearing this number, Han Yong stood frozen, shock and disbelief etched on his face. His eyes widened, mouth agape, yet no words escaped him, for Jiang Chen's assertion was eerily accurate. He had indeed taken the lives of over 300 individuals. Although he could not recall the precise count of 369, the sheer precision of Jiang Chen's declaration instilled in him an overwhelming sense of terror and astonishment. How do you know this? After a prolonged silence, Han Yong finally managed to stammer out these words, his voice trembling and faint. He could not fathom how Jiang Chen had come to possess such intricate knowledge of his crimes. It felt like an inescapable judgment descending upon him. How did I hit the mark? Let me tell you, I know far more than you could ever imagine if you do not confess honestly. I assure you, your demise will be excruciating. Han Yong's psychological defenses were utterly shattered, and he hastily divulged all the information he possessed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression gradually darkened, becoming as somber as the depths of water. He had not anticipated that the individual before him, Han Yong, was actually the notorious fourth disciple of the infamous flower thief, Huang Fei, who specialized in cleanup operations and reconnaissance, paving the way for Huang Fei's nefarious deeds. This time, Huang Fei had set his sights on the daughter of the Su family in the capital, Su Baiwei, yearning to indulge in her beauty. Consequently, he had dispatched Han Yong to gather intelligence. With Huang Fei himself scheduled to arrive in the capital in 3 days, what troubled Jiang Chen was that Huang Fei was not only a well-known flower thief but also a formidable master at the pinnacle of his craft. Possessing agility as light as the wind and a swordsmanship so fierce that it was unparalleled, both mesmerizing and impossible to defend against. Such an adversary was one that even Jiang Chen dared not underestimate. He was acutely aware that if he were to confront Huang Fei recklessly, he might lack the confidence to eliminate him in one decisive strike, potentially leading to a protracted struggle that could even endanger his own life. Thus, he felt compelled to proceed with utmost caution. After pondering for a moment, he cast his gaze upon the trembling Han Yong beneath him, his mind already formulating upon receiving Wu Tao's affirmation. Jiang Chen resolved to depart from this place. After all, the life and death of Miss Su Baiwei from the Su family held no direct significance for him. The sole reason for bringing Han Fei here was that capturing these criminals would grant him merit points as a reward from the Jinyiwei. Merit points were highly coveted within the Jinyiwei, as they not only served as a crucial criterion for promotion but also determined Jiang Chen's ascent within the ranks, allowing him to wield greater power and access to resources. Moreover, these merit points could be exchanged for various rare treasures, divine weapons, and internal cultivation techniques in the Jinyiwei's treasure vault, an excellent avenue for Jiang Chen to enhance his strength and deepen his foundation. As he contemplated the alluring treasures within the vault, Jiang Chen's gaze grew fervent. He understood that only by continuously improving his capabilities could he establish a foothold within the Jinyiwei, and merit points were instrumental in achieving this goal. However, his recent elimination of the demon monk Zhu Ming would only yield him 500 merit points, contingent upon his discovery of Li Qingqi. Otherwise, a criminal at the acquired realm would receive a maximum of 200 merit points. Han Fei, being in the early stages of the innate realm, should be worth around 300 merit points. Yet, should he successfully apprehend the notorious Huanfeng Huang Fei, given the Jinyiwei's emphasis on him, he could potentially earn at least 10,000 merit points, a privilege not typically afforded to ordinary master-level martial artists, who would be hard-pressed to amass even 1,000 points upon returning to his modest courtyard situated within the Jinyiwei's compound. Jiang Chen wasted no time and directly approached his desk. He gently opened the ancient manual detailing the 5 tigers breaking the door blade, immersing himself in its practice. Although the Longxiang Prajna technique wielded immense power, Jiang Chen felt it lacked a certain fluidity and adaptability in martial skills. The 5 tigers breaking the door blade, renowned throughout the martial world for its fierce and dominating techniques, was precisely the supplement he urgently required. However, the path of cultivation seldom follows a smooth course. Despite Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent, he found himself encountering a bottleneck when faced with the profundity of this blade technique. He meticulously practiced the movements illustrated in the manual, striving for precision in every action, yet felt an intangible barrier preventing him from grasping the true essence of the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. After all, mastering a blade technique was no simple feat. It demanded considerable time and effort for contemplation and comprehension. Would that small huandan be of assistance to me? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen retrieved the small huandan from his bosom. The reason he had refrained from consuming it earlier was that his cultivation of the Longxiang Prajna technique had already reached its limit. To elevate it to an unprecedented 13th level would require thousands of years of dedication. Yet, therein lay its weakness. Progressing from the first to the second level only took a few months to acquire the strength of both a dragon and an elephant, whereas advancing from the 12th to the 13th level, despite millennia of effort, would yield only the same result. The cost-effectiveness in the later stages could be described as utterly dismal. Hence, he chose not to use the Huandan to enhance the Longsheng Prajna technique, but rather to apply it to the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. As he swallowed the small Huandan, imbued with potent medicinal properties, a warm current surged from his dantian, swiftly spreading throughout his body, as if infusing him with boundless strength and vitality. Taking a deep breath to calm his inner excitement, he redirected his focus back to the 5 tigers breaking the door blade, resuming his practice. This time, however, Jiang Chen entered a remarkable state. With each strike, he could distinctly feel his understanding of this blade technique accelerating at an astonishing pace. As if an invisible bond had forged a close connection between him and the art of the blade, his movements became increasingly fluid, each technique bursting with power. As if 5 masterful practitioners were jointly manifesting the quintessence of this blade technique alongside him. Excitement shimmered in Jiang Chen's eyes as he sensed his strength burgeoning at an incredible rate by the time he completed a full sequence of the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. His comprehension had reached an alarming level. In this realm, understanding and mastery of techniques were strictly categorized into 5 tiers: entry, proficiency, mastery, great achievement, and perfection. At this moment, with the invaluable aid of the Huandan, Jiang Chen's cultivation and perceptive abilities experienced a significant enhancement. Driven by this newfound power, his training in the 5 tigers breaking the door blade surged forward, achieving the level of great accomplishment. This indicated he could adeptly wield every technique within this blade art, even expressing its essence and intent to an extraordinary degree, thereby amplifying its potency. Chapter 12. The onslaught. Jiang Chen's remarkable progress in such a short span was not solely due to the Huandan. It was also a testament to the characteristics inherent in the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. Unlike convoluted and obscure techniques, the 5 tigers breaking the door blade emphasized raw power and practicality. Its techniques were not complex, yet each strike wielded tremendous force, targeting vital points directly. This straightforward and effective combat approach enabled Jiang Chen to grasp its essence more swiftly, thus attaining the level of great accomplishment. Had he been practicing a more advanced technique, such as a profound or even earth-grade blade art, the Huandan's efficacy would have been diminished, just as he immersed himself in the art of the blade. Suddenly, an indescribable chill crept up his spine, a warning from his instincts that a cold gaze was lurking in the shadows, observing him. Who could it be? Alarmed, Jiang Chen swiftly sheathed his blade with a decisive movement. His actions devoid of hesitation. He halted his practice, his eyes sharpening to a hawkish glare as he scanned the surroundings, attempting to pinpoint the source of the concealed gaze, though this courtyard was modest and somewhat austere. Its layout was compact and comprehensible. Thus, as he scrutinized every corner, no rustle or movement could escape his notice. It was then that he spotted a shadow poised atop his roof, its form lithe, seemingly melding with the night. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's commendable cultivation and heightened vigilance, he might have overlooked the figure entirely. The voyeur, clad in dark attire with a veil obscuring their face, revealed only a pair of chilling eyes that regarded him from above, a mixture of curiosity and a barely perceptible hostility flickering within their gaze. Who goes there? What brings you to my humble abode in the dead of night? Jiang Chen inquired in a low voice. What keen perception! No wonder you are a martial artist of the innate realm, the figure replied. Who are you? Jiang Chen asked, gripping his long blade with caution. The number hovering above this person's head was even more formidable than Han Fei's, a terrifying 756. Listen closely, young one, the burly man with a fierce visage said, a cold smile curling at his lips, his eyes exuding a menacing aura. I offer you a chance to live, like Li Qingqi, continue to transport blood slaves for us. If you obediently comply, I shall spare your life today. His words dripped with an unyielding authority. As if Jiang Chen's fate rested entirely in the depths of Jiang Chen's heart, he secretly pondered, yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute. He was acutely aware that masters of the martial realm were the elite among warriors, possessing extraordinary strength. Although he too had some measure of skill, he still paled in comparison. Nevertheless, when faced with a formidable foe, he felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, a fervent battle spirit surged within him. As he spoke, the long knife in Jiang Chen's hand had already gathered momentum. His figure shifted slightly, akin to a dragon soaring from the sea, and with a piercing howl, the long knife cleaved towards the swiftly approaching sword light. In that instant, he appeared to merge with the long knife, exuding a formidable aura. his presence as striking as a rainbow. When their weapons met, a deafening clang resonated, and sparks from the metallic clash flew in all directions. Yet, astonishingly, the embroidered spring knife in Jiang Chen's hand was effortlessly severed by a single stroke of the sword. The blade shattered, its light dissipating, leaving only a deep fissure that testified to the sword's sharpness. Jiang Chen's face contorted into an expression of profound dismay. However, this was hardly surprising. After all, the ordinary embroidered spring knife he wielded was merely a tool issued to the guards of the brocade-clad imperial army. While it could be deemed sharp, its quality and power were ultimately limited in a true contest of mastery. In stark contrast, his opponent wielded a genuine low-grade yellow-tier precious sword, its blade glimmering with a faint cold light, exuding an unsettling sharpness. Thus, when these two weapons collided fiercely in the air, the outcome was almost self-evident. With a single stroke, Jiang Chen's embroidered spring knife was effortlessly severed, the break neat and the sword mark clear, showcasing the sword's edge and the wielder's profound skill. "Kid, you've even broken your knife. What will you fight me with now?" The man, witnessing this turn of events, could not suppress the smug expression that crept onto his face, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he had already secured victory and envisioned Jiang Chen's demise. His eyes brimmed with disdain, as if Jiang Chen were nothing more than a trivial insect in his sight. "Did no one inform you that villains perish due to excessive chatter?" Jiang Chen's voice was frigid, and as he uttered these words, his figure surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the sword-wielding adversary. His movements were swift and decisive. Though unarmed, he emanated an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. In that moment, he seemed to have cast aside all thoughts of life and death, driven solely by the desire to deliver a lethal blow. The man, taken aback, felt a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Yet, he was a seasoned warrior, quick to react, almost simultaneously with Jiang Chen's charge. He swung his sword towards him. The sword light flashed like lightning, its momentum fierce, as if intent on cleaving Jiang Chen in two. However, Jiang Chen did not flinch. Instead, he extended two fingers directly towards the incoming blade. These seemingly delicate fingers, devoid of strength, appeared to harbor boundless power. The moment the sword light was about to reach him, he gently pinched with his fingers, astonishingly trapping the razor-sharp, precious sword between them. As the sword was held fast, the tip trembled slightly, producing a crisp sound. The man's expression changed dramatically. He realized he could not withdraw the sword, no matter how much force he exerted. It was as if the blade were ensnared by two mountains, utterly immovable. Jiang Chen's eyes glimmered like cold stars as he coldly regarded his opponent, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I forgot to mention, my forte lies in unarmed combat." His voice resonated clearly amidst the chilling wind, a cruel smile illuminating his features, as if he were already assured of victory. With his words, he unleashed a kick, accompanied by a howling wind, aimed directly at the man's waist. Should this kick connect, even the sturdiest of steel would likely shatter. The man's complexion paled. He had not anticipated that Jiang Chen possessed such formidable physical power. If he did not abandon his sword, he would inevitably suffer the brunt of the blow, with dire consequences. Yet, if he relinquished his sword, what could he use to contend with Jiang Chen? After all, the precious sword in his grasp was his final hope. In that moment, he found himself ensnared in a profound quandary. His gaze darted between the sword and Jiang Chen, his heart rife with conflict and turmoil. He understood that to forsake the sword was to relinquish his last glimmer of hope. Yet, if he clung to the sword, he could scarcely withstand Jiang Chen's fierce onslaught. Just as this hesitation enveloped him, Jiang Chen's assault surged forth like a shadow. In that instant, the man chose to leap high, evading the impending strike while utilizing the momentum and shift of his center of gravity to retrieve the sword trapped between Jiang Chen's fingers. His eyes shimmered with resolve and reluctance, as if he sought to channel all his strength into that fleeting moment. However, he never anticipated that this leap would mark the beginning of his descent into despair. As his body lingered suspended in midair, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He keenly detected his opponent's opening, elated by the discovery. Without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly drew the long knife towards himself. Using that force to pull the airborne adversary closer, the man felt an overwhelming power emanating from the sword, propelling his body forward uncontrollably. Panic surged within him. He could hardly fathom the magnitude of Jiang Chen's strength. In the next heartbeat, Jiang Chen's other hand shot out like lightning, seizing the man's face with a fierce grip that in that moment, the man felt as if a colossal beast were crushing his skull. The pain unbearable, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Jiang Chen's grip was so powerful it felt as though it might obliterate his head entirely. Terror and helplessness filled the man's eyes as he sensed the chilling breath of death closing in on him. He exerted every ounce of strength to struggle, but Jiang Chen's hands were as unyielding as iron pincers, leaving him utterly immobilized. With a resounding thud, Jiang Chen executed his movements with precision and decisiveness, driving the man's head forcefully into the earth of the courtyard. Dust billowed, soil scattered, and the man's face was instantly shrouded in dirt, leaving only his terrified, helpless eyes glimmering faintly through the soil's crevices. Jiang Chen's gaze sparkled like cold stars. There was no trace of sympathy on his face, only an icy intent to kill. He inhaled deeply, then unleashed a barrage of punches upon the man, each strike accompanied by a howling wind and a heart-stopping force. His fists fell like a torrential rain, each impact causing the man's body to tremble violently. Terror filled the man's eyes as he perceived the overwhelming power behind Jiang Chen's punches. As if they could annihilate his very being, Jiang Chen's every blow struck true, targeting vital points with fluidity and strength, reminiscent of the legendary hero Wu Song battling a tiger. After approximately a dozen punches, the man's body finally ceased its trembling. He lay utterly still. Jiang Chen withdrew his fists, standing tall, emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent and dominance. He glanced down at the man, who was now buried in the earth. The soil mingled with blood, presenting a horrifying sight. Jiang Chen understood that his relentless assault had inflicted catastrophic damage upon the man's body. He felt as though he had been trampled by dozens of elephants. Every organ within him shattered, leaving him devoid of the strength to resist. Even though he was a master of the martial realm, the circumstances before him rendered survival utterly impossible in the face of Jiang Chen's tempestuous onslaught. Even the might of the martial master appeared diminutive before Jiang Chen. Each of Jiang Chen's punches contained a terrifying force, as if intent on obliterating the man's body entirely. He continued his merciless assault until the man could no longer muster the strength to resist. Utterly devoid of even a semblance of struggle, before finally extracting his head from the ground. At this moment, the man was covered in mud and blood, his eyes tightly shut, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Presenting a pitiful sight, his chest heaved violently, as if every breath consumed all his remaining strength. Coughing violently, blood mixed with fragments of his insides erupted from his mouth, staining his garments crimson. His gaze turned hollow, as if he had already glimpsed the end of his life. Jiang Chen observed the scene before him. His heart unperturbed, he coldly fixed his gaze upon the man, seeking to extract some words from him. However, before Jiang Chen could utter a single word, the man tilted his head, his eyes losing their luster, and he succumbed to death on the spot. Evil value 756. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Astonished by the man's utter fragility, he had initially hoped to extract valuable information from him, but it seemed that such a possibility had evaporated. Damn it, he's truly weak. Jiang Chen gently flicked the bloodstains from his fists. An air of disdain evident in his tone. He squatted down, meticulously searching the body before him. His movements were deft, and it wasn't long before he made a discovery. A token lay quietly nestled within the deceased's garments. Boldly inscribed with the words mage, the lettering was clear and forceful. In addition to this, Jiang Chen uncovered 200 taels of silver notes, 2 vials of elixirs, and a well-sealed letter. He carefully lifted the letter, unwrapping it with caution. As the paper unfolded, his expression grew increasingly grave, his eyes betraying a sense of incredulity as if he had stumbled upon something unfathomable. How could this be? Jiang Chen murmured, his voice quivering slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he resealed the letter and tucked it carefully into his bosom, a weighty seriousness settling in his gaze. Subsequently, he grasped the broken blade, a flicker of ruthlessness igniting in his eyes. Approaching the corpse without hesitation, he viciously slashed the man's face dozens of times with the knife. Each cut penetrated deeply, blood splattering. The once recognizable visage was reduced to a grotesque mask, as if savaged by a beast. Chapter 14. The secret letter. Jiang Chen's actions were relentless, akin to performing a solemn rite, intent on erasing this man's identity and past. Only when he was certain that even his mother would struggle to recognize the original face from this twisted countenance did he finally cease his assault. Breathing heavily, he surveyed the lifeless body. a flicker of satisfaction crossing his features. With great effort, he hoisted the corpse as if it were a burdensome sack, traversing through the night until he reached the grand estate of a prominent family. This residence was imposing, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, clearly a stronghold of the powerful. In their backyard lay a desolate well, long bereft of life, its walls weathered and the bottom dry. Once a source of water for the estate, it had now transformed into a clandestine disposal site for disobedient concubines and slaves. With the fall of night, ominous shadows flitted across the area, accompanied by low lamentations, ultimately succumbing to silence. Jiang Chen callously cast the body into the well. Listening to the dull thud it made, his heart felt no tremor. He knew that soon this corpse would join the multitude of souls at the bottom, forever consumed by darkness and decay. Thus, he would eliminate a potential threat and continue his journey through this intricate world. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Chen's countenance remained somber, with traces of unease lingering in his eyes. That he took a deep breath, striving to calm himself before reopening the letter. The contents had become trivial, for the information it conveyed was deeply etched in his mind. Yet at this moment, his gaze fixated on the signature at the bottom. The three characters C2 Lang stood out boldly. C2 Lang, a name known throughout the capital, was one of the 4 chief enforcers of the Jinyiwei, notorious for his ruthless demeanor and lethal methods. Jiang Chen's fingertips lightly drummed on the table, each tap sending ripples through his mind. How had this letter found its way into the hands of a master-level martial artist? While a master might be considered formidable in the martial world, they were but mere ants in the eyes of true powerhouses. How could such an individual access such a significant correspondence? Unless, of course, there was a more intricate conspiracy at play. Moreover, the sender had used their real name. In this world rife with deception, a true name often signified exposure of one's identity and vulnerabilities. Si2 Lang, being a high-ranking Jinyiwei officer, was known for his caution. Why would he act so carelessly? Was it a deliberate ploy, or was there an underlying reason? Furthermore, was this letter genuinely addressed to the demonic sect? Yet, could it also be a scheme to frame him? In this world filled with machinations, anything was possible. Perhaps someone sought to exploit this opportunity to sow discord, using Jiang Chen as a pawn to implicate C2 Lang, turning him against his superior Meng Wangjin, or even the entire Jinyiwei. Such a sinister tactic, while malicious, was not uncommon. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, his thoughts a tangled mess. Refusing to clarify, he understood that he must swiftly seek answers. Otherwise, this unexpected tempest could drag him into an abyss of no return. He rose, approaching the window, gazing into the night outside. The moonlight streamed down, illuminating his face, yet failing to penetrate the fog in his heart. That a multitude of questions swirled in Jiang Chen's mind, leaving him in an unprecedented state of confusion. Despite his fervent desire to uncover the truth, he was acutely aware that he could not afford to meddle in this affair lightly. In a world where strength reigned supreme, power was the foundation of all, and at present, he was still far too weak, merely a fledgling martial artist, utterly incapable of intervening in the direct conflicts of the upper echelons. That a single misstep could plunge him into a pit of eternal despair. He knew that if C2 Lang had truly betrayed them, and he were to report it, the consequences would be dire. The merciless individuals of the demonic sect would spare no one who stood against them. Likewise, C2 Lang, as a senior member of the Jinyiwei, wielded equally lethal methods. Should he take offense, Jiang Chen's life would be fraught with peril. It was far easier to commit a crime than to prevent one. And if C2 Lang was innocent, he could very well turn Jiang Chen into a pawn in someone else's game. Regardless of the ultimate truth, he wished to remain uninvolved. At this point, perhaps it was best to draw a lottery. Jiang Chen sighed, muttering to himself. He had amassed 756 points of evil value from slaying the member of the demonic sect and 369 points from killing Han Fei. After 3 previous draws, he had over 800 points remaining. Let us commence the lottery, he declared. No sooner had he spoken than 8 white spinning wheels materialized in the air, whirling rapidly. Heaven, grant me a weapon. Jiang Chen hoped fervently. His original weapon had been destroyed, and he dared not reveal the sword of the slain demonic sect member, lest he attract the attention of Shimen Lang, who might easily connect the dots. After a few breaths, the wheels began to slow. Point 2 landed on empty spaces, granting Jiang Chen only 6 items. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 taels of gold, 2 minor healing elixirs, 1 humanoid Hisho Wu, 1 tome of skills, and 1 blood blade. Excellent. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Thankfully, he had drawn a weapon, or he would have had to devise a way to acquire one. Claim it immediately, as he spoke. 10 taels of gold, 2 minor healing elixirs, a humanoid-shaped Showu, a skill manual, and a glimmering blood blade appeared on the table before him. He carefully concealed the gold and the century-old Showu beneath his bed, ensuring they would not be easily discovered. Turning his attention to the blood blade resting quietly on the table, he approached it slowly, reaching out to handle the weapon with care. This blood blade measured approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters in length. Broad and hefty, exuding an extraordinary aura, the blade bore a deep blood groove, resembling a winding river of blood that sent chills down one's spine. Holding it, he could distinctly feel the icy aura emanating from the blade, as if it were a living entity, perpetually yearning for the baptism of blood. Jiang Chen gently swung the blood blade, and a flash of light danced through the air, as if a chilling aura enveloped the atmosphere. He examined every detail of the blade, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship and the unique design of the blood groove, which left him in awe. Chapter 15. The Great Conspiracy, what a fine weapon. He sighed sincerely, remarking that this blood knife was not only incredibly sharp, but also exuded an indescribable aura of murderous intent, as if it were born for the battlefield and summoned for slaughter. Jiang Chen understood that this blood knife was no ordinary weapon. It would undoubtedly play a significant role in his future cultivation journey. He gently caressed the blade, feeling the ancient chill emanating from it. A night passed in silence. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the bluestone pavement of the town's supervisory office, Jiang Chen had already tidied his attire and strode confidently into the Jinyiwei. His steps were steady and assured, as if the events of the previous night had left no mark on him whatsoever. Upon arriving at the entrance of the town's supervisory office, Jiang Chen keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. He looked up to see 3 Qianhu, 9 Deputy Qianhu, and 20 Evan-Baihu under the command of Meng Wangjing, the Azure Dragon Envoy, all approaching with solemn expressions at the Eastern Town Supervisory Office's entrance. Clad in the distinctive flying fish robes of the Jinyiwei and wielding embroidered spring knives at their waists, they stood tall like pines, their demeanor fierce as wolves. The arrival of these Jinyiwei elites undoubtedly heightened the tension within the entire town's supervisory office. Jiang Chen pondered to himself the reason behind this gathering of Jinyiwei experts. Could it be related to the secret letter from the night before? He stood quietly to the side, observing their movements. They spoke in hushed tones, occasionally glancing into the distance as if awaiting some crucial news. The plaza of the Eastern Town Supervisory Office was vast and boundless, resembling an expansive plain capable of accommodating thousands without feeling crowded. Ancient trees towered around the plaza, and the ground was paved with bluestone, exuding an air of solemnity. At that moment, sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting mottled shadows on the plaza and adding a touch of gravity to the impending significant moment. Meng Wangjing, dressed in the flying fish robe of the Jinyiwei, appeared even more dashing and imposing that he stood atop a height, surveying the entire plaza with a grave expression, his demeanor as frigid as the winds of winter, sending shivers down spines. His deep-set eyes flickered with fury, clearly exhibiting genuine rage, which accounted for his unusual demeanor. Behind him hung a massive brocade banner embroidered with the Azure Dragon totem, lifelike and seemingly poised to soar into the heavens. This banner symbolized the Eastern Jinyiwei. As time passed slowly, after about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, most of the Jinyiwei above the rank of small flag in the Eastern Town Supervisory Office had arrived at the scene. Clad in uniform flying fish robes and wielding sharp embroidered spring knives, they marched in perfect unison, exuding an overwhelming presence. Meng Wangjing stood high above, his gaze piercing as he scanned the densely packed Jinyiwei below. Without concern for whether everyone was present, he spoke directly, his voice steady and powerful, cutting through the clamor of the crowd and echoing across the expansive plaza of the Eastern Town's Supervisory Office. Yesterday, Princess Yuling was kidnapped within the palace, and this matter has already alarmed His Majesty. His tone carried an undeniable authority, each word falling like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the assembly. Upon hearing this, the Jinyiwei in the plaza were visibly taken aback, their expressions shifting with surprise. His Majesty is furious and has issued a decree. Meng Wangjing's voice grew deeper, yet more forceful. The Jinyiwei must retrieve Princess Yuling before nightfall. There must be no mistakes. Otherwise, the salaries of everyone in the Jinyiwei will be halved this year as a form of punishment. At this proclamation, astonishment flickered across the faces of the crowd. Princess Yuling, the most cherished daughter of the current emperor, had been showered with affection since childhood. Her beauty was unparalleled, her demeanor noble, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, leaving a lasting impression on all who beheld her. The Ming Emperor's protection of her was nothing short of impenetrable. Moreover, the current Ming Emperor had achieved the legendary realm of martial sage, his strength unfathomable. Even a master at the law aspect realm would find it impossible to stealthily abduct Princess Yuling under the Emperor's watchful gaze. The law aspect realm represented the pinnacle of martial arts, capable of manifesting a law avatar with earth-shattering power. Yet, before the martial sage Emperor, a master of the law aspect realm was but an ant. Nevertheless, despite this, Princess Yuling had gone missing. How could she possibly vanish from within the palace? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, recalling the Emperor's proclamation. Whoever could retrieve Princess Yuling would be richly rewarded. Ming Wangjin spoke sternly. There are still 5 hours until nightfall. I hope you can expedite your efforts. Since the incident occurred last night, could it be that Princess Yuling had already been taken far from the capital? As Ming Wangjin's words lingered in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but consider this possibility. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. The Ming Emperor had ruled for over 30 years, excelling in both civil and martial affairs, with a profound cunning that could be described as astute and calculating. Since he had mentioned 5 hours, he must have confidence that Princess Yuling was not abducted from the capital. After all, 5 hours was hardly sufficient time to pursue someone, let alone retrieve Princess Yuling. But where could she possibly be? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen shook his head, intending to abandon the task. After all, when the sky falls, there will be someone tall enough to bear it. Wasn't it merely a matter of having his salary? He did not rely on his salary for sustenance, and if he were to stand out too much, he might become a target for those formidable experts, which could lead to dire consequences. Anyone capable of abducting Princess Yuling right under the Emperor's nose would undoubtedly have immense backing that if he offended them, he might not even know how he met his end. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Chen began to contemplate a strategy of idleness. Just then, a prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Task activated. Please uncover the truth behind Princess Yuling's disappearance within 5 hours and successfully retrieve her. Task reward. Eye of Investigation. Able to discern the target's name and realm. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. This Eye of Investigation was incredibly useful. He would be able to discern an enemy's realm at a glance. With the skill, he would no longer fear ambushes from foes. However, where should he search for Princess Yuling? As he was lost in thought, Wu Tao approached him. The situation is urgent. We must at least ensure that Princess Yuling is not within the area under our jurisdiction at the Eastern Town Supervisory Office. Otherwise, if it is discovered that she escaped the capital from our area, our lives may be forfeit. Seeing Wu Tao's anxious demeanor, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled the letter from the night before. Chapter 16. Entering the Palace. Could it have been the work of Situ Lang? However, he soon dismissed this thought. The strength of that cultist was far too weak to be involved in an abduction of this magnitude. Unless the abductor had lost their mind, bringing along a liability to ensure their own demise. Moreover, he had seen the contents of that letter, which pertained to betraying lower-ranking Jinyiwei to the cult in exchange for magic pills to enhance martial arts, and had no relation to the abduction of the princess. Yet, this opened up Jiang Chen's line of thinking. Perhaps there was an insider within the palace assisting? Only in this manner could the princess be taken from the palace without anyone being the wiser. However, that was quite an impressive feat, to transport Princess Yuling out of the palace without alerting the palace guards. He wondered how they managed to accomplish it. Given that leaving the palace necessitated navigating through numerous security checks and layers of protection, it was not something one could simply do. At that moment, Meng Wangjin suddenly turned his gaze toward him. Jiang Chen, follow me into the palace. This statement struck him like a thunderclap, causing Jiang Chen's expression to shift dramatically. Why was Meng Wangjin summoning him into the palace? Yes, my lord. Clearly, this was not the time for lengthy inquiries. Jiang Chen could only approach Meng Wangjin and respond. The two proceeded into the palace, with Meng Wangjin moving swiftly, prompting Jiang Chen to jog to keep pace with him. Soon, they arrived at the palace gates. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, the 4 chief envoys of the town supervisory offices east, west, south, and north stood before the palace gates, each accompanied by an individual bearing solemn expressions. Feeling a twinge of unease, Jiang Chen instinctively glanced toward the West Town Supervisory Office, where the White Tiger envoy, Situ Lang, was stationed. Just a glance made his pupils constrict, sending a chill through him. He quickly lowered his head. Yet it still drew Situ Lang's attention. With a casual glance, Situ Lang's gaze pierced Jiang Chen, leaving him feeling as though he were under a thorny scrutiny. Do not look at what you should not. Meng Wangjin subtly reminded Jiang Chen, who promptly acknowledged her. Although he refrained from glancing at Situ Lang again, his heart was filled with profound terror, for above Situ Lang's head, a black number, 95,634, loomed ominously. This indicated that he had, at the very least, taken the lives of over 90,000 individuals, or in other words, incurred a debt of blood that was truly horrific. At this moment, Jiang Chen was certain that Situ Lang was indeed connected to the demonic sect. It was even quite possible that he was an undercover agent embedded within the Jinyiwei. After a while, the palace gate slowly creaked open, as if a heavy historical door was being pushed ajar, revealing another world beyond. A eunuch, possessing a rather effeminate appearance and adorned with white powder that rendered him quite otherworldly, emerged. Clad in resplendent eunuch attire, he moved with a lightness that belied the undeniable air of authority he commanded. Standing at the palace entrance, he proclaimed loudly, announced the arrival of the 4 grand pacification officials from the Jinyiwei, along with their retinues, to enter the palace forthwith. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating across the vast square, sending a jolt through every individual present. Though this eunuch appeared frail and delicate, reminiscent of a figure who could be easily blown away by a gust of wind, his voice was remarkably powerful and robust. This stark contrast between his seemingly fragile form and the strength of his voice suggested to Jiang Chen and the other Jinyiwei experts that he was at least a master of the celestial realm, a pinnacle of martial prowess, capable of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth and wielding extraordinary power. Such masters were a rarity in the realm of martial arts. At your command, the 8 bowed respectfully before striding into the palace. Do you know why I have chosen you to accompany me? As they walked into the palace, Meng Wangjin spoke up. That I do not know, Jiang Chen replied, his mind filled with confusion over why Meng Wangjin had brought him to the imperial palace. Because nearly all my subordinates have been dispatched, and among the lower ranks, your name is the only one I recognize. Upon hearing Meng Wangjin's response, Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly. That was indeed a refreshingly honest answer. Once we enter, speak little unless His Majesty inquires, otherwise, remain silent, Meng Wangjin advised him, to which Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly in agreement. Before long, they followed the chief eunuch to the depths of the palace, halting before the entrance of a grand hall. Now, speak. How do you all intend to investigate this matter? Although the palace doors remained shut, a resounding voice emanated from within, reporting to your majesty. I believe we should conduct thorough searches of every household in the capital, ensuring that those who abducted the princess leave no stone unturned. Situ Lang stepped forward first, speaking in a loud voice. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh inwardly. Such a method could only be conceived by him. In the capital, there were countless dignitaries and noble families. To search them all would require an extraordinary amount of time and manpower. Would they also search the chambers of the womenfolk? Would they probe into the depths of those secluded residences? Even if they did search, could they guarantee a finding? Every household likely harbored secret rooms or compartments. If the princess was hidden away in one of those, their efforts would be in vain. Nevertheless, although such a proposal was flawed, it remained their only feasible course of action. The emperor remained non-committal, merely stating, "Do you possess a better plan?" Zhuge Canongxi exchanged a glance with the youth behind him. The youth stood tall and proud, then declared, "Your Majesty, I believe that the princess's abduction must have stemmed from an issue with those closest to her. We should investigate those around her and examine if anyone left the palace last night. If so, it is highly likely that the princess was secretly smuggled out." His words exuded a sense of confidence, and the other pacification officials nodded in agreement. After all, this individual was none other than the famed Iron Lord Shua, reputed as the finest detective in the capital and one of the future heirs of the Tai family within the Six Doors organization. Canongxi had specifically invited him to present himself before the emperor, hoping to leave a favorable impression. Does anyone else have anything to contribute? The emperor's voice resonated again from within the palace. With a sigh, Jiang Chen raised his voice. "I have something to say." His declaration drew the attention of all present, particularly Meng Wangjin, whose face bore an expression of anger. Chapter 17. Speculation bringing Jiang Chen in had been a reluctant decision for Meng Wangjin. After all, the 4 of them had agreed to grant the credit for this achievement to Iron Lord Zhua to secure the Tai family's support. Thus, he had casually brought along someone to demonstrate goodwill. As for why it was Jiang Chen, that was purely due to a fleeting memory from a couple of days prior. Now, should Jiang Chen speak and his response not meet expectations, it would expose the randomness of his selection. If the emperor were to harbor doubts, it would spell disaster for him. Speak. Regardless of Meng Wangjin's internal thoughts, the emperor's voice echoed once more from within the palace. I believe the princess is still within the palace. Jiang Chen asserted boldly. She was never abducted. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. Meng Wangjin broke out in a cold sweat, his forehead glistening with perspiration. Your Majesty, he was abruptly silenced by an unseen force pressing down upon him, compelling him to close his mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Were it not for the system's task, he would have remained silent today. However, if this group continued their ineffectual search, they would likely never uncover the truth. The palace's defenses were formidable. Asserting that someone could infiltrate unnoticed was utterly implausible. This was a world where martial prowess thrived, a realm imbued with the might of heaven and earth. The strength of martial saints was beyond comprehension. It was not the city walls that deterred assassins and infiltrators, but the Ming Emperor himself. Iron Lord Zhua had also considered the possibility of an insider within the palace, which was undoubtedly the case. Yet, they had all fallen into a cognitive trap. If the princess had vanished, they assumed she must have been spirited away from the palace. They failed to contemplate a crucial question. Any attempt to forcibly remove someone from the palace would entail risks so catastrophic they could be likened to an explosion. If prior to entering the palace, Jiang Chen had only possessed a 30% certainty, after witnessing the palace's stringent defenses, that certainty had surged to 70%. To escape the palace, one would have to pass through 3 checkpoints, each guarded by more than 10 individuals. All of these guards hailed from noble families or high-ranking officials. With daily rotations that were randomly assigned, To bribed these individuals to aid in smuggling out the princess would carry the risk of extermination and ruin, making it a far simpler endeavor to incite a rebellion. However, concealing the princess within the palace itself was not as insurmountable a task as one might believe. Then pray tell, where would the princess be hidden? Iron Lord Zhua's face flushed with a mixture of green and red, reflecting his discomfort. Although he internally disagreed with Jiang Chen's assertion, he could not openly refute it. To do so would imply that the palace's defenses were inadequate. A breach in palace security would transcend the mere disappearance of a princess. It would result in a bloodbath, with heads rolling and blood saturating the market square. The ire of those responsible for the city's defense, royal relatives and noble families, was not something the Tai family could shoulder alone. Jiang Chen continued, the princess has not been hidden away. I can assure you, she is right beneath everyone's noses. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly, leaving even the emperor silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Iron Lord Zhua erupted in laughter. Are you mad? The princess is right under everyone's noses. Then do enlighten us as to her current whereabouts. With piercing eyes, Jiang Chen understood that the most perilous place was often the safest. What location could possibly be more secure than hiding the princess in plain sight? The specifics of her concealment were equally straightforward. Jiang Chen fully immersed himself in the perspective of the perpetrator. If he were to abduct the emperor's most cherished daughter right under his nose, he could not resort to martial prowess, lest he be immediately detected by the palace guards or the emperor himself. Thus, what would be the optimal approach? The answer was clear. Poison. The use of poison did not necessitate the exertion of true energy. Even if the Ming Emperor was a martial saint, he would not perceive the subtle application of poison. May I inquire, Your Majesty, where was Princess Yuling last seen? Jiang Chen posed his question directly. The princess went missing in the Changlu Palace. The eunuch responded on behalf of the Ming Emperor. Concerning matters of the case, you may ask me. Then may I ask, esteemed eunuch, when did the maidservants attending the princess realize she was missing? After the last maidservant entered to attend to the princess, around midnight, the maid on duty at the door heard sounds coming from the room. When she called out, there was no response from the princess. So they entered to investigate. After they entered, they discovered that the window had been opened, and the princess had vanished from the room. The eunuch recounted the scene to Jiang Chen in meticulous detail. Jiang Chen cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and inquired, Your Majesty, may I request permission to conduct an on-site investigation? Granted. The emperor's voice, resonant and profound, pierced through the layers of curtains in the palace, reaching those outside with clarity. This voice seemed to carry an irresistible force, sending a shiver through the hearts of all present. Upon hearing the emperor's decree, the eunuch of the celestial realm immediately bowed his head in deference. He turned to Jiang Chen and the 4 grand commanders behind him, gesturing for them to follow him to the Changlu Palace. The Changlu Palace, one of the most opulent halls within the imperial complex, was now surrounded by layers of guards. The sentinels, clad in iron armor and wielding long spears, surveyed their surroundings with vigilant eyes. Under the eunuch's guidance, Jiang Chen and the 4 grand commanders navigated through the ranks of guards and arrived at the entrance of the Changlu Palace. The eunuch gently pushed the palace door open, signaling them to enter. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped into the Changlu Palace, he immediately sensed the extraordinary ambience within. The palace's layout was both meticulous and grand, with every detail exuding royal elegance and luxury. However, a shadow loomed over the palace, enveloping it in a suffocating air of tension. They arrived at the scene of the incident, a spacious and well-lit room, where a finely crafted red canopy bed stood out prominently. Traces of the princess's slumber lingered on the soft bedding, which still bore the faint scent of her presence. The quilt lay askew toward the window, clearly having been forcefully pulled. The evidence suggested that the princess had been asleep when someone entered from outside, abducting her directly from the bed and escaping through the window. It appeared that an intruder had indeed infiltrated the room and spirited the princess away. This individual must possess formidable skills, for there were no footprints left behind. Tai Junzuo confidently articulated his deduction. Chapter 18. The noble consort Wang. The others nodded in agreement. Although those of the celestial realm could traverse the skies, evading footprints in such a confined space would indeed require exceptional lightness of foot. Tai Junzuo glanced at Jiang Chen with an air of triumph, seemingly eager to see if he had anything to counter. After all, an assassin would not be foolish enough to remain in the palace awaiting demise. Jiang Chen remained silent, examining the quilt on the ground before moving to the window for a closer look. Before the window stood a table, atop which rested a candlestick. Directly facing the window, the candle had been completely consumed. Jiang Chen traced the edge of the table and then gazed outside, where a small garden flourished with various exotic plants. Without hesitation, he leapt from the window into the garden below. Once in the garden, he began to rummage through the grass. Before long, he uncovered 2 stones, one large and one small. Found them, Jiang Chen exclaimed with satisfaction, then scrutinized the area surrounding the stones. A faint circle of black lines, exceedingly delicate, encircled them. One could easily overlook them without careful inspection. Tai Junzuo and the others approached, puzzled, and inquired, "What do you intend to do with those stones?" Jiang Chen offered no explanation, merely turning to the eunuch and asking, "Eunuch, where is the last maid who entered the princess's chamber? Could you summon her?" The eunuch shook his head. "All the maids in the Changlu Palace have been detained, but the one who entered the princess's room has not been seen since last night." Just as expected, Jiang Chen nodded, as if he had anticipated this outcome. "And what of the princess's personal guard? Could you please have them brought in for questioning?" "Certainly." A short while later, heavy footsteps shattered the silence within the Changlu Palace. Soon, a woman, battered and shackled, was dragged into the center of the room by 2 burly eunuchs. Her clothing was disheveled, hair unkempt, and her face marred by bruises. Her eyes filled with despair. She collapsed to the ground, her body weakened from prolonged torment, as if she had lost all strength to stand. The once vibrant upon hearing these words, Meng Wangjin's complexion paled further. If Jiang Chen's judgment proved erroneous, he feared he would also be implicated. After all, she was the favored concubine. Should the search yield no results, her wrath would be unbearable for anyone to withstand. Moreover, the Wang family, to which the favored concubine belonged, was of noble lineage, the founding family of the state. If their daughter were to be disgraced, how could they possibly let it go unpunished? Yet now, the arrow was on the string, and it could not be retracted. Yu Zhaoan moved like a wraith, his swiftness astonishing. He was as light as a swallow, his toes barely grazing the ground, as if he were treading upon an invisible staircase, and in an instant, he leaped above the palace where the favored concubine resided, his garments billowing like a celestial being descending to earth. Chapter 19. The princess's disappearance. The favored concubine sensed something amiss within the palace and, in a flash, stepped into the air, standing firmly aloft, creating a standoff with Yu Zhaoan, clad in opulent court attire that fluttered gently in the wind. Her countenance was stern, and her gaze emanated an unassailable authority. At that moment, Jiang Chen arrived belatedly, observing the confrontation from a distance. His heart filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the favored concubine was also a master of celestial realm, her strength rivaling that of any present. How truly unexpected it was that this favored concubine possessed such formidable prowess. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, his eyes fixed intently on the 2 figures suspended in the air. Fearful of missing any detail, the atmosphere had grown increasingly tense. The air between Yu Zhaoan and the favored concubine felt as though it had solidified. thick with the scent of gunpowder. A great battle seemed on the verge of eruption. Yu Zhaoan, you possess great audacity to dare intrude upon my domain. You seek to rebel. The favored concubine's voice was cold and powerful, akin to ice piercing the bone, sending chills through the hearts of those who heard it. In response, Yu Zhaoan's lips curled into a cold smile, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of ferocity. He was acutely aware of the favored concubine's esteemed status and exceptional strength, but at this moment, he found himself unable to retreat. He had no choice but to press on. Your Highness, I am merely acting under orders. I implore you to step aside and not make things difficult for me. Though his words were courteous, a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. What of the favored concubine? Yu Zhaoan thought mockingly. He had not shied away from eliminating those of high rank before. Within this imperial palace, power and life often hung by a thread. If the princess indeed resided within the favored concubine's quarters, then the favored concubine would undoubtedly meet a grim fate today. After all, Princess Yuling was no ordinary princess. She harbored a secret of immense significance, one that even the Ming Emperor closely monitored, and should this secret be unveiled, the consequences would be dire. And what if I refuse? The favored concubine's voice was resolute. She understood that if this matter were to leak, her Wang family would face utter devastation. Just then, a deep and commanding voice resonated from the heavens, as if a deity had descended, invoking a sense of reverence. This voice carried an extraordinary power, causing the favored concubine's body to freeze in place, as though ensnared by invisible frost, rendering her immobile. Sensing this, Yu Zhaoan's heart soared with delight, realizing that the Ming Emperor had intervened. He swiftly darted into the favored concubine's estate like a specter, beginning a meticulous search. He understood the urgency. He must locate the princess swiftly, for the longer it took, the more complicated the situation would become. Yu Zhaoan scoured the estate, leaving no corner unchecked. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and every slightest rustle escaped his keen perception that he silently prayed to find the princess in the shortest time possible. Hoping to ensure her safe return to the palace, the maiden standing nearby trembled in fear. Yet, after a full incense stick had burned, Yu Zhaoan emerged empty-handed. Outside, Meng Wangjin awaited, his heart sinking as he heard no sounds from within. Regret washed over him. Why had he brought Jiang Chen into this? If they failed to uncover Princess Yuling's whereabouts within the favored concubine's palace, it was likely that, to quell the Wang family's fury, the Ming Emperor might even sacrifice him. After all, a mere deputy 100 households could hardly satisfy the Wang family. But now, he had no choice. Just as Meng Wangjin lamented his decision, Yu Zhaoan stepped out. His expression dark. I found nothing. He gazed at Jiang Chen, seemingly searching for a hint of panic on his face. Yet Jiang Chen remained composed, as if everything lay within his grasp. Of course, you wouldn't find anything like this. I told you from the outset that Princess Yuling is right beneath everyone's noses. What do you mean by that? Yu Zhaoan, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired. Princess Yuling is right here, Jiang Chen declared, gesturing toward the group of maidens. While Yu Zhaoan's eyes brightened instantly as he approached the maidens, scrutinizing each one. Soon, he seized a plump maiden with a dazed expression. Observing her closely, he felt around her face for a moment. And then, with a swift motion, he extracted a long needle from behind her ear. In an instant, the maiden's appearance transformed. While Yu Zhaoan's heart surged with joy as he continued to extract several silver needles. And soon, a face he recognized all too well emerged before them. The princess, Yu Zhaoan exclaimed, dropping to his knees and calling out loudly. Meanwhile, the favored concubine, suspended in midair, turned pale, her eyes filled with despair. Moments later, several masked women entered, lifting Princess Yuling and vanishing from sight. And see them out. The matters ahead are family affairs, not suitable for outsiders, commanded the Ming Emperor. Yes, Your Majesty. Yu Zhaoan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he addressed the crowd. Please, everyone, make your exit. The assembly departed the palace along the same path. While Yu Zhaoan, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to Jiang Chen and asked, Esteemed young hero, I am still perplexed as to how you deduce this. Might you elucidate it for me? Jiang Chen nodded. I surmise the truth of the matter is that yesterday, Princess Yuling visited the favored concubine's palace for leisure. The favored concubine likely orchestrated this for some time, arranging for someone to divert that guard's attention. Then, she had one of her subordinates, a master of disguise, enact a cat swapping for prince scheme, hiding the real princess under poison, while the false princess wandered about visiting. In this manner, when the guard arrived, he would not scrutinize the princess closely enough to quickly discern her flaws. Hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Yu Zhaoan appeared puzzled, But all the concubines know Princess Yuling. Wouldn't they notice the sudden switch? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. The substitute must have been trained for a considerable time, and likely, she was one of Princess Yuling's maidens. However, this maiden was replaced by another, making her every action and demeanor closely resemble that of the real princess. Furthermore, her visits to each concubine's palace were brief, thus making exposure unlikely. After all, who would dare to execute such a brazen cat-swapping for prince scheme? Yu Zhaoan, still perplexed, queried, "Then who was the assassin that broke into the room upon their return, and where did the false princess vanish to?" Chapter 20. Departure. I suspect the false princess escaped through the window, interjected Tai Junju. Did you not notice? The window opens inward. Is that so? The group felt something was off, yet they could not pinpoint it. Indeed, there was no assassin, but the false princess had never exited the room. Jiang Chen's words startled everyone. Then where did she go? She died. Her body was transformed into pus by the maid who entered afterward and was taken away. But how could the maid from the princess's estate be bribed by the favored concubine? Tai Junju countered, "Do you remember these two stones?" Jiang Chen held up a large and a small stone. Continuing, "You are correct about one thing. The window was indeed not closed from the outside. So it was not breached by external force, but rather opened from within. Since the false princess had already been turned into pus, there was no one in the room at that time. Therefore, the favored concubine's people crafted a small mechanism. They bound a rapidly burning rope to a large stone and a small stone, placing the small stone inside the window and the large stone outside. Then, they closed the window. Afterward, they secured the rope to the corner of the table, fixing the two stones in place. Once the candle burned down to a certain length, the rope would be severed, causing the large stone to drop along with the small stone into the garden grass, and the window would swing open. This created the illusion that someone had broken in through the window and abducted the princess. As for those two stones, it's entirely normal to find stones in the garden, isn't it?" Upon hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, the others felt as though they were witnessing the crime unfold, manipulated without the use of true energy. With everyone in the palace ensnared in confusion. But why would she do this? Tai Junzuo could not help but inquire. Would it not be wiser for her to wait until dawn the following day before allowing others to discover the princess's disappearance? Upon hearing this suggestion, the crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing that it would indeed afford them more time and avoid such a grand uproar. However, Jiang Chen shook his head in dissent. "No, this is precisely where their cunning lies. If Princess Yuling were to vanish without a trace, the most significant suspicion would inevitably fall upon the palace. Since her disappearance occurred within the palace, there would be an intensified search, possibly even a thorough search of each individual palace. Moreover, under such circumstances, concubine Wang could not possibly spirit anyone away right under the emperor's nose." With a cold smirk, Jiang Chen continued, "Yet, if chaos ensues within the palace in the quest to locate the princess, many would resort to their true energy at that moment. Even the emperor would be unable to ascertain whether someone had taken advantage of the turmoil to abduct the princess from the palace. Although the likelihood of this scenario is slim, it is not entirely absent. Subsequently, all attention would shift outward, leading them to believe she had escaped the royal confines. This diversion would allow concubine Wang to concoct an excuse to visit her family, at which point they could brazenly escort Princess Yuling out of the palace. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the palace gates. Yu Chaoan regarded Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration. "Young hero, if you were not to serve as a constable, it would indeed be a great pity for the world." Jiang Chen humbly clasped his hands in response, thanking him for the compliment. At that moment, a golden token flew from the depths of the palace, hovering before Jiang Chen, inscribed with 6 grand characters, "The greatest detective under heaven." Upon seeing this token, Tai Junzuo's teeth nearly ground to dust with rage. The previous owner of this token was his father, Tai Yunting, who had solved countless cases and earned this token as a reward from the late emperor, following the ascension of the current sovereign. The token was returned to the emperor when Tai Yunting was promoted to the head of the 6 doors. Moreover, Tai Yunting had once proclaimed that any member of the Tai family who obtained this token would be the next head of the Tai household. And if someone from 6 doors acquired it, they could become his prized disciple. Yet, he never anticipated that this token would fall into the hands of the Jinyiwei. Tai Junzuo glared at Jiang Chen with eyes that seemed to wish for murder. Jiang Chen, feeling quite helpless, held the token and remarked, "Thank you for your gracious gift, Your Majesty." Yu Chaoan laughed heartily at this scene. "Young hero, it seems the emperor truly holds you in high regard." With that, he turned and entered the palace, clearly eager to engage in activities he favored more, namely, to teach that concubine Wang, who often referred to him as a eunuch, a lesson in the consequences of her insults. Ming Wangjing gazed at Jiang Chen with a complex expression. He had not expected that merely summoning him would lead to such a fortuitous opportunity. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and acquiring the skill. I have inquiry. In the next instant, a cool glimmer flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and when he looked at the crowd again, above their heads appeared not only their sin values but also their names and current realms. Tai Junzuo, mid-level Grandmaster Sin Value. 53. It seems that lad has not been devoid of misdeeds. Jiang Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let us return. In a couple of days, once the Emperor uncovers the truth, he should bestow rewards upon you. Ming Wangjing sighed. Jiang Chen's reward would undoubtedly bring him significant benefits. After all, he was the one who had brought Jiang Chen to solve this case. According to Ming law, his reward would be no less than Jiang Chen's, if not more, as a means to encourage those in power to uplift capable juniors. Thus, for him, such fluctuations in life were nothing short of profound. After exiting the palace, Jiang Chen did not pause in his stride, heading directly toward the largest commercial establishment in the capital, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Soon, he arrived before the pavilion, which towered into the sky with 33 stories and spanned dozens of acres, its grand scale rivaling the skyscrapers of later generations, if not surpassing them. Each floor of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion was adorned with intricate carvings and gilded decor, showcasing its opulence and prestige. At the entrance of the pavilion stood two lifelike golden lions, their muscular forms exuding a sense of authority, particularly their piercing eyes, which seemed to contain boundless majesty. They stood sentinel at the entrance like loyal guardians, protecting the establishment. Jiang Chen gazed at the golden lions, secretly astonished. Gold was a crucial material for crafting profound-grade weaponry. He had not expected the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to utilize such precious materials for its entrance. Truly a grand display. At that moment, he overheard nearby discussions regarding the lion's eyes, with some claiming they were crafted from the eyes of two legendary dragons responsible for the deaths of millions. This notion struck Jiang Chen as somewhat absurd. He could not ascertain its truth, but such legends undoubtedly added an air of mystery to the lions. He scrutinized the lion's eyes, attempting to discern some clues. However, those eyes seemed like deep whirlpools, drawing anyone who gazed into them into an inescapable trance. Jiang Chen inwardly rejoiced that he had not succumbed to their allure, for he could only imagine the peril he would have faced. Withdrawing his gaze, he took a deep breath and stepped into the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Upon entering, the bustling crowd created a sense of congestion within the vast space. While he wandered about, a shop attendant approached. Esteemed guest, what can I assist you with today? Do you have any heavenly-grade martial arts techniques? Jiang Chen inquired straightforwardly. Certainly, we do, but such techniques are exceedingly expensive and extremely rare. You would likely need to ascend to the 30th floor to find such treasures. Jiang Chen questioned, perplexed. How does one reach the 30th floor? It is quite simple. Either you must reach the Dharma form realm, or you must spend a minimum of 10 million taels of gold in our establishment. 10 million taels of gold. Upon hearing this figure, Jiang Chen could not help but gasp. That must equate to the entire tax revenue of the Great Ming for a month. In this world, the Great Ming is vastly larger than the historical Great Ming, its expansive territory and immense population collectively fostering its prosperity and continuous tax revenue. Thanks to this fertile land and its populous inhabitants, the annual tax revenue of the Great Ming has soared to a remarkable height, 15 billion taels of silver, an amount that would make any nation envious. However, as with the two sides of a coin, such abundant tax revenue also brings with it staggering expenditures for the state, from maintaining a vast bureaucratic apparatus to sustaining the military, from constructing water conservancy projects to providing disaster relief. Each of these endeavors requires substantial financial investment. Thus, to alleviate fiscal pressure, the court had no choice but to grant various levels of government a degree of autonomy, allowing them to raise funds independently to meet the escalating expenditure demands. Take the Jinyiwei as an example. The spoils they seize while executing their duties do not all need to be submitted to the court. They can retain a portion as their reward and funding. Additionally, they can leverage their authority to extract extra benefits from merchants and commoners. While these actions may infringe upon the interests of the populace to some extent, the court deems them tolerable as long as they do not exceed reasonable limits. After all, in comparison to the nation's overall welfare, these minor skirmishes are trivial. Of course, 10 million taels of gold, even when converted to silver, amounts to an astronomical sum of 1 billion taels, a staggering figure in this world. Then it seems best to forego that. What is the highest floor I can access at present? Jiang Chen directly inquired as one ascends the gathering treasure pavilion. The treasures grow increasingly precious. However, correspondingly, the clientele allowed entry are either formidable in power or stupendously wealthy. You appear to be at the innate realm. May I ask if you are at the initial stage or the perfected stage of the innate realm? The attendants, having worked here for long periods, had honed their discerning eyes, able to determine a customer's cultivation level from their gait, demeanor, and attire. Perfected innate. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Then please, esteemed guest, you may ascend to the 10th floor. The 10th floor, is it? The two made their way to an elevator-like iron cage. Upon entering, the attendant called out, "One esteemed guest to the 10th floor." In the next moment, accompanied by the sound of the chains turning, the two individuals began their gradual ascent. After a duration of several breaths, they arrived at the 10th floor. The items in this place were evidently far more precious than those on the first floor. The attendant who had guided him to the elevator then descended via the cage lift that a graceful beauty adorned in palace attire approached them. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire what you wish to purchase?" "Do you have any secret manuals?" Jiang Chen inquired directly. "Certainly, we have those. Please follow me," the palace-clad beauty responded, leading him to a location reminiscent of a scripture vault. "Here, esteemed sir. The highest level of martial arts available is Huampin Shangjie, encompassing lightness skills, internal skills, hidden weapons, knife techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, axe techniques, and much more. May I ask which type you seek?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen, having already acquired the 5 tigers breaking door knife and the dragon elephant Prajna Skill, along with the shifting 100 changes secret manual, realized he lacked a method to subdue enemies from a distance. Consequently, hidden weapons became his primary target, as they would prevent foes from fleeing. "What types of hidden weapon techniques do you have? Please show them to me." Soon, the palace-clad beauty returned with several manuals in hand. "Please examine, my lord." Swallow dart, golden soul silver needle, little ghost blade. After perusing them one by one, he swiftly chose the manual titled Golden Soul Silver Needle. After all, needles are easily portable, compact, and possess strong concealment. Otherwise, carrying other hidden weapons would require a large number, proving quite inconvenient. This manual is priced at 500 taels of silver. Would you prefer silver notes or cash? "Silver notes, please." Jiang Chen retrieved 5 100 taels silver notes from his pocket and handed them to her. The palace-clad beauty smiled, turned, and entered a room, emerging with an iron box containing dozens of golden needles. "Esteemed sir, these are the golden needles, imbued with deadly poison. Please keep them safe. Should you wish to purchase more later, they are 50 taels of silver per box." Understood. After receiving the items, he intended to leave. But she called out to him, "Esteemed sir, please wait a moment. Is there something you need?" Jiang Chen asked directly. She handed him a card resembling an invitation. "Our gathering treasure pavilion will hold an auction 3 days hence. You may attend with this invitation." Nodding as he looked at the invitation in his hand, Jiang Chen pocketed it and strode out, returning to his courtyard. His visit to the gathering treasure pavilion was merely to assess whether there was anything he required. As it stands, given his current strength, the items within the first 10 levels of the pavilion were of no assistance to him. It seems that the products from the system are decidedly superior. It appears to be time to undertake a few tasks and accrue some evil points. Within the Jinyiwei, tasks can be accepted, and upon completion, one can earn meritorious points. The amount of meritorious points is often directly correlated with the strength of the task's target. This circumstance has allowed many not particularly powerful, yet nefarious bandits to gain a glimmer of hope, as the rewards for hunting them down are paltry. The powerful Jinyiwei often find it not worth their effort to pursue them, while the weaker Jinyiwei lack the time to do so. Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Chen swallowed a small elixir and began practicing the 2 techniques he had acquired today, Golden Soul Silver Needle and Shifting 100 Changes. Outside the capital, atop a towering peak, stood a woman clad in a black robe. Her silhouette swayed gently in the breeze, resembling a solitary black lotus, quietly observing the bustling metropolis below. Following the outbreak of the disappearance case of Princess Yuling, the entire capital seemed to be shrouded in an invisible pall of gloom. In the quest to locate the missing princess, the court dispatched numerous elite soldiers to scour for clues, simultaneously, to guard against potential enemy attacks or internal strife. Each city wall in the capital boasted at least one master of the law realm stationed, their presence as stable as mountains, instilling a sense of awe. Under such stringent defenses, it could be said that not even a fly could easily escape the capital. Yet, amidst this tight security, an individual shattered the tranquility. A bloodied and tattered man stumbled into the sight of the woman in black. His steps were unsteady, as if each stride drained him of his last vestiges of strength. Should anyone recognize him, they would surely exclaim in shock, for he was none other than Wang Xinyan, the legitimate son of the Duke of the Kingdom in the Ming Dynasty. Wang Xinyan held an exalted position. Not only was he the sole heir of the Duke, but he was also a significant minister in the court, greatly favored by the emperor. Yet, in this moment, he resembled a lost dog, battered and disheveled. "Saintus, our plan has been exposed." Wang Xinyan suddenly collapsed to the ground, his voice tinged with despair, bloodshot eyes riddled with exhaustion. Before him stood a woman of striking beauty, her skin as delicate as fine jade. Her lips luscious and vivid, yet her gaze was cold and profound, exuding an aura of peril that made the heart tremble. At this moment, she furrowed her brow slightly, her captivating eyes filled with confusion. How could this be? This plan was flawless. Could there have been a lapse at some stage? Wang Xinyan trembled slightly, inhaling deeply, seemingly striving to compose himself. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice laced with hesitation and conflict. "No. We executed each step precisely as you instructed, without any errors. However, there was a Jinyiwei. He. At this juncture, Wang Xinyan abruptly ceased speaking, a look of turmoil crossing his face. Clearly, he was contemplating whether to divulge the subsequent events. "What happened? Do not obfuscate matters." Hearing the woman's icy voice, Wang Xinyan quickly responded. "He uncovered your scheme and directly located Princess Yuling within Meng Yang's palace." "What?" The woman erupted in fury. A murderous aura radiating outward, even cracking the stones nearby. "Saintus, please forgive me." Wang Xinyan hastily bowed his head, his voice tinged with trepidation. "What is his name?" The woman clenched her teeth, each word seemingly forced from between them, her eyes flashing with a chilling glare that sent shivers down the spine. "His name is Jiang Chen," Wang Xinyan replied, his voice hoarse, as if he were desperately suppressing his inner fear and regret. "Jiang Chen, very well. I shall remember him." The woman's voice was low, her gaze revealing a fierce determination, as if she intended to engrave this name deep within her heart for future retribution. Wang Xinyan, upon gazing into the Saintess's eyes, felt an even greater sense of dread, trembling as he asked, "Saintess, what shall we do next?" The Saintess remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised her head, her eyes piercing as she looked at Wang Xinyan. "Has your entire family been captured?" Wang Xinyan painfully nodded. "Yes, Saintess thought it was my father who used the Great Translocation Talisman to send me away." "What? The Great Translocation Talisman? You fool." The expression of the Saintess of the 10,000 Poisons Sect changed drastically. A mix of shock and fury, as she swiftly took flight into the sky like a nimble swallow. However, despite her swiftness, she could not escape the impending crisis the very moment she ascended. A colossal hand, obscuring the sky, began to coalesce in midair. This enormous hand was immensely vast, seemingly capable of shrouding the entire world, blocking out even the starlight. Upon this hand flowed a faint golden glow, exuding an air of supreme authority and majesty, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. The 10,000 Poisons Sect? Quite interesting, daring to set their sights on me. What audacity did I in the sky? A voice resonated with authority and depth, as if emanating from the heavens above or the abyss below, filled with infinite gravitas. Hearing this voice, the Saintess of the 10,000 Poisons Sect was struck with alarm. With her strength, she was utterly incapable of contending with the Ming Emperor, and could only exert herself to flee, seeking a sliver of hope. Thus, she immediately retrieved a palm-sized, pitch-black scorpion from the spatial ring on her hand. The scorpion radiated a dense aura of poison, appearing exceptionally terrifying. Without hesitation, the Saintess swallowed it whole, and instantly, a formidable power erupted from her, her aura surging, as if at that moment, she transcended humanity, transforming into a fearsome poisonous beast. In the sky, that majestic voice resounded once more, laced with a hint of amusement. As the words fell, the colossal hand that obscured the heavens and blotted out the sun exuded an even greater might, its golden radiance intensifying, as if it had gathered all the formidable power of the universe within itself, manifesting an irresistible crushing force. The countenance of the holy maiden of the 5 Poisons Sect turned ashen. She had never anticipated that despite her utmost efforts, she would still be unable to withstand a single strike from this immense hand. She felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a mountain, as if it sought to pulverize her body and soul into dust. With a dull thud, the holy maiden of the five poison sect could no longer bear the weight of this oppressive force and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body involuntarily bending under the sheer might of the giant hand. In her eyes, filled with terror, that enormous palm descended upon her like a divine being, pressing down inexorably. She could distinctly sense the breath of death swiftly approaching. She yearned to struggle, to flee, yet it was already too late. With a deafening boom, the small hill known as Coal Mountain was utterly flattened, dust swirling and debris scattering in all directions beneath the giant hand. It seemed as though even the fabric of space was torn asunder, creating gaping chasms that were both alarming and grotesque. In the wake of this cataclysmic strike, the holy maiden of the five poison sect and Wang Xinian appeared as insignificant as ants, mercilessly grasped within the palm. Their bodies, under the relentless pressure of this immense force, were on the brink of annihilation. Moments later, as tranquility descended, the figures of the two had vanished from Coal Mountain, as if they had been completely devoured by this overwhelming power, leaving only a litter of shattered stones and dust, along with the pungent scent of blood lingering in the air, with a crisp sound. A slender golden needle embedded itself firmly into the hard stone, the lethal poison at its tip swiftly spreading, causing the surface of the stone to take on an eerie black hue. How potent! It can pierce stones so effortlessly. How formidable it would be if used against a person. Jiang Chen gently shook his head, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He slowly withdrew the golden needle, scrutinizing the residual black marks upon it, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. After stretching languidly, casting aside the fatigue of the night, he retrieved the gleaming blood knife hanging on the wall and strode purposefully towards the door. The sunlight bathed him, enveloping him in a golden glow. Before long, Jiang Chen arrived at the residence of the Jinyiwei. Soon as he stepped inside, the gazes of numerous Jinyiwei members converged upon him, their expressions mingling with a myriad of complex emotions, envy, jealousy, and awe. Jiang Chen understood well that the source of these glances stemmed from his successful resolution of the case concerning the disappearance of Princess Yuling the previous day. This case had not only shaken the court, but had also propelled Jiang Chen's name into legend within the Jinyiwei and even across the capital. Meng Wangjin regarded him with an expression of complexity. Moments later, he summoned Jiang Chen into his office. Jiang Chen, your handling of yesterday's case was remarkably impressive. That I truly did not expect you to possess such an aptitude for investigation. Jiang Chen cupped his hands in respect, replying, Your Excellency, you flatter me. It was merely luck. Meng Wangjin waved his hand, producing a gold seal and 3 confidential letters, which he laid out on the table. You have made significant contributions yesterday, and thus His Majesty has decided to reward you. First, you may enter the Jinyiwei's treasure vault and select any one item at your discretion. Simply take this gold seal with you when you go. Second, you may choose one of these 3 official positions. Upon hearing the first reward, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. The treasure vault of the Jinyiwei was replete with countless treasures, some of immense value. The opportunity to select any one item from it was exceedingly enticing. However, the pressing matter at hand was to select one of the 3 official positions before him. The choices were Chief Constable of any province in the 6 Doors, General of Jinyiwei, or Qianhu of any province in the Jinyiwei. Contemplating these options, Jiang Chen found himself deep in thought. The choices presented by Ming Huang were indeed alluring. Both the 6 Doors and Jinyiwei had branches established throughout the provinces and counties of the Ming dynasty. Each province had a Qianhu overseeing all matters pertaining to the Jinyiwei, holding a 4th-rank official status, answering solely to the Ming Emperor and not subject to outside governance. The same was true for the Chief Constable of the 6 Doors, overseeing all affairs within his province. The power wielded by a Qianhu in the local sphere was something that countless Qianhu in the capital coveted. The position of General of Jinyiwei was also a remarkable title, one that many would vie for desperately. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Chen decisively chose the position of Qianhu in the Jinyiwei. Regardless of the circumstances, he had at least made a name for himself within the Jinyiwei. He could not predict how he would be treated should he join the 6 Doors. Moreover, having recently offended Tai Junzuo of the Tai family in the 6 Doors, it would be quite extraordinary if he were not to face any repercussions. As for the title of General of Jinyiwei, while it sounded imposing, its actual authority was quite limited and heavily regulated. The only benefit was the opportunity to remain in the capital and enjoy a life of luxury. If one sought a life of ease, that position would indeed be a suitable choice. Meng Wangjin did not appear surprised by Jiang Chen's choice. Had he been in Jiang Chen's position, he too would have made the same decision. Which province's Qianhu do you wish to be? Once you decide, I must report to the Emperor. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen spoke. I wish to go to Jiazhou. Upon hearing this, Meng Wangjin's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and replied firmly, I choose Jiazhou. Meng Wangjin observed him, astonished more than he had been at Jiang Chen's resolution of the Princess Yulin case. Do you know what kind of place Jiazhou is? Jiang Chen nodded slightly, his expression resolute. Of course I do. Jiazhou, notorious among the 13 provinces of the Ming dynasty, was infamous for its chaos and terror. It was the most difficult region to govern within the Ming, where law and order seemed to have lost their efficacy, and various malevolent forces ran rampant, instilling fear in all who heard their name. Moreover, Jiazhou was also the province where the Ming's influence was the weakest. Here, the authority of the court was trampled upon with impunity, and the safety of officials could not be guaranteed. According to incomplete statistics, the number of officials killed for various reasons each year reached as high as 50%. Even more alarmingly, 2 of the 4 great demonic sects of the Ming had established their headquarters in Jiazhou. These 2 sects were powerful and ruthless, not only oppressing the common folk, but also opposing the court. Becoming a significant threat to the Ming, the chaos in Jiazhou did not end there. Large-scale uprisings erupted every few years, often initiated by discontented individuals from the martial world who sought to cleanse the Jinyiwei and 6 doors of their warriors, aiming to overthrow the court and establish their own dominion. It was precisely because of this that the position of Qianhu in this area was the only one that required forced assignment. The Jinyiwei and 6 doors there had to tread carefully, lest they find their heads displayed upon the city walls. Are you still choosing this place? Do not say I did not warn you. While ambition is commendable, one must also weigh one's own strength. Even if I were to go there, I could not change anything. Meng Wangjin earnestly advised, but Jiang Chen remained resolute. Your Excellency, I have made up my mind. There is no need for further persuasion. Seeing Jiang Chen's steadfast demeanor, Meng Wangjin could only sigh. Since you have made your choice, I shall not dissuade you further. Prepare yourself. After finishing his words, he rose and departed, heading to Ming Huang to report. Observing this scene, a glimmer of greed flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. To others, Jiazhou represented a terrifying human purgatory. However, for Jiang Chen, it was an unequivocal treasure trove, capable of providing him with an inexhaustible supply of evil value to facilitate his lottery draws and enhance his own powers. Although other states also harbored individuals of heinous crimes, those would require him to search for each one individually, lacking the expedience of a direct assault. Lost in thought, he gently picked up the exquisitely carved, gleaming golden seal from the table, contemplating his impending journey to the treasure vault of the Jinyiwei. This golden seal was not only a symbol of identity, but also a passport for his current undertaking. His steps were steady as he traversed the corridor, arriving at the entrance of the Jinyiwei treasure vault. At the entrance, several stewards were diligently attending to their duties, holding ledgers and with keen eyes, continuously verifying the merit values of the Jinyiwei members, exchanging treasures against the worth of their selected items. Dressed in the distinctive uniforms of the Jinyiwei, these stewards exuded an air of authority and solemnity, ensuring the security of the treasures within the vault and maintaining order among the Jinyiwei ranks. On a patch of open ground before the vault, an elderly man, frail and decrepit, lounged comfortably on a rattan chair, basking in the sun's warmth. His white hair and face bore the marks of time. Jiang Chen approached one of the stewards and halted. He slightly inclined his body and spoke with a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. I come at the behest of His Majesty to select treasures. As he spoke, he slowly extended his right hand, lifting the small seal high to display it to all present. The golden seal shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an indescribable aura of authority and power. Upon seeing this, the stewards ceased their tasks, their gazes converging on the golden seal in Jiang Chen's hand. That is His Majesty's golden seal, one exclaimed, hastily taking it to verify its authenticity. Indeed, it is His Majesty's seal, confirmed the steward after thorough examination. May I enter now? Jiang Chen inquired. 7th Prince, could you allow him entry? The steward addressed the elderly man. The old man glanced at Jiang Chen, and upon realizing he was merely a trifling innate realm lackey, he let out a dissatisfied snort. 4th brother has truly become increasingly generous, permitting even an innate realm brat such favors, he remarked, tinged with discontent and jealousy. With a dismissive wave, he instructed the nearby Jinyiwei guards, go tell him he is not permitted to enter the upper 3 levels. Jiang Chen understood that the 4th brother he referred to was the current emperor, and this favor was specifically bestowed upon him by the emperor himself. Standing aside, listening to the complaints, a glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. That it was absurd. The treasure vault of the Jinyiwei was divided into 9 levels, each brimming with invaluable treasures if he were barred from the upper 3 levels. What use would such a favor hold for him? The Emperor's decree allows me to select any treasure at will, and he did not stipulate that I could not enter the upper 3 levels, Jiang Chen stated firmly, his gaze locked onto the middle-aged man, as if challenging his authority. Upon hearing this, the onlookers before the treasure vault gazed at Jiang Chen in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. They had not anticipated that this innate realm Jinyiwei member would dare to speak thus to the 7th prince. It was well known that the founding emperor had chosen to pass the throne to his grandson, the current emperor, rather than to his own son. Together with several brothers, the current emperor had stormed the capital, eliminating the 3 national masters left by the founding emperor, thus establishing the present regime. The 7th prince was one of the brothers who had fought alongside the current Ming emperor to seize the capital. Yet, despite his status, he was not someone Jiang Chen could easily insult. "You, an innate realm lackey, dare to bark before me?" The 7th prince's words dripped with authority, his eyes twinkling like icy stars, a formidable aura crashing down upon Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon him, the heavy pressure nearly rendering him breathless. The stone bricks beneath his feet cracked under the strain, as if the very earth could not withstand such force. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen did not waver. He stood tall and resolute, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the 7th prince, showing no sign of yielding. His eyes brimmed with defiance, as if he would never bow, even before the mightiest of foes. Ordinary innate realm warriors would likely have perished under such pressure. Yet Jiang Chen was no ordinary innate realm warrior. He practiced the 13-fold dragon elephant Prajna, a technique renowned for its immense power and ability to significantly enhance the practitioner's physical prowess. Thus, although he sensed considerable pressure, it was not beyond his capacity to endure. Drawing a deep breath, he circulated his inner energy to its utmost limits, striving to withstand the 7th prince's oppressive force. His muscles tensed under the strain, each fiber emitting a low growl, showcasing his resilience far beyond that of a typical warrior. The 7th prince, noticing this, felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous innate realm warrior could endure under his pressure for so long. However, he did not relent. Instead, he intensified his force, eager to test the limits of Jiang Chen's endurance. Yet, Jiang Chen did not disappoint him. Gritting his teeth, he harnessed the formidable power of the 13-fold dragon elephant Prajna, steadfastly maintaining his ground against the 7th prince's oppressive might. After what felt like an eternity, the 7th prince, Zhu Kaishan, gradually wore a sinister expression. In his eyes, the treasures of the Jinyiwei belonged to his Zhu family, and thus he was loath to relinquish true treasures to others. Therefore, to exchange for genuine valuable items, one must first ensure his comfort. The Ming emperor was aware of this matter, but found himself helpless in the face of his own brother, choosing to pretend he was oblivious. However, he had not anticipated that he would encounter someone as obstinate as Jiang Chen today, unwilling to yield, effectively cornering Zhu Kaishan. Zhu Kaishan, a fully realized master, had expected that merely applying his oppressive aura would compel this seemingly feeble opponent to submit, like an ant bowing beneath his feet. Yet, the reality far exceeded his expectations. Jiang Chen stood firm, as solid as a rock, his physique as resilient as iron forged through countless trials, impervious to the surging tide of Zhu Kaishan's overwhelming pressure. The force bore down like a tempest, yet it merely awakened a latent strength within Jiang Chen, failing to leave even the slightest mark upon him. Zhu Kaishan, now agitated, wore a grim expression, his eyes flashing with fury. As the younger brother of the Ming emperor, he had never endured such humiliation, especially in front of so many witnesses. Thus, he unleashed his oppressive force to the utmost, determined to crush Jiang Chen. However, instead of feeling fear, Jiang Chen sensed an opportunity in Zhu Kaishan's terrifying pressure. He recognized this as an unparalleled chance to refine his inner energy and enhance his strength. Taking a deep breath, he focused all his attention on the circulation of his inner energy. Jiang Chen began to utilize the overwhelming pressure emanating from Zhu Kaishan, continuously honing his own energy. Each collision with the pressure felt like an indescribable exhilaration, invigorating his spirit. His physique grew increasingly resilient under the impact of this force. The inner energy of the 13-fold dragon elephant Prajna surged within Jiang Chen like an unceasing river, carrying an unstoppable potency. The once impregnable 365th acupoint, thought to be eternally unyielding, began to miraculously loosen under this inner energy's assault, as if shaken by an unseen force. What a splendid opportunity! A glimmer of delight flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as he fully comprehended the significance of this moment. He promptly regulated his breathing, focusing intently, and began to wholeheartedly harness the formidable pressure emanating from Zhu Kaishan, akin to the weight of a mountain, to propel the vital energy within him, intensifying the assault on the 365th acupoint. Within Jiang Chen's body, a battlefield seemed to erupt, with a fierce contest unfolding between his vital energy and the acupoint. The once indomitable acupoint began to show signs of yielding under Jiang Chen's relentless effort, as if it were on the brink of being breached. After what felt like the duration of a tea break, a fine sheen of cold sweat appeared on Zhu Kaishan's forehead. He had initially believed that his mastery of the Grand Master level's pressure would suffice to make Jiang Chen submit. However, at this moment, he realized that not only had Jiang Chen not yielded, but he was also using Zhu's oppressive force to facilitate an unprecedented breakthrough. In light of this situation, Zhu Kaishan could not afford to act rashly. Should he do so, tales of how the Grand Master level's 7th prince was compelled to strike against a mere innate realm underling would surely spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Such an occurrence would not only tarnish the royal family's reputation but also render him a laughingstock among the city's elder practitioners. Thus, he could only hope that Jiang Chen would be unable to maintain this effort for long, allowing him to emerge with minor injuries and valuable lessons learned, thus permitting Zhu Kaishan to extend a gracious hand and spare him, thereby preserving his own dignity. Just as Zhu Kaishan was calculating his strategy, Jiang Chen suddenly made his move. Jiang Chen roared skyward, his voice resonating with boundless exhilaration, as if all his burdens had been released in that instant. Within his meridians, the roar of dragons and elephants echoed, symbolizing a breakthrough to the Grand Master level. A surge of unprecedented power surged within him. As this vital energy erupted, the surrounding air seemed ignited, and the waves of vital energy sent those spectating involuntarily retreating 2 steps, their faces etched with astonishment. The sheer magnitude of this power was so overwhelming that they could only observe from a distance, apprehensive of the impending storm. Zhu Kaishan's expression darkened significantly. He had presumed that his Grand Master level pressure would suffice to compel Jiang Chen into submission. Yet he now realized that not only had he failed to coerce Jiang Chen, but he had inadvertently facilitated his ascent to the Grand Master realm. This outcome was utterly unforeseen and entirely unacceptable to him. He understood that this incident would undoubtedly echo throughout the capital the next day, becoming fodder for conversation among the populace, and he, Zhu Kaishan, would be the foolish antagonist, the one who faltered in public and inadvertently aided his adversary. This was a stain he could not endure. His position forbade such blemishes. Therefore, upon observing that his pressure had ceased to bear fruit, Zhu Kaishan stepped forward without hesitation, his form moving with ghostly swiftness as he lunged toward Jiang Chen. With fists tightly clenched, enveloped in dense vital energy, it appeared he intended to seize Jiang Chen, seeking to restore his lost prestige. "Kneel before me," Zhu Kaishan commanded, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. He firmly believed that this would utterly diminish Jiang Chen's dignity, depleting his spirit, compelling him to bow his head and admit fault before the onlookers. After all, he was of royal blood, the brother of the current emperor, with an illustrious status that made it trivial to demand a mere martial artist to kneel. However, Jiang Chen harbored a different perspective. Facing Zhu Kaishan's assault, he felt no trepidation, instead responding with a powerful palm strike. Accompanied by the deafening roar of dragons and elephants, Jiang Chen's vital energy surged forth like a tempest, colliding with Zhu Kaishan's oppressive force and unleashing an astonishing might. Under the impact of this force, Zhu Kaishan found himself involuntarily retreating over 10 steps, only managing to stabilize himself upon crashing against the wall. In stark contrast, Jiang Chen remained firmly rooted, akin to an ancient tree, unwavering in his position. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if he could perceive the very fabric of reality. That moment, he showcased the terrifying might of the 13-fold dragon elephant righteousness technique, leaving all present in awe. What? How is this possible? The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. It was widely known that Zhu Kaishan was a seasoned expert at the Grand Master level. Even though years had diminished his vigor, his foundational strength remained. It was inconceivable that a novice at the threshold of the Grand Master level could rival him. Yet the reality was that Zhu Kaishan had been forced to retreat, while Jiang Chen stood immovable, as if his strike had been but a casual gesture. Jiang Chen paid Zhu Kaishan no further heed. The man bore over 300 points of malevolence, clearly not a paragon of virtue. However, to kill him would be akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Thus, forcing him back was the optimal outcome. As for whether the Ming Emperor would hold a grudge over this incident, Jiang Chen felt he could not concern himself with such matters at this juncture. The pursuit of martial arts was driven by the desire for clarity of thought, and if he did not push Zhu Kaishan back, he would be unable to ascend to the upper 3 levels of the Jinyiwei treasury. Such a result was utterly unacceptable to him. With resolute strides, Jiang Chen entered the Jinyiwei treasury. Zhu Kaishan's eyes bulged with rage as he sought to intervene, yet he felt as though a tempest churned within his chest. The Jinyiwei present displayed a facade of indignation, yet secretly reveled in the unfolding events. For years, this old wretch had clung to the Jinyiwei like a loathsome dog, extorting them at will. Those of lesser rank had suffered at his hands, while those of higher rank were often subjected to his arrogance due to his status. Now, witnessing someone stand up to him was a welcome relief. Nevertheless, given Zhu Kaishan's status as the emperor's brother, a modicum of respect was still due. Thus, the Jinyiwei pretended to glare at Jiang Chen, yet none dared to obstruct him. "Are you all dead? Seize him!" Zhu Kaishan roared in fury, but the onlookers hesitated, unwilling to act. Meanwhile, within the depths of the treasury, Jiang Chen boldly ascended to the topmost level, the 9th floor. Here, each item was of immense value, including several that could be deemed heavenly treasures. Among them lay unparalleled martial arts manuals capable of transforming a practitioner, high-tier elixirs that could aid in breaking through bottlenecks, prolonging life, or even resurrecting the dead, and divine weapons that martial artists yearned for, as they not only significantly enhanced combat prowess but also served as symbols of status. For any martial artist, these 3 treasures held far greater allure than the most exquisite beauties in the world, for in this realm where strength reigned supreme, possessing these 3 items meant that beauty, power, and status would be readily available, as much as one desired. Imagine a martial arts manual so extraordinary that it could elevate an obscure practitioner to the status of a revered hero in the martial world overnight. A high-tier elixir capable of resurrecting a grievously wounded warrior and propelling their cultivation to new heights, that a divine weapon that would grant a martial artist unparalleled prowess in battle, rendering them unstoppable. Thus, the value of these 3 treasures in the martial world was beyond monetary measure. News of their existence would inevitably incite a bloodbath, as countless formidable practitioners would risk their lives to claim them. At this moment, in the depths of the treasury, a weapon suddenly caught Jiang Chen's attention. His gaze traversed the myriad of treasures, ultimately resting upon a magnificent sword that stood resolutely at the center. The sword, forged from bronze, bore a slightly upward curved tip, as if imbued with boundless power and spirit. That a flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Chen's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Is this the legendary divine weapon?" The Qishao sword. According to popular lore, 7 weapons existed in the world, their might transcending the high-tier heavenly class, reaching an unparalleled level. They were the Emperor's Xianyuan sword, the Han ancestors' Qishao sword, the First Emperor's imperial seal, the eternal life blade of Genghis Khan, the heavenly hunting bow of the Tang dynasty, the Panlong staff of the Song dynasty, and the world-subduing spear wielded by the Ming Emperor. These 7 treasures were fundamentally ordinary high-tier, heavenly items. Yet through the convergence and enhancement of countless fortunes, they broke free from their constraints, attaining an exalted status. Each possessed unique capabilities, rendering them supreme treasures. However, what baffled Jiang Chen was that the Han ancestors' Qishao sword had vanished from the world after a brief appearance 300 years prior. Even if it were to resurface, it should rightfully belong to the Ming Emperor, as it was a divine artifact that had amassed the fortune of the Han dynasty for over 4 centuries. How could it possibly be brazenly displayed here? Puzzled, Jiang Chen approached for a closer inspection, only to discover that it was not the Qishao sword, but rather the Qingyang sword. Jiang Chen scrutinized the resplendent divine sword within the treasure pavilion, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing his face. The Qishao sword and the Qingyang sword, both renowned blades from the Han dynasty, possessed extraordinary power and spirit, leading Jiang Chen to mistakenly identify one for the other upon first glance. Nevertheless, the Qingyang sword remained an exceptionally rare and formidable weapon, its value not to be underestimated in the world of martial arts. Aside from the 7 legendary supreme weapons, there exists a lore of 108 divine weapons. Each of these treasures possesses unique powers and spirits, coveted by countless warriors. The Qingyang sword, in particular, ranks 83rd in the esteemed catalog of divine weapons, a paragon of excellence. Its blade is elongated and sharp, radiating a faint azure glow that seems to encompass boundless sharpness, evoking a sense of reverence at first sight. As Jiang Chen beheld this unparalleled divine weapon, a powerful longing and impulse surged within him. He yearned to grasp it in his hands, to appreciate its beauty and feel the sword energy flowing along its blade. He understood that such a divine weapon was an invaluable treasure for any warrior. Should he manage to acquire it, his combat prowess would undoubtedly increase dramatically, perhaps allowing him to carve out his own niche in the martial world. However, he quickly reined in his desire for the Qinggang sword with rationality. He recognized that while divine weapons are indeed magnificent, one must be alive to wield them, that a treasure of such caliber, like the Qinggang sword, would attract relentless pursuit, even for someone as powerful as a true sage. Let alone a weaker individual like himself. If he were to forcibly seize the Qinggang sword, he would likely become an immediate target, plunging into an abyss of despair. Moreover, Jiang Chen realized that what he needed most at this moment were treasures that could directly enhance his cultivation, thereby augmenting his strength. After all, in this world where power reigns supreme, strength is the fundamental guarantee. While weapons are important, they are secondary to the elevation of one's cultivation. Thus, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze around the treasure pavilion, meticulously selecting the treasures within. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, soon identified 5 items among the vast array of treasures that captivated him most, with excitement and anticipation swelling in his heart. Jiang Chen regarded the 5 treasures in his hands. He was aware that, if utilized wisely, these items would significantly elevate his cultivation and power. The 9 Calamities Life and Death Pill and the Yin-Yang Transformation Pill were 2 elixirs capable of purging impurities from the body, allowing the user to undergo a complete metamorphosis and reshape their meridians. Notably, the 9 Calamities Life and Death Pill could restore the user rapidly from any injury, as long as they were not dead, and in the process, could even reshape a warrior's foundation, granting them greater potential, truly a divine medicine. However, its significant drawback was evident. It could only be activated when one was brought to the brink of death, with even severe injuries rendering it ineffective in a life and death struggle. An opponent would undoubtedly strike the final blow rather than allow the user to recover. Likewise, having friends or family inflict injuries to activate the pill's potential posed a delicate challenge. To date, 7 individuals had attempted to use this pill, enlisting loved ones to inflict grievous wounds upon them in hopes of awakening the pill's power, yet none had succeeded thus far. The pure yang transformation technique was a top-tier cultivation method that could aid in refining pure yang energy, enhancing both cultivation and physique. This technique was immensely powerful. When mastered to a profound degree, it could even allow one to alter the very fabric of reality. The Hunyuan body forging technique was designed specifically to temper a warrior's physical form, rendering the body impervious and immensely powerful, enabling them to vanquish formidable foes through sheer physical strength. The no-leak golden body technique was a miraculous method that enabled practitioners to cultivate an impervious golden form, rendering them virtually indestructible against any attack. Furthermore, this technique could enhance one's spiritual acuity, improving perception and reaction speed. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen ultimately chose the 9 Calamities Life and Death Pill. The rationale was simple. There were too few elixirs capable of enhancing potential. While the Yin-Yang Transformation Pill was commendable, it lacked the same ceiling of potential as the 9 Calamities Life and Death Pill. With the precious pill in hand, he turned to leave that moment. He sensed a subtle yet intense gaze fixated upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. Unlike the blustering and hollow intimidation of Zhu Kaishan, this aura was cold and formidable. Should it choose to strike, Jiang Chen would likely meet his end in an instant. Indeed, a master lurked within this treasure pavilion. Otherwise, Zhu Kaishan, a mere buffoon, would have been oblivious to the fact that this place could be ransacked without his knowledge. Realizing this, Jiang Chen dared not linger any longer and hastily made his exit. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the pavilion, he gently placed the softly glowing 9 Calamities Life and Death Pill upon the table and spoke with a calm yet resolute tone. "I wish to exchange for this pill." Zhu Kaishan, busy at work nearby, abruptly lifted his head at these words, his gaze locking onto the pill with an unmistakable and poorly concealed look of anguish. He had long coveted the 9 Calamities Life and Death Pill, fully aware of its extraordinary value, and had repeatedly beseeched the Ming Emperor to grant it to his son to aid in his cultivation. Yet, the Ming Emperor had consistently refused him, offering grandiose reasons, declaring it a royal treasure, only to be utilized in dire circumstances. This left Zhu Kaishan feeling deeply frustrated yet powerless. Now, this coveted 9 Calamities Life and Death Pill had appeared before him, to be exchanged by this seemingly inconsequential Even luck-stricken, Junior. How could Zhu Kaishan endure this? Just as he opened his mouth to speak, his lips quivered as if he had something to say, but then a glint of greed ignited in his eyes. As if he had suddenly recalled something pivotal, he inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the roiling fury within, a cold smile creeping onto his face as he fixed his gaze intently on the softly glowing 9 Calamities life and death pill in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen, fully aware of Zhu Kaishan's unabashed avarice, could not help but smirk inwardly. He recognized the old fox's intentions all too well. Yet Jiang Chen was not one to be manipulated, with a playful smile playing on his lips. He unfazedly produced a pre-prepared contract from his garments, signing it with a fluid grace, exuding an air of nonchalance. Once this was completed, Jiang Chen's gaze returned to the 9 Calamities life and death pill. A resolute determination flashing in his eyes, he hesitated no longer, raising his head, and, in one seamless motion, swallowed the precious elixir whole. How dare you? Zhu Kaishan's countenance turned ashen, his eyes widening, flames of fury and shock blazing within his pupils. Contorting his features into a grotesque expression that he could no longer hold back, like a bolt of lightning, he lunged forward, determined to stop Jiang Chen from consuming the 9 Calamities life and death pill at all costs. Yet, would Jiang Chen grant him such an opportunity? He had long anticipated that Zhu Kaishan would take such action, and thus he had made ample preparations, with a casual wave of his hand. A torrent of unparalleled true energy surged forth from his palm, akin to a mighty river in full spate, unstoppable in its force. This energy coalesced in the air into an invisible barrier, resembling an impregnable fortress, steadfast and unyielding. Zhu Kaishan's all-out strike collided with this barrier, akin to a mountain of great height, and he was violently repelled several dozen steps back. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Stumbling backward as he struggled to maintain his balance, seizing the moment, Jiang Chen swiftly swallowed the 9 Calamities life and death pill. As soon as this pill entered his abdomen, it dissolved rapidly like snow under the sun. Its pure medicinal essence flowing through him like a warm stream, nurturing every corner of his body. His limbs, bones, meridians, and blood vessels all felt the invigorating power. Yet, at this moment, it did not rush to reveal its miraculous effects, but instead lay dormant within Jiang Chen, biding its time for the critical moment. Only when Jiang Chen truly faced the brink of life and death would this 9 Calamities life and death pill awaken like a slumbering dragon, unleashing tremendous power to rescue him from peril. Jiang Chen had no desire to engage in further entanglements with Zhu Kaishan and strode directly out of the town protector's office. For Jiang Chen, the true challenges and opportunities did not lie here, but rather in the distant Jiaozhou, which was the battlefield he intended to conquer and the stage upon which he would realize his ambitions. There, he would soar as high as the birds and swim as freely as the fish. No longer constrained by the myriad restrictions of the capital. As for the so-called idle prince before him, Jiang Chen merely smirked derisively, casting him aside in his thoughts. He was nothing more than a mere jester, utterly incapable of serving as an obstacle on his path. Outside the emperor's palace, Meng Wangjin reported Jiang Chen's decision. Silence reigned within the chambers for a long while. It was not until Meng Wangjin was drenched in sweat that a resounding voice emerged from within. He has chosen Jiaozhou. Youth is indeed admirable, full of vigor, unlike those lifeless souls who only seek pleasure. Meng Wangjin dared not speak, bowing his head to await orders. If he wishes to go, let him go. Grant him a Jiao Long steed. The mention of the Jiao Long steed sparked a flicker of astonishment in Meng Wangjin's eyes. The Jiao Long steed was a royal treasure, a privilege not guaranteed even to all the princes, let alone the members of the imperial guards. Now, Jiang Chen's acquisition of a Jiao Long steed was a testament to the deep favor the emperor held for him. Meng Wangjin accepted the decree and soon encountered Jiang Chen, who was waiting in the imperial guards. His Majesty has granted your request. Here is the uniform of 1,000 households, the 100 refinement spring blade, and the official seal. Meng Wangjin handed over the items to Jiang Chen one by one. After securing them, Jiang Chen solemnly stated, His Majesty has also graciously bestowed upon you a Jiao Long steed, which you must personally select from the imperial stables. With that, Meng Wangjin produced a crimson decree from his bosom and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiaozhou is a land of towering mountains and long roads. I hope you take great care. This appointment will last at least 5 years before a rotation is possible. If you feel overwhelmed, it is best to act discreetly. Jiang Chen's achievements had also garnered him considerable benefits. Hensming Wangjin earnestly advised him. In response to this kind reminder, Jiang Chen clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your counsel. Lord Ming. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Chen departed from the Imperial Guards. He was no longer required to report back to the capital's Imperial Guards. He merely needed to set off for Jiaozhou within a month. I shall wait until the auction at the Treasure Pavilion concludes before I embark, he mused silently. As he pondered, a ragged beggar passed before him on the street. He stood frozen, incredulously gazing at the beggar's head, where a black number loomed large. 138, 663. Over 1 million people. How is that even possible? Jiang Chen was seized by astonishment and immediately activated his ocular probe to investigate the beggar's information. For all intents and purposes, this individual appeared to be merely an ordinary beggar. Han Qinkong, martial saint, great perfection. Upon seeing these 5 words, Jiang Chen found himself rooted to the spot. This seemingly unremarkable old beggar was, in fact, a master of the martial saint realm. Han Qinkong. Han Qinkong. Jiang Chen repeated the name in his mind, as if it resonated from a distant memory, yet he could not pinpoint where he had heard it before. Just then, the old beggar seemed to sense something, casting a fleeting glance in his direction. Jiang Chen quickly feigned composure, though his gaze betrayed a hint of apprehension. Fortunately, Han Qinkong did not make a move against him, but instead leaned on his cane and limped away. Jiang Chen turned to walk in the opposite direction, but after taking around 20 steps, he felt increasingly uneasy. He decided to return home to retrieve some gold and head straight toward the largest intelligence brokerage in the capital, the Baixiaga. Before long, he arrived at the imposing and magnificent structure of Baixiaga. The building soared into the clouds, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, yet in stark contrast, its entrance appeared exceptionally small and exquisitely crafted. Like a clever embellishment of nature, through the various gaps in the screens on either side of the door, Jiang Chen caught glimpses of numerous busy figures bustling about, seemingly engaged in their own affairs. With a sense of curiosity and anticipation, Jiang Chen strode confidently inside. As soon as he entered, a robust middle-aged man with a thick mustache approached him, his face beaming with a warm smile. Embodying an air of hospitality. I am the information broker of Baixiaga. May I inquire whether you are here to buy or sell information? The middle-aged man asked, his voice tinged with shrewdness. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen replied, I am here to buy information. Haha, splendid. It is indeed a pleasure. The broker's smile widened even further upon hearing Jiang Chen's intent. He gestured for Jiang Chen to enter a finely decorated private chamber. This room was elegantly arranged, adorned with exquisite landscape paintings on the walls and fragrant orchids on the table, filling the space with a poetic ambience. Jiang Chen settled into an intricately carved pearwood chair under the broker's guidance. What news does the esteemed guest seek? The broker inquired while pouring tea into the cups before them. Who is Han Qinkong? Jiang Chen asked directly. Upon hearing this name, the broker's movements abruptly halted, and tea spilled over the edge of the cup. Esteemed guest, for 5 taels, I can provide an answer to that question. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen produced the remaining 100 taels in silver notes and placed them on the table. Speak quickly. Once the broker confirmed the authenticity of the note, he grinned and began. Han Qinkong is the secular name of the leader of the 5 Poison Sect, though I cannot assert that no one else bears this name. He is undoubtedly the most renowned, the leader of the 5 Poison Sect. That seems to be accurate. Jiang Chen lowered his head, a grave expression flickering in his eyes. But why has the leader of the 5 Poison Sect come to the capital? After a moment's contemplation, he continued, have there been any recent events in the capital related to the 5 Poison Sect? The broker paused, tapping his fingers on the table before responding. That question will cost 50 taels. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, stating, agreed. Yes, the broker nodded, confirming the existence of such events. What events? Jiang Chen pressed eagerly. A sly smile crept onto the broker's lips. That question will cost 500 taels, having already purchased several martial arts techniques. Jiang Chen had at most 20 taels of gold and a single 100 tael note on him. How could he possibly afford 500 taels? After a moment of thought, he suddenly considered a possibility. Then I shall not inquire further. Please return my change. Noticing Jiang Chen's demeanor, the broker frowned. Those who sold information dreaded customers, deducing a highly valuable piece of intelligence from a few minor clues. Such scenarios could lead to them not only missing out on significant profits, but also risking the loss of a major client. After contemplating for a moment, the broker asked, esteemed guest, do you perhaps possess knowledge that we lack? Naturally, but I do not seem obliged to explain it to you. Jiang Chen replied coolly. That is indeed the case. However, should you provide us with some information, we would naturally offer you generous compensation in return. The broker said with feigned sincerity. Had Jiang Chen not just witnessed the broker's cunning demeanor, he might have genuinely believed him. My information is quite valuable. You likely cannot afford it, Jiang Chen mused. His mind racing to maximize the potential benefits of this intelligence. Report it to the Ming Emperor, but I cannot even meet the Emperor myself. If I were to send someone else to relay the message, Meng Wangjin would undoubtedly be a good choice. But would Meng Wangjin believe me? Even if the Ming Emperor were to genuinely believe him, what kind of reward could he possibly offer? As he pondered this, the informant spoke. Rest assured, esteemed guest, for behind our Baishao Pavilion stands a formidable figure of the law manifestation. Should your information possess sufficient value, we are prepared to meet the price. Jiang Chen's mind raced as he deliberated, and after a brief moment, he uttered a piece of news that could potentially shock the entire capital. What if I were to say that Han Qingkong is currently within the city? The informant stood frozen, his mouth agape, as if ensnared in place. After a moment, he managed to twitch his lips and said, Esteemed guest, please do not jest. The martial sages, like tigers in nature, each hold their own territories and peaks. Should Han Qingkong truly have entered the capital, it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of bloodshed. How much is this information worth? Jiang Chen responded coolly that, I cannot determine either. Perhaps you could provide me with more details about this information, so we can ascertain its true worth. The informant displayed his mercantile nature, eager to extract more information from Jiang Chen without spending a dime. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Chen chose not to engage in further banter. Quickly, bring me the money, esteemed guest. Do not be hasty. I have yet to finish my words. If you can provide proof that Han Qingkong is indeed in the capital, then this information would be considered priceless. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with anger as he slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacup to rattle. The informant realized he had overstepped and could only chuckle nervously, retreating quickly to say, Please hold on a moment. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort and stood up, heading for the door. As the saying goes, take a gamble, and a bicycle may turn into a motorcycle. Since the path with Baishao Pavilion proved unyielding, he would have to pursue the route of the Imperial Guard instead. As for whether Baishao Pavilion would exploit this information for their own gain, Jiang Chen could only assert that they could not guarantee the truth of this news. They also did not know Han Qingkong's whereabouts. Thus, the value of this information to them was effectively zero. He had no intention of waiting for them to gather money. Regardless, before he departed the capital, he would ensure Baishao Pavilion learn the consequences of trifling with him. The informant's face turned pale with panic. If this information were indeed accurate, he would have unwittingly caused Baishao Pavilion to forfeit a significant business opportunity. Should the higher-ups assign blame, he would bear the brunt of it. If they were given some time to verify the news, it could yield immense benefits for Baishao Pavilion. Conversely, if the information were false, they would also be unable to withstand the ensuing wrath. Stop him. The informant, seeing he could not halt Jiang Chen, directly addressed the guards within Baishao Pavilion. As his words fell, a burly figure, radiating brilliance, blocked Jiang Chen's path. Esteemed guest, my earlier mistake. Please allow me to make amends. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen delivered a powerful strike. The master within Baishao Pavilion let out a cold huff, channeling his true energy to meet Jiang Chen's palm. With a thud, the master found his arm contorted upon contact with Jiang Chen's force, and he was sent flying back, crashing into the door and creating a large hole. How dare you attack a government official? Baishao Pavilion has quite the audacity. Due to the absence of his official attire, Jiang Chen had been donning the uniform of the Imperial Guard, leading the informant to mistakenly believe he was merely a subordinate. Had he known from the outset that Jiang Chen was a higher-ranking officer, he would not have dared to insult him so brazenly. At that moment, a man clad in white, with a refined countenance, leaped down from the rooftop, landing before Jiang Chen. Your inner strength is quite formidable. May I inquire your esteemed name? Jiang Chen activated his probing technique, discovering that this individual was named Yi Xiangwan, a master of the celestial realm. Jiang Chen, he replied coldly, his gaze icy as he regarded Yi Xiangwan. Jiang Chen. Upon hearing the name, Yi Xiangwan's face betrayed a hint of surprise. Could it be that you are the renowned detective who located Princess Yuling yesterday? Baishao Pavilion's information network was exceptionally astute. Yi Xiangwan was already well aware of the previous day's events. He marveled at the existence of such a meticulous individual, never expecting to encounter him so soon after reflecting on it. Esteemed guest, the earlier incident was a misstep on our part on behalf of Baishao Pavilion. I sincerely apologize. If your prior claim holds true, we are willing to offer a local-level martial arts manual along with unrestricted access to any information within by Shao Pavilion in exchange for this news. Yi Xiangwan spoke earnestly. Jiang Chen contemplated briefly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Very well. I have received ample rewards recently. If I were to report this information, the Ming Emperor might grow suspicious of my motives. Even if he does not, the likelihood of receiving a reward more generous than this is exceedingly low, almost impossible, in fact. Thus, I propose we discuss this upstairs. First, provide me with the manual, and I will immediately disclose Han Qingkong's whereabouts. I advise you to act swiftly, or it may soon be too late. Jiang Chen spoke with unwavering conviction. Yi Xiangwan did not delay and promptly retrieved an ancient-looking manual from his ring. Presenting it to Jiang Chen, the manual bore the inscription of 5 ancient characters. Huang Guzhun Mo Quan. Excellent. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and stated, Han Qingkong has just passed by the entrance of the Western Town Patrol Bureau of the Imperial Guard. Disguised as a limping old beggar, he described Han Qingkong's appearance in detail. Yi Xiangwan nodded in response, saying, "Please hold on a moment." With that, he strode away. Jiang Chen picked up the manual and skimmed through it rapidly. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, high-level martial arts detected. Would you like to use evil points to learn? Yes. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the techniques and energy flow of the Huang Guzhun Mo Quan surged into his consciousness. This was an exceptionally powerful martial art, originating from ancient times, created by a mysterious and formidable being. Originally named Huang Guzhun Quan, the technique symbolized the ability to suppress all evil and chaos in the world. It was a true heavenly-level advanced martial skill, powerful enough to shake the heavens and instill fear in all things. However, as time progressed, the lineage of this martial art became fraught with difficulties. Due to various reasons, such as wars, sect disputes, and broken transmissions, the once complete martial manual gradually faded from existence, making it difficult for later practitioners to grasp its entirety. To remedy this loss, successive martial artists continuously modified and refined this technique, seeking to extract greater power from it. Yet, after countless revisions and transformations, the martial art lost much of its original purity and might, ultimately becoming a lower-tier local-level martial arts manual, known as Huang Guzhun Mo Quan. Despite this, the manual still contained a trace of the will of the ancient powerhouse, enough to enable practitioners to make significant strides in their martial journey. Huang Guzhun Mo Quan was divided into 9 layers, each representing a different realm. When a practitioner reached the final layer, they could summon the souls of ancient powers and utilize their strength to unleash an immensely powerful technique, capable of suppressing all demons and evil spirits in the world. Under the might of this technique, even the most formidable demons would feel fear and despair, unable to escape the fate of being subdued. As he immersed himself in comprehension, Jiang Chen found his evil points depleted, pulling him out of this profound state. Cursed be it. I've run out of evil points. Jiang Chen lamented helplessly. He had expended too many points on the lottery, leaving him with insufficient points to fully grasp this martial art. If only he could eliminate Han Qingkong, the over 100,000 evil points would surely suffice for him to comprehend a heavenly-level technique. As Jiang Chen pondered, he casually commanded, "Open personal panel." Name, Jiang Chen. Poisoned, 7 mysteries bloodbat poison. Realm, initial stage of master level sin value. 0 external skills. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, 13th layer, lower Xian grade. Completed, requires 36,000 sin points for further upgrade. Body technique, divine movement of 100 changes, mid Huang grade. Proficient, blade technique, 5 tigers breaking the door blade, lower Huang grade. Proficient, hidden weapons, golden soul silver needle, lower Huang grade. Proficient, fist technique, ancient demon suppressing fist, lower earth grade. Not yet entered, treasure, bloodblade, mid Huang grade. Upon gazing at this lengthy array of information, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted sharply. I am actually poisoned. He never anticipated that merely passing by Han Qingkong would result in his poisoning. Furthermore, had it not been for his system, he might have remained oblivious to the cause of his demise until his last breath. Meanwhile, Yi Xiangwan swiftly mobilized the members of the 100 Wisdom Pavilion to locate Han Qingkong. He appeared to be an utterly harmless beggar, limping towards the direction of the dungeon. Just as he was nearing the dungeon, a drunken brute unexpectedly collided with him. Han Qingkong seemed clumsy yet cleverly evaded the drunken man's charge. which instantly caught the attention of the observers from the 100 Wisdom Pavilion. This old fellow is indeed a bit off. Han Qingkong sensed a hint of something amiss as well, yet within the capital. He dared not excessively employ his true energy. Otherwise, if discovered by the Ming Emperor, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. How could these youngsters possibly see through my disguise? Han Qingkong felt vexed. He believed his concealment technique had reached an unparalleled level. And unless a martial saint-level expert scrutinized him closely, no one could uncover his secrets. Yet the current situation forced him to acknowledge the reality. Chapter 31. Prison Break. When did I expose myself? Could it have been the Ming Emperor? Impossible. Han Qingkong immediately dismissed this notion that if the Ming Emperor had discovered him, he would have already attacked instead of sending a few lackeys to probe him endlessly, which was utterly pointless. But who could it be? After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled the Imperial Guard who had just passed by. The look of confusion and shock in his eyes, though well concealed, still revealed a trace of disarray that Han Qingkong managed to catch. Fortunately, I have already inflicted the 7 Mysteries bloodbat poison upon him. Within a month, he will surely suffer a slow death from blood loss, a fitting warning for him. Had he not intended to reveal his identity, Han Qingkong possessed countless methods to ensure his immediate demise. However, for now, he needed to devise a way to shake off these pursuers, although he could not forcefully employ his true energy. Many poisons did not require true energy to activate. That a faint smile graced Han Qingkong's lips as he began to delicately twirl his fingers in the air, an invisible aura gradually permeating the surrounding atmosphere. Yu Xiangwan, intently observing the old beggar, suddenly gasped in astonishment as a dazzling pink peach blossom cloud inexplicably manifested on the originally empty street. These blossoms seemed to have traversed from another realm, imbued with the essence of spring and the vitality of life, instantly transforming the street into an ethereal spectacle. The density of the blossoms exceeded imagination, intricately woven together to form pink barriers that thoroughly concealed the figures of all those present on the street. Yu Xiangwan strained his eyes, trying to peer through the gaps in the blossoms to discern the unfolding events, but the scene before him was veiled in a thick mist, rendering him incapable of grasping any useful information. How is this possible? Yu Xiangwan murmured in disbelief, desperately rubbing his eyes in an attempt to see more clearly. However, upon reopening his eyes, he was met with an even more shocking sight. The pink flower cloud surged forth like a tumultuous wave, expanding at an astonishing speed, engulfing the entire street in a sea of blossoms. The boundless tide of peach blossoms rolled and surged, propelled by an irresistible force, sweeping toward Yu Xiangwan's position. Yu Xiangwan instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. Boss, what's wrong? With great effort, Yu Xiangwan opened his eyes to find himself lying on the ground. Although the wave of peach blossoms had vanished, several faces composed of the blossoms now filled his vision. Damn it! This is not a technique. This is poison. I have been poisoned. Under the heavens, Han Qingkong, the leader of the 5 Poison Sect, claimed that when it comes to the art of poison, he is second to none, and no one dares to claim the first place. Witnessing his terrifying methods, Yu Xiangwan grasped the shoulder of a subordinate beside him and exclaimed, "Hurry and inform the pavilion master. Han Qingkong is attempting a prison break." His subordinate stumbled out in haste. Observing this scene, Yu Xiangwan was certain that Han Qingkong had indeed unleashed a wide-ranging poison. Yet this poison was neither lethal nor incited widespread chaos. It merely ensnared those who dared to disturb him. How did he manage to do this? Yu Xiangwan was filled with perplexity, but now was not the time for such thoughts. Crack. Inside the dungeon, a guard, his eyes vacant, led Han Qingkong within. Soon, they reached the cell where the holy maiden of the 5 Poison Sect, Han Qingkong's daughter, was imprisoned at that moment. Han Wanner sat cross-legged in the cold, damp dungeon. In the dim light, her figure appeared particularly frail, yet her eyes shimmered with an indomitable spirit. 2 enormous hook blades, like the claws of a malevolent spirit, mercilessly pierced her shoulders, firmly anchoring her shoulder blades and rendering her immobile. On the vital acupoints surrounding her body, slender silver needles, akin to icy arrows, were deeply embedded. These needles not only sealed her internal energy and blood flow, but also subjected her to an unending torment on the brink of life and death, should the order of their extraction be slightly amiss or if they were disturbed by any external force. Her true energy would immediately go awry, extinguishing the flame of life in an instant. Since 2 days prior, after being struck unconscious by the Ming Emperor, Han Wanner had endured inhumane torment upon being ruthlessly brought back here. The Ming Emperor, in his quest to extract the secrets he desired from her, resorted to various cruel methods, attempting to shatter her will and body. Nevertheless, Han Wanner persevered through her astonishing resilience and unwavering faith. Steadfastly enduring the ordeal, she understood that once she yielded, her death would be imminent. Upon witnessing his beloved daughter subjected to such torture, Han Qingkong was instantly consumed with rage. Recognizing that now was not the time for action, he quickly addressed the entranced guard, saying, "Quickly, open the door." The guard produced a key and obediently unlocked the door. The commotion startled Han Wanner, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, leading her to believe that someone was coming to interrogate her once more. Yet, when she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of her father, the leader of the 5 Poison Sect. Han Qingkong, "Father." Tears streamed from her eyes, as if she had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. "My precious daughter, do not fear. I shall rescue you at once." Han Qingkong strode forward, his gaze firmly fixed on Han Wanner. He meticulously scrutinized the silver needles deeply embedded in her body, each one appearing as an unyielding shackle, tightly binding her true energy. Han Qingkong's brow furrowed, only to soon relax. He carefully extracted a half-foot-long centipede from the gourd he carried. This centipede was pitch black and appeared exceedingly dangerous, highly venomous. However, in Han Qingkong's hand, it seemed remarkably docile. Were it an ordinary woman to see such a large centipede suddenly appear on her, she would likely be terrified beyond measure, screaming in panic. Yet, for Han Wanner, this centipede was an all-too-familiar companion. The centipede extended its sharp fangs, cautiously extracting the silver needles one by one from Han Wanner's acupoints. Its movements were both swift and precise, as though it had undergone countless rehearsals. As the silver needles were removed one after another, the tightly furrowed brow of Han Wanner gradually relaxed. She could feel her internal energy and blood flow beginning to restore, her vitality slowly returning. Chapter 32. The Ming Emperor takes action after about the duration of a cup of tea. The last of the silver needles deeply embedded in Han Wanner's body were extracted by the miraculous centipede. Finally, her tightly knitted brow eased, and she breathed heavily, as if awakening from a prolonged nightmare. However, just as Han Qingkong prepared to remove the 2 hook blades binding Han Wanner's shoulders, his ears suddenly twitched, and his expression darkened. He keenly sensed a subtle disturbance from outside, an urgent and heavy footfall rapidly approaching the dungeon. "Damn it, these Central Plains folks are arriving far too quickly." Han Qingkong muttered curses under his breath, a flicker of anxiety dancing in his eyes. As he spoke, he retrieved a palm-sized poisonous bee from his gourd. This bee emanated an ethereal blue glow, clearly not an ordinary creature. Han Qingkong gently caressed the bee's wings, as if imparting some command to it. "Unlock the cells and release all the prisoners." No sooner had he uttered these words than the bee darted forth with startling speed. It swiftly split into 2, then 4, multiplying at an astonishing rate, akin to a sudden blue tempest that engulfed the entire dungeon. After fracturing into countless thousands, the blue bees finally ceased their division, resembling a surging ocean of azure, roiling within the confines of the prison. These venomous creatures rapidly approached the fronts of each cell, their sharp fangs glinting ominously in the dim light, evoking the image of Death's scythe. Without mercy, they severed the sturdy locks of the cells, rendering them as fragile as rotting wood. The prisoners, long confined in the pitch-black dungeon, felt a surge of life upon glimpsing this glimmer of hope, their eyes igniting with a fierce desire for survival. They scrambled to open the iron doors of their cells, akin to wild beasts finally breaking free from their chains. Rushing towards the open air and the promise of freedom at that moment, the guards of the dungeon, ensnared by the sinister enchantments of the leader of the 5 Poison Sect, had been rendered mere puppets, powerless to mount any effective resistance as they watched the tide of prisoners surge forth. Upon their release, the prisoners were consumed by a seething hatred for the guards who had tormented and abused them day after day. Their eyes burned with a fierce fury, and the first act upon their liberation was to encircle the malevolent guards, unleashing a horrifying vengeance. Amidst the prisoners' roars and cries for blood, the guards found themselves utterly defenseless. Succumbing to the relentless assault, their bodies left battered and broken. The air within the dungeon was thick with the stench of blood and the palpable aura of revenge, as if a brutal feast were unfolding before their eyes. After dismantling the 2 curved blades, Han Qingkong swiftly blended into the crowd with his daughter, making their escape. It was then that he was astonished to discover a contingent of Imperial guards. The Jinyiwei, poised at the entrance of the prison, the adept overseeing the dungeon, a master of tea. The voice of the Ming Emperor was as cold as the biting wind. Imbued with an undeniable aura of dominance, his eyes resembled 2 sharp swords, piercing through Han Qingkong, as if intent on penetrating the very depths of his fear. As his words fell, the spear in his hand began to dance with a life of its own. The tip traced a graceful arc through the air, generating a series of sharp, slicing sounds, as if the very fabric of space were being cleaved apart. With a simple thrust before him, a formidable intent surged forth. Formidable enough to annihilate all in its path, cascading like a torrential flood, instilling a profound sense of reverence. Han Qingkong's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He was acutely aware that the might of the Ming Emperor was beyond his capacity to withstand. He promptly summoned the Wandu Ding, maximizing its formidable power. The inscriptions upon the ding shimmered with radiant light, and dense clouds of toxic gas erupted from its mouth, swiftly enveloping the entire space. In rapid succession, 5 towering manifestations emerged in the air, embodying toads, scorpions, snakes, geckos, and spiders, sacred relics of the 5 poisoned sect. Under the influence of the Wandu Ding, they transformed into colossal figures, exuding an overwhelming force. Each opened its gaping maw, unleashing deafening roars as if to devour the very heavens and earth. The 5 manifestations swirled in the air, fiercely opposing the spear's intent. As the spear tip collided with the manifestations, it erupted into a cacophony of thunderous explosions and dazzling sparks. Each clash sent tremors through the entire space, as if the world itself quivered. Han Qingkong gritted his teeth, expending every ounce of strength to propel the Wandu Ding. He understood that he stood at the precipice of life and death. Any lapse in concentration could lead to his utter ruin. Meanwhile, the death row inmates, under the control of the venomous scorpions, charged towards the crowd like deranged beasts. In an instant, a fierce melee erupted between the prisoners and the Imperial Guards. Jiang Chen wielded his long knife, carving a path of destruction amidst the throng of inmates. Although the prisoners were not weak, their prolonged confinement in the dungeon, combined with the loss of reason due to the venomous control, significantly diminished their combat prowess. Jiang Chen selectively targeted the weaker prisoners with high crime values, swiftly dispatching 7 or 8 masters in his wake. Just as he was about to slay a prisoner with a crime value of 1,300, Meng Wangjin suddenly intervened, striking him down. Jiang Chen felt a surge of anger, nearly unable to restrain himself from striking Meng Wangjin. Meng Wangjin, startled by Jiang Chen's furious demeanor, questioned, "What brings you here?" Jiang Chen had no desire to answer, but knew that failing to do so would lead Meng Wangjin to incessantly pry into his affairs, causing him to miss this rare opportunity. "Lord Meng, how about we compare who can slay more prisoners?" Though Meng Wangjin wore a puzzled expression, he nodded in agreement, with a resounding boom echoing through the sky. The spear in the hands of the Ming Emperor, Zhu Taidan, cleaved through the darkness like the dawn's light, directly striking Han Qingkong. In that moment, it seemed as though space itself was torn asunder by this immense force, and the surrounding air spiraled violently, forming chaotic vortices. Han Qingkong's formidable centipede manifestation, towering nearly 100 feet, shattered like fragile paper beneath the Emperor's strike. Green toxic gas erupted, staining the sky with an eerie hue. The Wandu Ding hovered in the air, pulsating with a ghostly blue light, seemingly lamenting its former glory. However, its master, Han Qingkong, along with Han Wanner, had vanished without a trace. Whether they perished beneath the Emperor's spear or managed to escape amidst the chaos remained a mystery. The Ming Emperor, Zhu Taidan, regarded the scene with an icy detachment, his gaze betraying no emotion, as if all that transpired was within his anticipation. With a swift motion, he grasped the Wandu Ding, an invisible force emanating from his palm, drawing the relic into his possession. The Wandu Ding thrashed within his grasp, striving to break free, yet with a mere gentle squeeze, the Emperor rendered it utterly still. Indeed, it knows how to seek survival by severing its tail. With one of Han Qingkong's 5 poisons manifestations shattered and the sacred relic of the 5 poisons sect seized, the Ming Emperor abandoned any intention of pursuing the father and daughter duo further, redirecting his attention to the ongoing battlefield at the dungeon's entrance. Jiang Chen, aware that reinforcements would soon arrive to clean up the aftermath, fought with fervor, exhausting every ounce of potential within him. With a swift slash, he felled a Grandmaster-level prisoner, leaving the area devoid of any threats. Gazing at the sea of corpses, Jiang Chen felt a pang of sorrow. Had he been the one to bring about their demise, the crime value he would have accrued could have reached into the millions. Yet now, lamenting was futile. He could only sigh and gradually retreat into the crowd. The Ming Emperor surveyed the now-controlled battlefield, nodding in satisfaction before vanishing from sight. Jiang Chen, what was that about? You seemed utterly deranged. Meng Wangjin approached, concern etched upon his face. Nothing, just a bit fatigued. Jiang Chen waved dismissively, offering a weak response before making his way back to his quarters. Meng Wangjin, still puzzled, couldn't he comprehend why Jiang Chen had been so furious despite having been rescued. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Jiang Chen immediately commanded, "Open personal panel. Name. Jiang Chen, poisoned, 7 mysterious bloodbat poison, realm. Initial stage of Grandmaster crime value, 12580 external skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. 13th level, low-grade Xian, perfected, requires 360,000 crime value for upgrade, movement technique, divine transformation, mid-grade Huang, proficient, knife technique, 5 tiger breaking door blade, low-grade Huang, proficient, hidden weapon, golden soul silver needle, low-grade Huang. Proficient, fist technique, ancient demon suppression fist, low-grade earth, uninitiated, treasure, blood knife, mid-grade Huang. Over 12,000 crime points? Not too shabby. This time, having slain 7 or 8 individuals, his substantial reward stemmed largely from the last Grandmaster-level warrior, who had provided him with over 4,000 crime points. Should I use it for a lottery draw or upgrade my skills? Jiang Chen pondered, gazing at the substantial sum of crime value in his possession. He could either conduct 1 blue lottery draw, 12 green draws, or 120 white draws. While this should have been an exhilarating prospect, the severe poisoning dampened his spirits. System. Do you have any means to alleviate the 7 mysterious bloodbat poison? Jiang Chen inquired with hopeful anticipation. Regrettably, this system possesses only 2 functions: using crime value to upgrade skills or conduct lottery draws. However, do not lose heart. The system's prize pool includes elixirs capable of dispelling all poisons known to this world. Came the response. Where can I find such a potion in the prize pool? Jiang Chen pressed on. I in the purple prize pool. Damn it. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming desire to curse. The purple prize pool required a staggering 100,000 crime points for a single draw. Not only did he lack the points, even if he had them, the chances of obtaining the desired antidote were slim. It appeared he would need to devise another plan. Jiang Chen stroked his chin in contemplation. And after a moment, a name surfaced in his mind. Bai Xiaga. He wondered if Bai Xiaga possessed a solution to unravel the 7 mysterious bloodbat poison. Truly absurd, even a casual stroll can lead to poisoning. Muttering curses under his breath, Jiang Chen swiftly made his way to Bai Xiaga. This time, he was greeted by a young man clad in white, exuding an air of elegance. Jiang Chen's astonishment. The man's prowess had reached a terrifying level of perfected manifestation, a mere step away from attaining the exalted realm of martial saint. I am Bai Xiaoxing. Your recent intelligence has proven invaluable to us, yielding significant profits. Thank you sincerely, the young man expressed. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxing's words, Jiang Chen comprehended why a multitude of Imperial Guards and 6 Doors personnel had suddenly appeared at the dungeon entrance. They must have received intelligence from Bai Xiaoga, enabling them to act preemptively and surround Han Qingkong. Though such a maneuver was fraught with peril, they merely needed to force Han Qingkong to expend his true energy, thereby alerting the Ming Emperor. This intelligence must have provided Bai Xiaoga with considerable benefits. Yet Jiang Chen felt no envy, recognizing the substantial risks they had undertaken. Esteemed leader, are you familiar with the 7 mysterious bloodbat poison? He inquired. The question left Bai Xiaoxing momentarily speechless. The 7 mysterious bloodbat poison. It is an exclusive toxin of the 5 poison sect. While not exceedingly potent, it is exceptionally insidious. Without an antidote within a month, one will gradually disintegrate into nothingness. Pray tell, where can the antidote be found? Or who in this world possesses the means to counteract such a poison? Jiang Chen, filled with excitement, inquired. Bai Xiaoxing shook his head and replied, only 3 individuals in this world possess the ability to unravel such poison. One is Han Qingkong himself, another is his daughter, and the last is the deathly ghost doctor, Qiujiu. Deathly ghost doctor? Jiang Chen pondered over the name, unaware that such a figure existed in the world. The deathly ghost doctor resides in the Wanhua Valley of Jingzhou, renowned for his unparalleled medical skills. However, to receive his treatment, one must obtain a death order, which he only issues 10 times a year. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxing's words, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. Without needing to ask, he understood the immense value of these death orders. To obtain one in such haste was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Observing Jiang Chen's solemn expression, Bai Shaoxing continued. You are quite fortunate. I have heard that a death order will be auctioned at the Jubioj tomorrow. What? Jiang Chen exclaimed, a mix of shock and joy washing over him as he immediately clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you, esteemed master. I shall take my leave. With that, he strode purposefully out of the Baixiaoga. After a brief moment, Yi Xiangwan emerged from the shadows. Master, why reveal so much information to him? Wouldn't it be more advantageous for us if he perished? We could reclaim that Earth-grade martial arts technique. Bai Shaoxing shook his head. This individual possesses considerable potential. He is worth investing in. He then turned his gaze to Yi Xiangwan. What do you think? Is the poison completely resolved? Yi Xiangwan nodded. I cannot guarantee it. The poison from this old fiend can be deeply hidden, making it difficult to discern whether one has been poisoned or the extent of it. Bai Shaoxing nodded, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. I see no signs of poisoning in him, yet he was able to detect the presence of the 7 Xian bloodbat poison within himself. He is likely not simple at all. I wonder if he will manage to secure that death order tomorrow. Bai Shaoxing scoffed. Difficult. The starting price for a death order is over 100,000 taels of silver, with Han Qingkong's recent uproar in the capital. The number of individuals vying for this death order will undoubtedly increase. As he spoke, he rose and gazed into the distance through the window. Moreover, even if he acquires the death order, Xiaojiu may not necessarily agree to treat him. If he can survive this ordeal, it would indicate that he is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps we could consider inviting him to be a guest at the Baixiaoga. The master's insight is remarkable, Yi Xiangwan quickly remarked. Chapter 35. The auction. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Jiang Chen immediately accessed his personal panel to initiate his comprehension of the ancient town Demon Fist. In an instant, he felt as though he had stepped into a peculiar realm of time and space, where everything around him blurred, leaving only the essence of the ancient town Demon Fist increasingly vivid in his mind. Guided by this power, he began to delve into the depths of this martial art with an unprecedented speed. As soon as he finished speaking, the proficiency of the ancient town Demon Fist began to surge at an astonishing rate. Every moment felt as if countless rehearsals were flashing through his mind, each practice deepening his understanding of the technique and enhancing his precision in executing its moves. After roughly the duration of a tea break, the proficiency of the ancient town Demon Fist underwent a remarkable transformation, advancing from an initial novice state to the pinnacle of its first level. At this moment, he could adeptly perform every move within the technique, each gesture imbued with the power of antiquity. As if capable of suppressing all malevolence, simultaneously, an intangible fist intent quietly surged into his consciousness. This fist intent was profound and mighty, seemingly embodying the most primal battle will of the universe. It was akin to a martial arts master with years of cultivation, merging seamlessly with him, continuously demonstrating the supreme realm of the fist technique. Under the influence of this fist intent, his mindset grew increasingly resilient, and his comprehension of the martial art reached an entirely new height. In that moment, he felt as though he had transcended the role of a mere practitioner, becoming an embodiment of the ancient town Demon Fist. With every strike and step radiating boundless power, achieving the first level's perfection alone had cost him a staggering 3,000 points of malevolence. Moreover, he sensed that acquiring the second level of the ancient town Demon Fist would require an even greater expenditure of malevolence points. Though he still had surplus malevolence points, he was reluctant to continue his expenditure. With the enhancements from the 13 layers of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill and the first layer of the ancient town Demon Fist, he felt sufficiently equipped to navigate the realm of masters unimpeded. Gambling on gaining another layer of the ancient town Demon Fist seemed to hold little significance. I will commence the lottery. I choose the green wheel and will draw 8 times. Jiang Chen murmured to the system. In the next moment, 8 green wheels materialized before him. After spinning for a brief while, they gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 taels of gold, 2 300-year-old wild ginseng, 2 great rejuvenation pills, 2 thunder pearls, and 1 golden silk soft armor. Damn it. I spent 8,000 points of malevolence for this trinket. Jiang Chen's brows knitted in evident dissatisfaction with the lottery results. If he could have drawn a high-level technique, he could have sold it at the auction to gather funds for the death order. However, relying solely on these items left him questioning his ability to secure the coveted order. He still held 1,000 points of malevolence, sufficient for another lottery draw. Yet, Jiang Chen hesitated, contemplating whether to opt for a white tenfold draw or a single green draw. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided against further draws, opting instead to reserve the 1,000 points of malevolence for unforeseen circumstances. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen arrived at the auction held by Zhubioch. The venue was bustling with attendees, among whom he spotted several familiar prominent figures, such as Meng Wangjin, Situ Lang, and the Iron Junzuo, who had previously suffered a setback before him. However, he did not focus on these individuals. Instead, sweeping his gaze across the crowd, within this auction hall, several individuals possessed malevolence points in the tens of thousands, yet they were all formidable figures. A few even reached the Dharma manifestation realm. Nevertheless, there were some whose strength was lacking, yet their malevolence points were exceedingly high. After committing their names to memory, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the auction stage. Before long, the auction commenced, with treasures being presented one after another. But none piqued Jiang Chen's interest until halfway through, when a finely crafted wooden box wrapped in red cloth was showcased. Upon seeing this item, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, for it was none other than the 300-year-old wild ginseng he had consigned for auction. Whether for alchemy or culinary purposes, it was exceptionally effective, with a starting bid of 1,000 taels of silver and a minimum increment of 100 AS. The auctioneer called out loudly. The audience began to place their bids. 1,200, 1,500, 2,000. Before long, the price of the 300-year-old wild ginseng soared to a staggering 3,600 taels. However, as the bids continued, the number of participants began to dwindle. In light of this outcome, Jiang Chen could only surmise that it was within his expectations. After all, in this world, treasures far surpassing ginseng were abundant, rendering ginseng less valuable than he had anticipated. Before long, a second 300-year-old wild ginseng was brought forth, and the two ginsengs collectively fetched 7,000 taels of silver. Jiang Chen sat calmly in his seat, feeling neither joy nor sorrow at the result, which he had largely foreseen. However, with such a meager sum, securing the death order seemed nothing short of a dream. Soon, the auction neared its conclusion as the death order was presented. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the death order issued by the Deathly Ghost Doctor. Possessing it grants one the opportunity to seek treatment from the Deathly Ghost Doctor, Qiujiu, in Wanhua Valley, Jingzhou, the auctioneer announced slowly. The starting bid for this death order is 100,000 taels of silver, with a minimum increment of 10,000. The auction begins now. As his words fell, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of bidding. 120,000, 130,000. Before long, the price of the death order escalated to an astronomical 180,000 taels. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Chen did not raise his voice to bid. 200,000. A voice resonated from a corner, instantly overpowering all others. The crowd fell silent, and soon the death order was sold. Jiang Chen glanced towards the corner, where the buyer was a tall, striking young man with sharp brows and bright eyes, possessing an impressive visage. Chapter 36. Murder and Robbery. Yu Cha-Ching. Mastery of the realm. Through his investigative techniques, Jiang Chen discovered the name and realm of this individual. However, the name left him somewhat puzzled, as he did not recall anyone by that name among the renowned experts in the capital. Could it be that he is a master from outside the region? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen began to close his eyes and rest. He had already made up his mind. Regardless of who managed to acquire the death command, he was determined to seize it from their hands. As he pondered, the final treasure was brought forth, a grand item for the auction, the Xian-level weapon, the heaven-shocking bow. The auctioneer's voice boomed, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Xian-level weapons were exceedingly rare, and among them, the bow and arrow category was the most elusive. As the red cloth covering it was lifted, a magnificent bow appeared before all. Crafted from mysterious iron, its bowstring was composed of dragon tendons extracted from a celestial dragon. Capable of shooting an arrow over 8,000 zhang even without the use of true energy, the starting bid was set at 300,000 taels, with increments no less than 10,000 taels. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but cast a glance. However, he quickly lost interest. He possessed no archery skills, and acquiring this bow would serve little purpose. His priority was to obtain the death command and rid himself of the deadly poison coursing through his veins. As he continued to reflect, the bidding commenced below 310,000 taels, 320,000 taels, 340,000 taels. Before long, the price surged to around 400,000 taels, 450,000 taels. As the vibrant bidding echoed, a hush fell over the attendees. While the bow was indeed remarkable, it was hardly worth 450 taels of silver. What astonished Jiang Chen was that the latest bidder was none other than Yu Changqing. The name struck a chord with him. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly recalled, damn, Yu Changqing was the eldest disciple of the notorious Hu Ying Fi. Upon this realization, Jiang Chen looked again at Yu Changqing, noticing that his malevolent value was a mere 50 points. Though this was considerable, it paled in comparison to the thousands possessed by more nefarious individuals. Could it be that he had mistaken the person? Perhaps they merely shared a name? Yet, Jiang Chen quickly shook off this thought. Regardless of whether this person was virtuous or wicked, he needed to seize the death command. Was he to let a good person go free while he awaited his demise? Even if a divine being descended, obstructing his path to survival, he would unhesitatingly strike them down. Having resolved this, he began to quietly observe the movements of the individual. The bound naturally fell into Yu Changqing's possession, and the auction concluded. Many gazes were directed at him, their expressions laden with malice, viewing him as a prime target. Yu Changqing seemed acutely aware of this, and after securing his auctioned items, he promptly exited the treasure-gathering pavilion. Numerous figures stealthily followed him, among them, Jiang Chen. Once outside, Yu Changqing hastily made his way into the bustling marketplace. Given the location in the capital, no one dared to act openly, opting instead to follow him discreetly. After meandering through the market, Yu Changqing realized he couldn't shake off his pursuers and veered into a narrow alley. Upon entering, the crowd witnessed him suddenly leap, darting across rooftops, swiftly heading westward. The followers were taken aback and hastily pursued, yet Jiang Chen paused. Thanks to his probing technique, he discerned that the airborne figure was not Yu Changqing but rather a man named Zhou Ruiwen. Once they had all departed, a cart driver pushing a unicycle emerged from the street, bowing his head as he made his way toward the eastern gate of the capital. What a clever maneuver. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire. The man's presence, once exuding the aura of a perfected master, vanished entirely, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary, unskilled person. Even his stature seemed transformed. Were it not for Jiang Chen's ability to see the name hovering above his head, he likely would have been deceived. Jiang Chen followed at a distance, observing as the man headed toward the outskirts of the city. Soon, he exited the city gates and stopped on a remote, overgrown path. Yu Changqing turned around, his piercing gaze scanning the vacant surroundings, his deep-set eyes glinting with vigilance and coldness. You have followed me all this way. What is your intent? Yu Changqing's voice was low, each word resonating in the air. This moment, from behind a nearby tree, a figure slowly emerged. Jiang Chen, clad in a light robe with a stern expression, his eyes flickering with avarice, fixed his gaze on Yu Changqing. A cold smirk crept across his lips as he spoke. Hand over the death command, or you shall not leave here alive today. What death command? I possess none. Yu Changqing feigned calmness, but inside he was taken aback, unable to fathom how his disguise had been so easily penetrated. Seeing Yu Changqing's subtle movement indicating an attempt to flee, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Without hesitation, he acted decisively. His right hand flicked, releasing a small yet potent explosive bead that hurtled toward Yu Changqing. As Yu Changqing was making a desperate retreat, he suddenly sensed a fierce energy closing in. Startled, he instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack with the agility of a fish. The explosive bead whizzed past, grazing his clothing and generating a chilling gust of wind. However, the bead did not cease. It continued onward, ultimately crashing into the ground behind Yu Changqing. With a resounding boom, the explosive detonated, unleashing a blinding light and powerful shockwave. The force was immense, akin to a small bomb detonating, sending debris and dust into the air. The shockwave rapidly expanded, devastating everything in its path, splitting the ground apart. Even from several zhang away, Jiang Chen, despite his protective barrier, felt a jolt in his chest, as if struck by an invisible force. His expression shifted as he quickly retreated to mitigate the impact. Yu Changqing, less than a meter from the explosive, was instantly engulfed by the full brunt of the blast. Chapter 37. Huang Fei arrives. Evil value 54. Although the center of the explosion was still shrouded in dust and smoke. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Chen immediately rushed forward to assess the situation. He found Yu Changqing's body utterly obliterated by the explosive's terrifying power, reduced to a grotesque mass, unrecognizable as human. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood and charred flesh, inducing nausea. Standing at a distance, Jiang Chen observed the grim scene, his heart racing with anxiety. He worried whether the precious death command had also been destroyed in the explosion, for it was the ultimate goal of his endeavor. Suppressing his growing panic, he began to search through the mangled remains on the ground, He meticulously sifted through every bloodied fragment, hoping to catch sight of the death command. However, after thorough searching, he found neither the heaven-shocking bow nor the death command, leaving him feeling disheartened. Just then, his gaze fell upon one of Jiang fingers, which, though bloodied and mangled, bore a ring. This ring appeared quite ordinary, yet Jiang Chen sensed it contained some enigmatic power. Could it be that he concealed his belongings within this spatial ring? Intrigued, Jiang Chen gingerly removed the ring from Jiang's finger and examined it closely. He noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, emanating a faint glow. Jiang Chen slipped it onto his own finger, attempting to connect with it. Indeed, he felt a mysterious energy surge from the ring, establishing a peculiar bond with his soul. Soon, as Jiang Chen continuously infused true energy into the spatial ring, it appeared to activate, radiating a brilliant light. The ring's interior space seemed to open, allowing him to retrieve items that flowed forth like a stream. Upon discovering the death command and the heaven-shocking bow among the treasures, a glimmer of uncontainable joy sparkled in Jiang Chen's eyes. He grasped the death command tightly, feeling the mysterious energy coursing through it. His heart brimming with excitement and anticipation, the heaven-shocking bow rested gently upon his shoulder, its body shimmering with a soft luminescence, as if poised to unleash its earth-shattering power at any moment. Truly, fortune has favored me, Jiang Chen murmured to himself, an expression of triumph illuminating his face. However, at that moment, his gaze was drawn to the debris scattered on the ground as he crouched down, meticulously rummaging through the items, hoping to uncover something of greater value. Indeed, amidst the clutter, he stumbled upon a map crafted from an unknown leather. This map appeared somewhat antiquated, its edges yellowed, and it bore the marks of time. Even more astonishingly, it seemed to have been cut in half, leaving Jiang Chen with merely a fragment. Nonetheless, he could still discern intricate terrains and markings depicted on the map. Could this be the legendary treasure map? Jiang Chen scoffed, dismissing it as inconsequential, for a nearby pile of silver notes was evidently far more alluring. He counted them roughly and found there to be an astonishing 300,000 taels. Where had Jiang acquired such a vast fortune? No matter, it all belongs to me now. After stowing these items into his spatial ring, Jiang Chen hastily departed, neglecting to deal with the corpse. After all, the wild dogs and wolves lurking nearby would soon erase all traces of the scene. About half an hour after his departure, dust began to envelop the surroundings in a soft haze. A small bird, its feathers a brilliant gold, appeared from nowhere, hovering above the battered corpse of Jiang. It circled a few times, seemingly curious yet wary of the sight before it. Shortly thereafter, a short, grotesque middle-aged man hurriedly approached, clad in a tattered gray robe. His face was marred with wrinkles and scars, giving him an intimidating presence. His eyes glinted with a sinister intensity, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, several wild dogs were gathered around Jiang's corpse, greedily gnawing at the mangled flesh. They seemed entirely absorbed in their unexpected feast, oblivious to their surroundings. However, upon noticing the arrival of the ugly man, they abruptly ceased their feasting and began to growl menacingly, as if warning this stranger not to encroach upon their meal. The middle-aged man, filled with fury, swung his hand violently, unleashing a surge of dark energy that enveloped the wild dogs in an instant. With a series of anguished yelps, the dogs' bodies contorted and spasmed, ultimately dissolving into pools of black liquid that dissipated into the air. Damn it! You killed my disciple. I, Huang Fei, will ensure your entire family suffers. This man was none other than the notorious Huang Fei, a flower-picking villain. After venting his wrath, he began to scour the ground meticulously, as if searching for something. Even the remains of the wild dogs had been mercilessly opened up by him. The spatial ring must have been taken, and he was using gunpowder. Could he be from the Divine Machine Sect? After a moment's contemplation, Huang Fei snorted coldly. Whoever dares to harm my disciple shall pay the price. As he spoke, he produced an object for the bird to sniff. Instantly, the bird took flight, carrying Huang Fei toward the capital. Lord Ming, I plan to set out for Jiaozhou tomorrow in the Eastern Town's Pacification Department. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Meng Wangjin. Meng Wangjin nodded. Jiaozhou is fraught with peril. You must exercise caution. With that, he retrieved a book from his spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Chen. This contains the distribution of forces across the 123 counties in Jiaozhou, a list of experts, the scale of industries, and the contact information for our secret agents in the Jinyiwei. You will find these resources invaluable for your journey. After accepting the book, Jiang Chen heard Meng Wangjin add, and don't forget to select a Jiao Long horse. Thank you, my lord. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Chen strode out of the Eastern Town's Pacification Department. Once his figure had completely vanished from the street, Huang Fei, lurking in a nearby loft, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Chen's departing silhouette. His eyes brimming with hatred. So, he was one of the pacification department's personnel. How audacious for this Jinyiwei member to kill and plunder. Truly shameless. Master, what shall we do? Zhou Ruiwen, standing beside Huang Fei, inquired in a hushed tone. Should we go after him tonight? He made a gesture across his throat. No. Anyone capable of killing your senior brother must possess remarkable skills. We should first gather information about him and ascertain his background before taking action. Understood. Chapter 38. Crimson Lightning. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, he had become a target, swaggering into the Horse Supervision Bureau. After presenting his name, the horse official guided him to a stable. My lord, please take a look at these horses and tell me which one you prefer. The Jiao Long horse is incredibly precious. It must be housed in spacious stables, and no two Jiao Long horses can share a stable, lest they turn on each other to the death. Which one is your finest Jiao Long horse? Jiang Chen asked directly. That would undoubtedly be the Crimson Lightning, the horse official replied with a hint of pride. Other horses can run a maximum of 7,000 miles in a day. But if you let Crimson Lightning run free, it can cover over 10,000 miles in a single day. However what? Jiang Chen inquired, fixing his gaze on the horse official. However, Crimson Lightning has an extremely volatile temperament, and it is quite challenging to tame. Even some Grandmaster-level experts find it formidable. Let's go see it. A glint of amusement flickered in the horse official's eyes, knowing that yet another individual was about to face humiliation. Yes, my lord. The horse official led Jiang Chen to a stable, where a female monkey was tethered to the feeding trough, idly picking at the lice on its body. Why do you keep a monkey in front of the stable? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. My lord, you may not know this, but a female monkey's menstrual cycle helps prevent plagues in the stable, the horse official explained. We also refer to such monkeys as Bai Mawen. I see. Jiang Chen pondered as he strode into the stable. Before him stood a magnificent horse, its coat a vibrant red like blazing flames, its sheen glistening as if it had leapt straight from a painting. Calmly standing in the stable with its eyes closed in repose. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by the arrival of Jiang Chen and the horse official. Crimson Lightning gradually opened its eyes, revealing a deep, soulful gaze filled with evident displeasure, clearly irked by their intrusion. Jiang Chen stood beside it, his eyes fixed intently on the steed, admiration shining in his gaze. He inhaled deeply, unable to restrain his exclamation. What a magnificent horse! No wonder ordinary folk struggle to tame it. Its wild spirit is akin to that of a hero emerging from the battlefield. With that, Jiang Chen boldly stepped forward, grasping the mane of Crimson Lightning. Using that leverage, he effortlessly vaulted onto the horse's back. The steed emitted a high-pitched, furious neigh, clearly enraged by Jiang Chen's sudden assault. Initially caught off guard, it quickly raised its front hooves high, as if attempting to toss Jiang Chen off. The horse then began to thrash wildly, its body swaying side to side, trying to rid itself of Jiang Chen's grip. Yet, Jiang Chen remained firmly seated atop the horse, his fingers clutching tightly to its mane. The horse official retreated, shaking his head in quiet resignation. It seems yet another will fail. In that tense moment, filled with resistance, Jiang Chen suddenly snorted coldly. He inhaled deeply once more, his chest swelling as if he were gathering all his strength and authority. And then bellowed, "Be still." This thunderous roar was no ordinary sound. It resonated with the grandeur of dragons' chants and tigers' roars, as if the most powerful beings of the natural world were uniting their voices at this moment. The echo of this formidable sound reverberated throughout the entire horse arena, penetrating even the thick wooden walls of the stables, resonating in every inch of space, the once leisurely or anxious dragonfoals, each in their respective territories, were suddenly awestruck by this unexpected roar. A flicker of disbelief and fear flashed in their eyes, prompting them to instinctively cease all movements and retreat, some curling up in corners. Gazing with terror at the source of the sound, the foremost among them, Qi Dian, was so intimidated by the roar that it paced back and forth, its hooves crushing the ground beneath, possessing a physique comparable to a master-level expert. Qi Dian was a standout in the arena, proud and unruly in its everyday demeanor. Yet, in the wake of this roar, it felt an unprecedented fear emanating from the depths of its bloodline, an awe rooted in ancient memories that made it tremble involuntarily. As if confronting an irresistible fate, Jiang Chen's roar not only instilled fear in all the dragonfoals but also brought tranquility to Qi Dian. A subtle balance permeated the air, as if the entire horse arena had come to a standstill at that moment. It was akin to a dog encountering a lion or a tiger, true beast of prey, wherein an innate fear would stir within their bloodlines. Jiang Chen gently stroked Qi Dian's neck, calming it gradually. Outside the stables, the horse attendants could not help but swallow hard at the sight. It was truly astonishing that Qi Dian had been subdued. "Hurry, bring me the saddle and reins," with a sharp command from Jiang Chen. The horse attendant sprang into action, as if awakened from a dream, fetching a brand new saddle and reins to fit onto Qi Dian. Once securely fastened, Jiang Chen led the horse away, watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure. The horse attendant wiped the sweat from his brow, only to chuckle to himself. Finally, this plague has been sent away. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jiang Chen produced 2 large elixirs, after a moment's hesitation. He swallowed them whole. The potency of the large elixirs far surpassed that of the smaller ones, with a single pill capable of saving 30 years of arduous cultivation. Moreover, unlike the smaller elixirs, the large ones could enhance the user's comprehension, allowing for a better grasp of advanced techniques. It was akin to the disparity in knowledge gained from a day's reading by a genius compared to that of an ordinary person. He consumed the 2 large elixirs and swiftly began to circulate the second level of the ancient demon suppression fist. Unlike directly utilizing evil points for enlightenment, each move of the ancient demon suppression fist required his own understanding and cultivation. Yet, this process felt as if it had been fast-forwarded, accelerating through the stages of entry, proficiency, mastery, and great accomplishment. It was only after reaching the peak of the second level that this sensation gradually dissipated. With a sigh, Jiang Chen reopened his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It seems my aptitude is still lacking. It took me 60 years to cultivate the second level of the ancient demon suppression fist to such a level. In this world, martial artist talents were categorized as ordinary, wise, genius, monstrous, and born saints. Typically, the method of testing one's aptitude involved practicing a technique known as the Qin Shui Ju. Those who could condense inner strength within 7 days were deemed ordinary. Within 7 days were considered wise, within a day, geniuses, and those who could do so within a quarter of an hour were referred to as monstrous. Observing one who could spontaneously generate inner strength marked them as a born saint. Capable of soaring to great heights with a slight stroke of fortune, breaking into the realm of martial saints, rumors suggested that the current Ming Emperor was born with monstrous talent, although Jiang Chen had never tested his own aptitude. Based on his predecessor's experiences and the effects of the elixirs he consumed, he feared he could barely be classified as wise, if not merely ordinary. Furthermore, for an ordinary person, profound techniques were not necessarily beneficial. The higher the technique, the more extraordinary the aptitude required for comprehension. A person of average talent might spend a lifetime unable to even grasp the basics of advanced techniques. As the clock struck midnight, Jiang Chen stretched lazily and fell into a deep sleep, undisturbed through the night. The following day, with the first light of dawn barely illuminating the sky, Jiang Chen was already prepared, ready to embark on his journey. After meticulously checking to ensure he had not forgotten any essential items, he gently locked the courtyard door and mounted the eagerly awaiting Qi Dian. "Let us be off," Jiang Chen silently urged. Tapping the horse's back, Qi Dian surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, its hoof striking the ground with thunderous resonance, kicking up clouds of dust. Its speed was truly astonishing, even when compared to the lightning-fast trains of future times. It was not in the least inferior, perhaps even superior. Qi Dian's hooves seemed to tread upon air, each landing stirring up a flurry of dust and leaving deep imprints on the hard cobblestone road. Starkly visible, Jiang Chen gripped the reins tightly, feeling the surge of power and speed coursing beneath him, his heart brimming with ambition. Faster! Jiang Chen urged Qi Dian once more, accelerating their pace. The scenery along the way unfolded like a series of flowing paintings. Racing swiftly before his eyes, he had no time to admire the beauty surrounding him. His focus was entirely on guiding Qi Dian towards their destination. Before long, Jiang Chen had covered a distance exceeding 100 miles. At a bustling intersection, 2 carts had overturned, their cargo strewn across the ground in disarray. The horses pulling the carts lay in agony, blood-soaked and struggling helplessly, their eyes wide with terror. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, prompting involuntary grimaces. In this critical moment, Jiang Chen deftly reined in Qi Dian, who let out a long neigh. Coming to a steady halt not far from the scene of the accident, his gaze swept over the area, quickly landing on a woman lying by the roadside. She was heavily pregnant, her face pale as a sheet, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, clearly gravely injured and now gasping for breath. Her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Beside her, an elderly man and a young boy were frantically pacing like ants on a hot pan, their faces etched with anxiety, clearly at a loss for what to do. The elder's hands trembled uncontrollably, while the youth's eyes shimmered with tears, both desperately seeking a way to save the woman. Nearby, two individuals lay battered and bleeding, their bodies motionless, unsure if they were unconscious or had already succumbed to death. Blood seeped from their wounds, staining the ground and intensifying the horror of the scene. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, the two men rushed to kneel before him, their foreheads striking the ground with fervent desperation. "My lord, please, I beseech you to save my daughter-in-law." The elder a deep, resounding crash reverberated through the air, and Huang Fei's head, under Jiang Chen's formidable punch, shattered as if struck by a colossal hammer. Blood and brain matter splattering forth like a burst tomato, mingling with the crimson liquid that flowed across the ground, creating a harrowing tableau. The scene unfolded so abruptly that bystanders were caught in a state of shock, their eyes widening in terror as they beheld Jiang Chen standing there like a fallen deity, exuding an aura that sent chills down their spines. Sin value 13506. Some onlookers, initially drawn by curiosity, had gathered to witness the unexpected turn of events. Yet, upon witnessing the horrific sight of Huang Fei and the ruthless strike from Jiang Chen, they were paralyzed by fear, their faces turning ashen. An unprecedented dread surged within them, as though they had glimpsed the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe before their very eyes. The crowd began to scatter in panic, some screaming while others stumbled, all desperately seeking to flee this blood-soaked scene. Their figures darted chaotically along the road, akin to a flock of startled birds in search of a safe haven. Beside Jiang Chen, Zhou Ruiwen was equally horrified by the spectacle, a primal instinct for survival igniting within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to run, attempting to escape the nightmarish scene. However, to Jiang Chen, his speed resembled that of a snail, with a mere flick of his finger. A slender golden needle shot forth like an arrow from a bow, piercing through Zhou Ruiwen's skull. The needle traced a graceful arc through the air, imbued with an irresistible force, striking its target with unerring precision. Zhou Ruiwen's body went rigid in an instant, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Almost immediately, a sharp pain erupted at the back of his head, followed by a bloom of crimson at his brow. Vibrant and blinding, his body collapsed to the ground, lifeless and unmoving. Sin value 2540. A woman, who had been feigning death on the ground, suddenly yanked a pillow from her clothing and tossed it aside before sprinting away. A cruel smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips as he galloped after her, in a matter of mere breaths. He had closed the distance behind her. Chapter 40. Shaoling Yu, a golden needle shot towards her thigh, causing her to tumble to the ground instantly. With swift precision, several more needles were launched, rendering her limbs and pressure points incapacitated, leaving her utterly powerless. Jiang Chen gracefully dismounted from his towering steed, landing nimbly before Shaoling Yu, his gaze casting an unyielding authority upon her. Shaoling Yu, the third disciple of the flower-picking scoundrel Huang Fei, notorious for her penchant for seducing handsome men only to devour their essence. Jiang Chen's voice was calm and clear, each word cutting like a frozen blade into Shaoling Yu's heart. Shaoling Yu shot her head up in disbelief, her eyes wide with terror. She had never anticipated that her identity and deeds would be so plainly exposed by a stranger. Her body trembled slightly, on the verge of collapse. "How do you know this?" Shaoling Yu's voice quavered, tinged with a hint of defiance. Jiang Chen let out a cold chuckle, refraining from answering her query directly. His gaze sharpened, as if attempting to pierce through her very soul. "Now, I ask, and you shall answer. Fail to do so, and you will surely regret it." After speaking, Jiang Chen withdrew a weathered treasure map from a ring on his finger, slowly unfurling it. The intricate lines on the map seemed to conceal endless secrets and riches. "What is this?" Jiang Chen's voice was low, each word striking Shaoling Yu's heart like a hammer. Shaoling Yu turned her head away, clearly reluctant to answer. Struggling within herself, she grappled with the desire to keep the treasure map's secrets while fearing Jiang Chen's potential cruelty in his interrogation. She relished torturing others but was consumed by dread at the thought of becoming a victim herself. Yet, Jiang Chen offered her little time for contemplation. His eyes grew colder, as if he intended to freeze her in place. "I ask you once more, what is this?" Just as Shaoling Yu hesitated, Jiang Chen sighed softly, the sound implying his patience had worn thin. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and precisely stomped on her ankle. "Ah!" Shaoling Yu let out a piercing, anguished scream, her voice filled with terror. Her body quaked violently from the excruciating pain, cold sweat cascading down her forehead like scattered pearls, soaking her garments. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Shaoling Yu finally succumbed to the unbearable agony, her voice trembling as she confessed, "This was acquired by my master Huang Fei, who claimed it contains the treasure of Prince Cheng." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. A flicker of doubt crossing his gaze, he queried in a deep voice, "Prince Cheng? Which Prince Cheng? In this complex world, Countless tales of princes named Cheng flow through the annals of history. Thus, I cannot ascertain which of them this so-called treasure pertains to. It is Zhang Shicheng, Xiaoling Yu responded, her voice quaking. He once commanded immense respect in the Jiangnan region, amassing vast wealth and armies. Yet, he ultimately fell victim to the eradication by Ming's founder. Before his demise, he concealed his life's wealth and treasures, hoping that one day, future generations might rise again with it. Legend has it that within the treasure lies not only gold and jewels and rare medicinal herbs, but also the legendary Qian Kuan Hua sword, ranked 43rd among divine weapons. What? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, the shock coursing through him difficult to articulate. He had never anticipated uncovering such staggering news linked to Huang Fei. The Qian Kuan Hua sword was a fabled weapon of immense power. Possessing it signified a force capable of reshaping the very landscape of the martial world. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart and quickly pressed on. Where are the other treasure maps? Do you have any leads? His gaze bore into Xiaoling Yu's, as if he sought to penetrate her very essence. According to Huang Fei's estimations, there should be a total of 7 copies of this treasure map. Xiaoling Yu replied, her voice trembling. Over the years, he has managed to collect 4. The remaining 3 are held by the illustrious Su family in the capital, the affluently family in Jiangnan, and the leader of the Black Dragon stronghold, Chao Yiguang, in the Taiying Mountains. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. These 3 factions held significant sway both in the martial world and the court, making it exceedingly difficult to seize the treasure map fragments from them. The Su family, the Li family, and the Taiying Mountains are no insignificant forces, Jiang Chen exclaimed. Are you suggesting that your purpose for coming here is to steal the map fragment from the Su family? Xiaoling Yu shook her head slightly, a hint of helplessness crossing her features. That is merely secondary. Our primary objective this time was to target the Su family's daughter. Su Baiwei. It is said she possesses extraordinary beauty, akin to a fairy descended from the heavens. My master Huang Fei has developed an infatuation with her, yearning to experience her charms. Thus, we resolved to take this risk and venture to the capital. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a wave of disdain for Huang Fei's greed and folly. If it were merely for the treasure map fragment, that might be acceptable, but to risk everything for a woman's beauty seemed utterly foolish. Such a lack of ambition, Jiang Chen scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at her. Just as he was about to speak further, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. In her despair, Xiaoling Yu seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Seizing upon it like a lifeline, with all her strength, she cried out, "Help! Help! There are thieves attacking!" Her desperate cries reverberated across the open fields, capturing the attention of several young men nearby. They were riding fine steeds, leisurely making their way, but upon hearing the call for help, they immediately reined in their horses, their sharp gazes trained in this direction. Bold thieves, under the bright sun, you dare to brazenly commit your crimes. The young leader, possessing striking features and an imposing demeanor, wielded a long sword, its tip quivering slightly, indicating he was poised for action. His voice resonated powerfully, imbued with a profound sense of righteousness. Chapter 41. Lodging. Jiang Chen had originally intended to extract more information before seeking Huang Fei's corpse. But unexpectedly, a group of meddlesome individuals appeared. He felt a surge of irritation within, though his exterior remained composed. Casting a cold glance at Xiaoling Yu, he unhesitatingly placed his foot upon her chest. And with a forceful push, her gaze quickly dulled, extinguishing the light of life. Evil value 3644. After dealing with Xiaoling Yu, Jiang Chen mounted his horse with fluid grace. He cast a frosty glance at the young men, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. A bunch of naive youngsters daring to meddle in my affairs. With that, he disregarded their reactions and urged his steed onward towards the location of Huang Fei's corpse. The arrival of these individuals served as a reminder. He was on a main road, bustling with travelers and distractions. Should Huang Fei and the others be discovered by passing onlookers, he would be at a tremendous loss. Thus, Jiang Chen directly approached Huang Fei's lifeless body and began to search it, soon uncovering a spatial ring. Satisfied that he had overlooked nothing, he mounted his horse and set off towards Jingzhou. Meanwhile, the lead young man among the group fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Chen's retreating figure, fist clenched, eager to pursue and seek justice for the innocent woman. However, at that moment, a delicate-looking woman with gentle features timidly tugged at his sleeve. Her voice trembled with concern. "Brother, don't chase after him. Look at what he wears. It's the attire of a Jinyiwei officer, and the horse he rides is said to be as rare as a dragon steed. He is likely no ordinary person." Fearing her brother might dismiss her words, she added urgently, "It's best we don't invite trouble upon ourselves." Upon hearing this, the man's face flashed with annoyance. He glanced at the lifeless Xiao Lungyu on the ground, then at his sister beside him. Ultimately, his fury intertwined with frustration, manifesting as a resounding smack. He struck her so forcefully that her hair became disheveled, and her cheek rapidly swelled with redness. "Did I ask for your opinion? Do you think I couldn't see that?" Zhao Yuan's eyes glinted with a mix of anger and shame. He had indeed overlooked the details she had previously pointed out, and being confronted with them now stung. The woman, sensing his ire, obediently lowered her head, her eyes reddening with unshed tears, embodying a sorrowful beauty that evoked pity. Her voice was barely a whisper. "Brother, I was wrong that I shouldn't have spoken out and angered you." This scene prompted the other men present to furrow their brows in disapproval. One could no longer contain himself, and spoke up. "Zhao Yuan, how can you lay hands on a woman? She is your sister. How could you be so heartless?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, if you had the courage to pursue and confront that man to avenge the innocent girl, what worth is it to strike a woman here?" Zhao Yuan cast a glance at the woman. A flicker of disdain crossing his features, he offered no explanation and instead rode off into the distance. Watching Zhao Yuan depart, a subtle glimmer of calculation flickered in the woman's eyes. Jiang Chen gently reined in the reins, bringing Qi Dian to a gradual halt after a day's relentless travel. Dusk had begun to settle, obscuring the surroundings in a hazy mist. He looked up at the sky, where a crescent moon had quietly risen, accompanied by a scattering of stars dotting the night. A sense of gentle fatigue washed over him. Though Qi Dian was a magnificent steed capable of continuing through the night, it too required rest and sustenance. After all, no matter how exceptional a horse may be, prolonged exertion without rest would inevitably lead to its demise. He tenderly stroked Qi Dian's sleek coat, deciding to rest here for the night. This stop, situated before the Qinling Mountains, though modest in size, boasted adequate facilities. He knew that within 3 days, he would reach Jingzhou's Wanhua Valley. Moreover, this was the last, and before entering the Qinling Mountains, if he did not replenish here, he would face a journey of 3,000 li without any supplies. "Waiter, prepare a room for me, and feed my horse the finest fodder available." Upon entering, Jiang Chen promptly issued his command, tossing a gold ingot weighing approximately 1 tael. "Certainly, esteemed guest, please follow me upstairs." The waiter naturally escorted Jiang Chen to the upper level. "Bring me 10 pounds of pig head meat, 10 pounds of cold cuts, and a jug of Huadia wine." "Understood, esteemed guest." After the waiter departed, Jiang Chen opened his personal panel to review the day's gains. Today, he had slain 3 individuals, netting him an impressive 2,000 points of evil value. Such a windfall exhilarated him, and combined with the over 1,000 points he had previously accumulated, he now had enough to spin the green wheel 20 times or the white wheel 210 times. While he pondered this, the waiter returned with the meat and wine. "Your wine and meat have arrived, esteemed guest." Jiang Chen nodded. "You may bring it in." Once the waiter set the food before him, Jiang Chen swiftly devoured it all. Had it been before, he could never have consumed 20 pounds of meat in one sitting, but now, his body required a substantial intake of nourishment daily to achieve his current level of mastery. Meat sufficed to meet his nutritional needs, but once he broke through to the Grand Master realm, he would need to consume potent pills or rare treasures to sustain his energy, lest he risk starvation. Fortunately, this situation would improve at the celestial human realm, where practitioners could directly absorb the ambient true qi from the heavens and earth, alleviating the burdens of sustenance. After instructing the waiter to clear the dishes, Jiang Chen immersed himself in the system. Chapter 42. Aptitude. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen ultimately chose to elevate the ancient town Demon Fist from proficiency to perfection. Proficient, accomplished, perfected. These 3 levels consumed a staggering 5,000 points of evil value. Opening his personal panel, a pale blue screen materialized before his eyes. Name: Jiang Chen, poisoned. 7 Xian bloodbat poison. Realm: initial stage of Master Realm. Aptitude: ordinary. 2 evil value. 16180. External skill: Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. 13th layer, lower grade. Profound, perfected. Requires 36,000 evil value for further upgrade. Fist technique: Ancient Town Demon Fist, lower grade. Earth, 2nd layer, perfected. Body technique: Divine Movement, middle grade. Yellow. Proficient: Knife technique: 5 Tiger Breaking Door Knife, lower grade. Yellow. Proficient: Hidden Weapons, Golden Soul Silver Needles, lower grade. Yellow. Proficient: Treasure, Blood Knife, middle grade. Yellow. System: what does this aptitude mean? Jiang Chen recalled that the last time he accessed the system, this aptitude interface had not been present. Ding. Due to the host utilizing a treasure capable of enhancing aptitude, the system now displays the aptitude interface for the host. The higher the aptitude, the greater the benefits gained from utilizing treasures. and the faster the cultivation and comprehension of techniques will be. Currently, the host's aptitude is ordinary, and upon reaching 100, it will elevate to wise. Wow, a great restore pill only grants one. Isn't that a bit too exploitative? Jiang Chen's mind was filled with exclamations of disbelief. Though he had anticipated such outcomes, witnessing firsthand his dismal aptitude still left him feeling disappointed. Forget it, forget it. Let us proceed with the draw. I hope to obtain a few items that can enhance my aptitude. Among the prizes available in the spin wheels, Jiang Chen discovered that aside from the Great Restore pill, the green wheel also featured a yellow-grade wash marrow pill. However, the odds of drawing it were exceedingly low, roughly only 2 in 1,000. Never mind. Let us start with the 10 consecutive draws. With a determined shout, 10 green wheels materialized before him. Commence the lottery. As his words fell, the 10 green wheels began to spin simultaneously. After several breaths, the wheels came to a halt. One pointed to emptiness, clearly yielding nothing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Great Restore Pill X3. 300-year-old Wild Ginseng X1. 100 Tails of Gold. 1 Gene of Celestial Iron, Mountain Shaking Fist X1. Middle Grade Profound. 1 pair of golden soft boots, Yellow Grade Wash Marrow Pill X1. Wow, I actually drew the Wash Marrow Pill. His eyes brightened, and excitement surged within him. Claim it immediately. As soon as his words fell, a heap of miscellaneous items was piled before him. However, upon gazing at the martial art manual in his hands, he could not help but furrow his brow. He already possessed the archaic Town Demon Fist, rendering the value of this mountain shaking fist evidently less significant, perhaps sensing the thoughts swirling within Jiang Chen's mind. The system's voice resonated once more. If the host possesses any undesired martial arts, they may be disassembled into martial points. These points can guarantee that the next lottery will yield the desired martial art. And the same applies to other divine weapons and rare treasures. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Could such a fortunate opportunity really exist? Often, having an abundance of martial arts is not necessarily advantageous. Mastering a single advanced technique is far more powerful than being proficient in numerous lower-tier arts. Thus, without hesitation, he declared, commence disassembly. In the next instant, the mid-tier mysterious mountain shaking fist that had been before him vanished into thin air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 45 martial points. Once the total reaches 100, a martial arts lottery may be conducted. Upon accumulating 1,000 points, a designated martial art may be drawn. What the hell? Such a high cost. The requirement of 100 points for a pure martial arts lottery and 1,000 points to select a specific technique made Jiang Chen's heart bleed. Well, having something is better than nothing. After burying this thought deep in his mind, Jiang Chen picked up the marrow cleansing pill, his eyes filled with fervor. This was indeed a marrow cleansing pill. A treasure coveted by countless martial experts in the martial world. He wondered just how much it could enhance his aptitude. Just as he was about to consume it, he suddenly halted his actions. He was currently in an inn, surrounded by many onlookers. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, his body would surely become somewhat weakened. If someone were to ambush him during that time, wouldn't he be in grave danger? With this thought, he returned the marrow cleansing pill to his spatial ring, alongside other treasures he had drawn. Indeed, the 10 consecutive draws were far more fruitful. It would be best to wait until he found a secluded place to use it. Muttering to himself, he realized that after a long journey, he felt somewhat fatigued, so he pulled over the blanket and fell into a deep slumber. Until the latter half of the night, a cacophony of hooves echoed outside the inn. Esteemed guest, welcome. Please come inside. In this vast world, the distances between cities were immense. Thus inns operated round the clock for 12 hours. 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, strode into the inn, with the leader being Zhao Yuan, whom Jiang Chen had encountered earlier that day. Innkeeper, we require 4 guest rooms, Zhao Yuan proclaimed, slapping a handful of silver onto the table. Certainly. The waiter glanced at the group and asked, would you like something to eat? Our marinated cold meat is quite renowned. The cold meat referred to beef, which was a vital draft animal in the Ming dynasty, and thus, slaughtering cattle was strictly prohibited. However, as the saying goes, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Martial artists held a fondness for beef, which is rich in nutrition, so despite the official ban on selling it, many establishments dared to take the risk, particularly in inns frequented by martial artists. Beef remained in high demand. Bring us 20 gin of cold meat and 4 pots of Huadia wine, Zhao Yuan casually instructed before finding a spot to sit. After the group settled down, Zhao Yuan embraced Zhao Xinro, who was sitting beside him, and began to caress her. Zhao Xinro, feeling shy, blushed furiously, her eyes reddening as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Her pitiful expression made the other 3 men regard Zhao Yuan with considerable discontent. However, due to the Zhao family's influence, coupled with Zhao Xinro being a member of the Zhao clan, they refrained from voicing their grievances and could only suppress their anger. Chapter 43. Departing the Inn soon. The waiter brought the dishes to the table. We are heading to the Jinyiwei sect. I wonder if you gentlemen feel confident about gaining entry, perhaps sensing the animosity from the 3. Zhao Yuan took the initiative to speak. Upon hearing his words, the 3 men's expressions grew increasingly agitated. We cannot compare to you, Zhao brother, who possesses an entry token. One man complained somewhat disgruntledly. Zhao Yuan took a sip of wine and chuckled heartily. You need not be envious. I have an uncle who works at the Jinyiwei sect. If he were to recommend you, your chances of gaining entry would surely be greatly enhanced. Upon hearing this, the 3 men's eyes brightened, and their tone became eager. Is what you said true, Zhao brother? Zhao Yuan laughed heartily. Of course. The 4 of them gathered around the table, toasting and sharing laughter, the atmosphere becoming animated. However, at that moment, a rotund man with a round face suddenly burst into the inn. He strode in with great urgency, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings before finally resting on the direction of the stable. Whose magnificent steed is that red horse in the stable? The man's voice was coarse and resonant, emanating an undeniable air of authority. He evidently held a keen interest in the steed. The waiter, seeing this, hurried forward, his expression tense as he hissed, urging the man to lower his voice. Esteemed hero, please keep your voice down. This horse belongs to the Jinyiwei. They are the Emperor's watchdogs, wielding immense power. Offending them could lead to significant trouble. However, the burly man seemed unfazed by the Jinyiwei's reputation. He snorted dismissively, his face displaying contempt. Humph, just a mere Jinyiwei. Do you think I would fear them? After that, he shifted his tone. Get the food on the table. I want the finest dishes. The spectators exchanged knowing smiles at this scene. After all, a Jinyiwei with such a steed must possess formidable strength. And this man was merely giving himself a way out. Understanding this unspoken communication, no one dared to expose his bravado. Yet, Zhao Xinro, nestled in Zhao Yuan's embrace, suddenly interjected. Isn't this the very Jinyiwei who recklessly slaughtered innocents by the roadside today? As her words left her lips, the expressions of the other 4 shifted. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. After all, the direction he headed was aligned with their intended destination. Humph. Zhao Yuan slammed his bowl onto the table. Then without hesitation, slapped Zhao Xinro across the face. Who permitted you to speak? Zhao Xinro lowered her head in grievance, falling silent. Soon, after filling their bellies, they all retired to their rooms for the night. The 3 men took separate rooms, while Zhao Yuan and Zhao Xinro shared one. Come here and wash my feet. Zhao Yuan barked as he loosened his clothing. Zhao Xinro approached with a basin of water, gently removing his shoes and commencing the washing process. Observing the obedient Zhao Xinro, a flicker of resentment crossed Zhao Yuan's eyes. He abruptly seized Zhao Xinro's chin, coldly demanding, Speak. Why did you attempt to seduce my father? Why did you betray me? Tears welled in Zhao Xinro's eyes. Do you think a helpless foster daughter like me has any power to resist the clan head? Zhao Yuan's chest heaved with anger. You're lying. I saw the letter you wrote to my father. If it weren't for my mother exposing you, I would still be deceived. With that, he kicked Zhao Xinro, sending her sprawling. Zhao Xinro's eyes flashed with panic. But she deftly evaded the wash basin. Though the basin remained upright, she was knocked to the ground. Zhao Xinro said nothing, silently picking herself up and standing before Zhao Yuan with a bitter smile. Go ahead and hit me. If it weren't to see you, I would have long since ended my suffering. Dying at your hands would be a mercy. Zhao Yuan angrily waved his hand. Take the water away. Zhao Xinro complied, her eyes glinting with a cold light. Soon, night quietly retreated, and dawn began to break. In the eastern sky, clouds gradually gathered, and a faint blush of dawn emerged. After a night of rest, Jiang Chen felt rejuvenated, as if all fatigue had dissipated with the night. Thus, he left his room early, taking hold of Chidian and embarking on the journey through the Qinling Mountains. However, shortly after Jiang Chen's departure, chaos erupted within the inn. Zhao Xinro appeared exceptionally anxious, dashing to Li Lianqing's door. Her hands clenched into fists as she knocked frantically on the door, her voice tinged with desperation. Li brother, please open the door. My brother is missing. Li Lianqing was in his room, preparing to greet the new day. Hearing Zhao Xinro's cries, his heart tightened as if something had gripped him fiercely. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly donned his clothes and rushed out the door, his face etched with concern. What did you say? Zhao brother is missing. Yes, Zhao Xinro exclaimed in a state of distress. Earlier, I saw him get up and leave. I thought he had gone to relieve himself and didn't think much of it. I never expected he would leave and not return. As she spoke, Zhao Xinro could no longer hold back her tears. "Li brother, please help me find him. Do not be anxious. First, summon Brother Chao and Brother Lu, and let us search together." Soon, the three of them sprang into action, beginning their search around the inn. However, after an extensive search, they still could not uncover Zhao Yuan's whereabouts. At that moment, Li Lianqing suddenly seemed to recall something and hurriedly inquired, "Miss Zhao, did your brother take any weapons with him before he left?" Zhao Xinro pondered for a moment and replied, "I did not see him take any arms, but his weapon is indeed not in the room." After a brief hesitation, as if she had made a firm resolution, she continued, "Last night, I heard my brother say he intended to rid the world of evil. I advised him not to act impulsively." What? The three were taken aback by her words, exchanging glances filled with alarm. Could it be that Zhao Ge? Is that so? Let us confront this individual directly to ascertain the truth. Indeed. Then let us ask the waiter which room that person is in. They swiftly located the innkeeper to inquire. The innkeeper feigned reluctance and said, "Esteemed heroes, our establishment does not permit the disclosure of guest information. You put me in a difficult position. Will you speak or not?" Li Lianqing unsheathed his sword, cursing furiously. The innkeeper trembled in fear. And Zhao Xinro quickly produced a silver ingot from her bosom, placing it in the innkeeper's hand. "My good fellow, we are truly in a hurry. Please do us this favor." Upon seeing Zhao Xinro's exquisite yet anxious visage, the innkeeper chuckled, pocketing the silver. "Very well, very well. Since the lady is so anxious, I cannot refuse." However, that guest left quite early. What? The three exchanged glances, each discerning a sense of foreboding in the other's eyes. "Quickly, lead us to his room." The innkeeper guided them to the chamber, and upon entering, their spirits were immediately shaken. The once tidy room was now strewn with blood. Zhao Yuan lay on the ground, sword in hand, his eyes wide open in death, staring blankly at the doorway. "Brother!" Zhao Xinro screamed in anguish and rushed to his side. This heart-wrenching sound moved all who heard it. The imperial guards of the Ming dynasty have actually slain young Master Zhao. Such audacity! Li Lianqing gritted his teeth in fury. The other two exchanged glances, bewildered. "What shall we do now?" Just as the three were at a loss, Zhao Xinro spoke up. "My uncle is within the Qingyan sword sect. Why don't we first lay my brother to rest here and then invite my uncle to seek justice for him?" "That makes sense. That makes sense," they agreed in unison. After all, for them, transporting Zhao Yuan's body back to the Zhao family would undoubtedly consume excessive time, and by the time they returned, the Qingyan sword sect's recruitment ceremony would have long passed. The group quickly reached a consensus, procuring a coffin to inter Zhao Yuan's remains. As they performed the burial, in the woods behind the mountain, the innkeeper gazed greedily at Zhao Xinro, who approached him. Her breathtaking beauty made his heart race. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never have dared to dream that such a woman would be within his reach. "Xinro, you've come." Zhao Xinro nodded. "Yes, I have. Let us depart quickly." The innkeeper, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Now that the beast is dead, no one can bully you any longer. Brother, you are truly wonderful." Zhao Xinro took his hand and then added, "Good brother, will you do me one more favor? Good sister, whatever you ask, whether it be one task or 100. I am willing to assist you." "That is splendid." Just as Zhao Xinro finished speaking, her hand suddenly seized the innkeeper's neck, swiftly snapping it. "You." The innkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Zhao Xinro, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. His lips trembled as he attempted to utter something, but ultimately, only a faint gasp escaped him, and then he collapsed, lifeless, into a pool of blood. Zhao Xinro gazed at the innkeeper's corpse, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. She gently cradled his head, her voice low and tender. "If it were possible, I truly would not wish to kill you. Yet, this world is too cruel. Sometimes, in order to survive, we must make difficult choices." After saying this, Zhao Xinro slowly set the innkeeper's body down, her countenance sorrowful as she gently pricked open his garments with the tip of her sword. Without hesitation, she slashed his corpse, allowing the pungent scent of blood to swiftly permeate the air, with the intent of luring nearby beasts to feast upon it. Zhao Xinro understood that, while her actions were cruel, they were the most effective means of concealing the evidence. Should anyone discover that she was responsible for Zhao Yuan's death, the Zhao family would undoubtedly seek retribution against her. After completing this grim task, Zhao Xinro inhaled deeply, as if absorbing all her pain and weariness, transforming it into strength. She departed swiftly from the scene, her figure vanishing rapidly into the woods, leaving behind only a lingering scent of blood in the air. Meanwhile, on another front, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to the scapegoat he had become, hastening his journey towards Jingzhou. In the vast expanse of the Qinling Mountains, where human presence was scarce, An ancient and mysterious path meandered through the towering peaks, as if nature had carved a secret route for the weary traveler. This ancient road, having weathered the passage of time, bore witness to countless farewells and reunions, and now, in the tranquil embrace of night, it awaited the arrival of its next traveler. Jiang Chen rode his fiery steed. The red lightning, galloping through this desolate realm. The red lightning moved with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky, yet even it felt the pressure of the perilous terrain of the Qinling Mountains. Jiang Chen gripped the reins tightly, his gaze sharp and vigilant, ever alert to the changes in his surroundings. As Jiang Chen traveled approximately 1,800 miles, two enormous figures suddenly loomed before him. They were two pig demons, each standing a height of about 10 feet, wielding rusted and worn-out cleavers, blocking the path. Their eyes glinted with a gluttonous gleam, fixated on the approaching Jiang Chen. A pretty boy. Delicate and tender, he must be delicious. One of the pig demons licked its lips, a cruel smile curling at its mouth. Its voice was rough and hoarse, like a demonic echo from the depths of hell. The other pig demon scrutinized Jiang Chen with cunning eyes, noting, he is a government official. Judging by his attire and accessories, he must possess quite a few treasures. Tonight, we are truly fortunate. The two pig demons drooled incessantly, clearly intent on devouring Jiang Chen whole. Jiang Chen pulled up the red lightning, astonished at the sight of these two pig demons. Creatures such as these indeed existed in the world, and their numbers were not insignificant. However, whether in his original form or his current one, this was his first encounter with such vividly real demons. Just as he marveled at the scene, the two pig demons charged toward him, their rotund bodies wriggling. Pig Ganglai. Mid-level Master Realm, 366 points of malevolence. Pig Gongbian. Initial level Master Realm, 311 points of malevolence. Seeing that both pig demons were merely at the initial stage of demonhood, Jiang Chen felt a surge of confidence. Without hesitation, he drew the shimmering blood blade from his waist, leaping gracefully from the back of the red lightning, like an eagle soaring through the sky. Clang! With a resonant clash of metal, Jiang Chen unleashed the 5 tiger-breaking door blade technique. His movements were agile, and his blade technique fierce, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, unstoppable. He swung the blood blade, aiming a fierce strike at the head of the foremost pig demon, Pig Ganglai. The blade glimmered like lightning, its momentum formidable. Pig Ganglia's eyes widened in fear. It hastily raised its dilapidated cleaver to parry Jiang Chen's overwhelming blow. However, its strength was vastly inferior to Jiang Chen's. With a sharp crack, the cleaver was cleaved in two by the blood blade, fragments scattering across the ground. In the next moment, the blood blade, sharp as if forged in fire, sliced through the air, producing a shrill whistle, and harshly cut towards Pig Ganglia's half-face. Pig Ganglai had no time to react, feeling an excruciating pain before half of its face was severed, blood gushing forth and staining the ground around it. With a chilling howl, Pig Ganglai writhed on the ground, flailing its limbs in agony, a sight both harrowing and pitiful. Yet, despite its grievous injuries, it did not succumb immediately. Its eyes still burning with fury. "You dare to harm my brother?" At that moment, Zhu Gongbian let out a furious roar, charging forth like a maddened beast. Its eyes blazed a fiery red, and its tusks were bared. Clearly driven to the utmost fury, it opened its cavernous maw, barreling towards Jiang Chen with the intent to gore him to death with its massive form and sharp fangs. This was a tactic they habitually employed when they were threatened before transforming into demons. Leveraging their sheer size and formidable strength to crush their foes, Jiang Chen scoffed. A look of disdain etched upon his face. He remained motionless, yet his right hand was already clenched into a fist, faint golden light shimmering upon it. This was the ancient demon suppression fist he had honed over years of cultivation, each punch imbued with immense power capable of subduing all manner of malevolent entities. "Die!" Jiang Chen bellowed, his right arm swinging out with force, delivering a thunderous blow to the grotesque head of Zhu Gongbian. The resounding impact echoed, and astonishingly, Zhu Gongbian's massive head was driven deep into its chest, its entire body appearing to cave in from the force of the strike. The light in its eyes dimmed instantaneously, its limbs falling helplessly to the ground, emitting faint gasps. It was evident that this punch had utterly obliterated its vitality, rendering it incapable of movement. Evil value 311. The pig demon, with half its face obliterated, attempted to flee, but having sustained grave injuries, it could hardly escape swiftly. In a brief moment, Jiang Chen beheaded it with a swift stroke. Evil value 366. After dispatching the two pig demons, Jiang Chen meticulously searched their lifeless bodies. However, to his dismay, he found no valuable treasures or rare herbs, only a rather crude-looking token. This token was crafted from an unknown metal, its edges worn, clearly aged. Inscribed upon it were ancient characters, yet Jiang Chen was not well versed in archaic script and could not decipher its meaning. He shook his head helplessly, secretly lamenting his ill fortune that day. Nevertheless, having acquired the token, though its value remained uncertain, he could not let it go to waste. Thus, he placed it within his spatial ring, intending to have it appraised by someone knowledgeable in the future. Having settled everything, Jiang Chen remounted his steed, Chidian, and continued along the ancient path. However, shortly after his departure, a tiger-headed, human-bodied demon arrived at the scene. This tiger demon was robust, its muscles bulging as if it were a walking mountain. Upon seeing the slain pig demons, its eyes widened in rage, pounding its chest in fury. After venting its frustrations, it hurried to the bodies of the pig demons, searching them for a considerable time yet finding nothing. My demon god token. You two worthless fools. The tiger demon seized Zhu Gangbian's head, furiously taking a bite out of it. Jiang Chen gently tightened the reins, bringing Chidian to a gradual halt. After 3 arduous days of travel, he finally arrived at the renowned Wanhua Valley. Before him stood a towering boulder, inscribed with 3 powerful characters, Wanhua Valley, which stood out brilliantly under the sun. Gazing at these characters, an indescribable excitement surged within Jiang Chen. Finally arrived, he murmured to himself, fatigue evident in his voice, yet overshadowed by the anticipation of the healing to come. Over the past 3 days, he had felt the venom of the 7 Xian bloodbath spreading within him. Each night, the bone-deep pain surged like a tidal wave, robbing him of sleep. Despite his attempts to suppress the agony, the effects were negligible. He knew he must find a cure swiftly, or face dire consequences. At this moment, he dismounted, his movements weary but his gaze resolute. Leading Chidian, he strode purposefully towards the entrance of Wanhua Valley. Along the way, he observed that the place indeed lived up to its reputation. Bustling with a throng of people, various individuals thronged the entrance, from ragged beggars to elegantly dressed nobles and anxious commoners. They all sought refuge, hoping to find a remedy within Wanhua Valley. Upon reaching the valley's mouth, he noticed 2 young apprentices clad in azure robes standing guard. May I inquire if the famed life and death ghost doctor resides within? The 2 apprentices scrutinized Jiang Chen before one of them inquired. Do you possess a token? Jiang Chen retrieved the life and death token from his spatial ring and presented it to them. After confirming its authenticity, they said, follow us inside. They led Jiang Chen to a pharmacy, where one of them took the token and entered. After a moment, a deep voice emanated from within. Come in. Jiang Chen stepped inside to find an elderly man in a green robe seated before a cauldron, seemingly engaged in some alchemical endeavor. Are you here for treatment? The old man inquired slowly, his voice raspy and low, as if dragged from the depths of his throat, carrying an inexplicable eeriness akin to the wails of ghosts in the wild at midnight. Unsettling to the ears, however, Jiang Chen could not afford to be distracted by such matters. He was acutely aware of the severity of his poisoning, and time was of the essence. Every moment of delay could lead to irreversible consequences. Therefore, despite the discomfort caused by the old man's voice, he suppressed his unease and promptly responded, Yes, Senior, I have been poisoned. Chapter 46, The Conditions of Qiujio. Just as he was about to specify that he was afflicted by the 7 Xian bloodbath poison, the old man interrupted him. There's no need for you to elaborate. I will discern it myself. With that, he slowly turned around, revealing a visage that was truly striking. The skin was sagging, and wrinkles were plentiful, as if time had mercilessly etched its mark upon him. Even more disconcerting was the thick layer of rouge smeared across his face, the vibrant color contrasting sharply with his aged countenance, imparting an additional layer of grotesqueness, as if he had stepped out from a horror tale. Jiang Chen felt a wave of revulsion wash over him as he gazed upon the old man's face. What startled him most was the staggering evil value of 31,886 that he possessed, truly a testament to his nefarious deeds. This was the life and death ghost doctor, Qiujio. Qiujio approached Jiang Chen, inspecting him closely, exclaiming, You, young lad, have offended Han Qi Kong, who personally poisoned you. You are indeed fortunate. Senior, is there any way to resolve this poison? Jiang Chen inquired urgently. Qiujio stroked his chin thoughtfully, a mysterious glint flickering in his deep-set eyes. Before he replied slowly, There is, however, you must assist me in retrieving something. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart leapt with hope, and he quickly pressed, May I ask, Senior, what is it that you require me to find? Qiujio squinted slightly, as if recalling something, and after a brief pause, he finally spoke. 500 miles from here, there lies a mysterious body of water known as Botan. Within that pond resides an exceedingly rare white jade toad. Its body is white as jade, translucent, and seemingly crafted by nature itself. I need you to bring it back for me. Should you accomplish this task, I shall have the means to resolve the poison afflicting you. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen agreed. Very well. I am willing to make the attempt. With those words, he turned and departed from Wanhua Valley, Hastening towards the direction of Baibotan.as Jiang Chen left, one of the apprentices asked, "Master, how come I have never heard of such a white jade toad existing in Baibotan?" Jiao scoffed. "Fool, the white jade toad resides in the snowy mountains. Naturally, it would not exist in Baibotan." As he spoke, a flicker of hatred crossed his eyes. Who told this person to be so good-looking? I shall ensure his demise. The apprentice chuckled. "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled." With just a slight maneuver, you have placed this person in a perilous situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had reached the valley's outskirts. Just as he mounted Chidian and prepared to leave for Baibotan, a woman obstructed his path. "Hold on." Jiang Chen pulled the reins and turned to the woman, inquiring, "May I ask why you seek to stop me, fair maiden?" The woman, clad in a sleek black outfit, moved with steady poise, exuding an aura of expertise. "Were you dispatched by Jiao to retrieve an item?" Jiang Chen furrowed his brow but nodded. "Indeed." The woman sighed wryly. "It seems he has taken a disliking to you." "What do you mean?" Jiang Chen asked, his expression laden with confusion. The woman continued, 3 days ago, I sought him out for treatment as well. He attempted to take advantage of me, and when I refused, he sent me on a quest for a certain herb, only to find that it did not exist in that location." She sighed again. "This man harbors a deep-seated disdain for those who are handsome, particularly men. I noticed you entered not long before emerging. It is likely he has developed murderous intent towards you." "Cursed be!" Jiang Chen exclaimed in anger, his heart ablaze with fury. Yet, he found it hard to fully accept the gravity of the situation. After all, in the martial arts novels he had perused in his previous life, individuals of such stature were invariably depicted as those who prized their integrity above all else. Noting the skepticism etched upon Jiang Chen's countenance, the woman remarked, "If you harbor doubts, feel free to venture to that location and unearth the truth. However, tread carefully. The place he speaks of is fraught with peril." "Thank you for your warning, miss," Jiang Chen replied with a respectful gesture, before galloping towards the direction of the Baibo Pond. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Chen finally approached the vicinity of the Baibo Pond. The landscape was picturesque, with mountains and waters harmoniously coexisting in tranquility. However, a stark contrast emerged in the form of several nearby towns, which emanated an indescribable aura of eeriness and silence. Upon entering one of the towns, Jiang Chen observed the residents lining the streets. Each appeared ashen-faced, their eyes vacant, as if they had recently endured a grave illness that had drained them of vitality, rendering them pallid and lifeless. This scene sparked a flicker of doubt within him. Could it be that the Baibo Pond and its surroundings harbored secrets unknown to the world? In pursuit of clues regarding the Shueyu Chanchu, Jiang Chen resolved to inquire with a passerby. He scanned his surroundings and ultimately focused on a man hastily making his way past him. The man bore high cheekbones and an emaciated visage, as though only a thin layer of skin clung tightly to his bones, rendering him particularly gaunt and haggard. Jiang Chen stepped forward swiftly, politely intercepting him. "Excuse me, good sir, have you ever encountered a Shueyu Chanchu in the vicinity of the Baibo Pond?" "What is a Shueyu Chanchu?" "I have never heard of it. Nevertheless, you should depart quickly. If you are caught by the blood demon, you will be compelled to offer a pound of blood, or you shall not escape with your life." "What? The blood demon? What manner of being is he?" Jiang Chen's voice betrayed his palpable curiosity. The man's face involuntarily contorted with deep-seated terror, as though merely uttering that name conjured haunting memories of unspeakable horrors. Trembling, he stammered. "The blood demon arrived here 2 years ago. And since then, he has coerced us into delivering 3 pounds of fresh blood annually as tribute. Neither the townsfolk nor passing travelers are spared from this fate. Should we refuse, he threatens us with dire consequences." At this juncture, the man's voice dwindled to a whisper, his eyes brimming with fear. It was evident that the blood demon had established an absolute reign of terror over the area, rendering all inhabitants subservient to his will, too fearful to contemplate rebellion. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, astonished by the appalling state of affairs. He queried, "Have you not reported this to the authorities?" The man scoffed derisively. "Report? Initially, many attempted to do so, yet within a day, their households were slaughtered. Those who followed met the same grim fate. Gradually, no one dared to speak out." He scrutinized Jiang Chen, adding, "You seem to be affiliated with the court. If so, I implore you, help us rid ourselves of him." No sooner had he spoken than a cadre of mounted warriors thundered down the street. Suddenly, the blood demon master let out a furious roar, as if to unleash the anger and fear that had been festering within him. With his bellow, the excess flesh on his body began to shrink at a visibly astounding rate, as though being squeezed by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, his figure transformed dramatically. He morphed from a portly creature weighing over 400 pounds into a robust man, his body sculpted with pronounced muscles. His sinews were as hard as steel, appearing capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. Chapter 48. Purification of the Marrow. The Blood Demon Master ceased his words, fully aware that further dialogue was futile. Only strength could convey his intent. He propelled himself off the ground with great force, soaring into the air like a released arrow, exuding an overwhelming aura as he aimed a powerful fist toward Jiang Chen below. This strike encapsulated the entirety of the Blood Demon Master's might. As though intending to reduce Jiang Chen to mere fragments, "Come at me!" Jiang Chen shouted boldly, his eyes glinting with unwavering resolve. Though he remained stationary, an intangible force surged within him, converging upon his right fist. Ancient Town Demon Fist. In that moment, he unleashed the full might of his punch, colliding with the Blood Demon Master's fist. Crack. A chilling sound of bone snapping echoed, as if countless skeletal structures were being shattered at that instant. The Blood Demon Master's another voice, imbued with a sense of certainty and comfort, responded, evidently that of the elder sister of the former. "Moreover, we have Wang Shixiang and the others keeping watch over us. Even if someone were to come, they wouldn't be able to get here. So rest assured. No sooner had she finished speaking than two young women, clad in white garments and possessing delicate features, emerged gracefully from the thicket. They moved lightly, akin to forest sprites, and upon stepping into the clearing, immediately caught sight of Jiang Chen, who was bathing in the pool. At that moment, Jiang Chen stood at the water's edge, one hand grasping a stone as a makeshift scrubbing tool, while the other busily rinsed his body. So engrossed was he in his ablutions that he remained oblivious to the stirrings in the woods, allowing the two women to gaze upon him unabashedly. Almost simultaneously, the two women let out sharp, panicked shrieks, their voices echoing through the tranquil forest and startling several birds perched on the branches. Jiang Chen was taken aback by the sudden outcry, spinning around to meet the gaze of the two women. Observing the alarm etched on their faces, he swiftly realized his predicament and hurriedly donned his recently washed, still damp garments. However, the cries of the women acted as a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples of alarm throughout the vicinity. In no time, for robust men with stern visages rushed in from all directions of the woods, evidently drawn by the women's cries to assess the situation. "Junior sisters, what has happened?" The foremost man, towering over 8 feet tall with a broad face and pronounced brows, strode towards the two women with urgency, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings, infused with both authority and concern. "There is someone bathing here." One of the women pointed at Jiang Chen across the pond, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and embarrassment. Her finger quivered slightly, indicating that she had yet to fully recover from her earlier fright. By this time, Jiang Chen had managed to dress himself, the moisture from his garments having been thoroughly evaporated by his internal energy. "You lecher! How dare you spy on my junior sister?" The man's face contorted with fury, his eyes seemingly ablaze, as he snorted contemptuously. In a swift motion, akin to a great bird taking flight, he leapt gracefully above the water's surface, each step seemingly weightless, and in an instant, he materialized before Jiang Chen. He drew a gleaming longsword from his waist, its tip aimed directly at Jiang Chen's throat, his tone frigid and resolute. "Boy, judging by your demeanor, you do not appear to be a novice. If you do not receive a lesson today, you might truly believe us to be easy prey. Here is what we shall do. You shall forfeit one of your eyes, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, you shall not leave here alive." Jiang Chen gazed at the enraged man before him, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Are you a fool? I was clearly here first, merely taking a bath. How have I become a lecher spying on your junior sister? If we are speaking of gouging out eyes, perhaps it should be your two junior sisters who each lose one, for they should not have ventured out from the woods to frighten others." Bold words, the man bellowed, thrusting his sword forward, its tip slicing through the air with a whistling sound, aimed straight for Jiang Chen's chest. The strike was executed with remarkable speed and formidable force, evidently intent on ending Jiang Chen's life. Yet, Jiang Chen merely smiled in response, his demeanor calm and unhurried. He extended 2 fingers as if grasping a delicate feather, effortlessly immobilizing the glimmering sword between his digits. The man's face transformed into one of sheer astonishment as he exerted all his strength to retract the blade, but it remained ensnared as if bound by invisible shackles, impervious to his struggles. "Boy, before you seek to be a hero, ensure that you understand the strength of your opponent." Jiang Chen's voice remained composed and detached, as if imparting a final lesson to the man. With that, he gently twisted his fingers, and with a sharp crack, the once razor-sharp sword shattered into countless fragments. "What?" The man gasped in horror, unable to believe his own eyes as he stared at the broken sword in his hand. Just as he opened his mouth to utter something, it was already too late. Jiang Chen seized a shard of the sword. Flicking it with his fingers, it flew through the air like an arrow, piercing the man's throat with a chilling swiftness. The man's body trembled violently, the light in his eyes dimming rapidly, before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 50. the shipment of the Miasma River witnessing this scene from the other side of the pond. The remaining individuals were instantly struck with terror, their souls seemingly fleeing their bodies. They stared at Jiang Chen in wide-eyed disbelief, as if confronted by some monstrous apparition, before promptly turning to flee. Jiang Chen, observing their retreat, made no effort to pursue them, not out of a lack of desire to eradicate all threats, but rather due to the profound weakness he felt after his recent cleansing, necessitating an urgent replenishment of sustenance. After all, these individuals were merely minor pawns at the postnatal stage and posed no significant threat. He retrieved a piece of braised beef from his storage ring and began to eat leisurely by the pond. Pairing it with a fine Huangdiao wine, the combination of beef and wine offered a unique and delightful flavor. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen contentedly patted his stomach and then pulled out the 9-Yang Divine Skill manual from his robe. Gently opening it to study with great concentration, his eyes skimmed over the pages, the lines of text dancing like musical notes, swiftly weaving vivid images in his mind. After a quick perusal, Jiang Chen murmured, "Commence the importation, the essence of the 9-Yang Divine Skill, each move and technique, as well as the flow of internal energy, seemed to be drawn into clarity by a mysterious force within his mind." Following the guidance in the manual, he attempted to channel his internal energy along a specific path. As the energy circulated, he felt waves of warmth coursing through him, as if countless streams were converging into a river, providing him with a continuous source of strength. In less than 10 breaths' time, the system's voice resonated clearly in his ears. "Ding. Sin value has been fully expended. This importation session has concluded." Jiang Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, then opened his personal panel. Name, Jiang Chen, poisoned, 7 Xian bloodbat poison, realm, initial stage of master realm talent, ordinary, 32, sin value, 16180. External skills, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. 13th level, low Xian grade, perfected, requires 360,000 sin value to upgrade. Internal skills, 9-Yang Divine Skill, upper Xian grade, first level entry, fist technique, ancient demon suppression fist, low earth grade. Second level perfected, to think a yellow grade cleansing pill only enhanced my ordinary talent by 30. This is rather slow, is it not? Jiang Chen voiced his disbelief. Enhancing talent was inherently a defiance of natural law. How could it be an easy feat? The system's voice chimed in again. Moreover, as one progresses, the difficulty of enhancing talent only increases. I hope the host is mentally prepared for this. Sighing, Jiang Chen then posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. System. How much longer can I live? 30 days. Upon hearing this figure, a look of understanding crossed Jiang Chen's face. The first level of the 9-Yang Divine Skill, although only grasped at a rudimentary level, had already bestowed unexpected benefits, extending his life by several days. For someone afflicted by the 7 Xian bloodbat poison, with his life perpetually in jeopardy, this was more than sufficient. Additionally, he clutched tightly to 4 precious great recovery pills, which contained profound medicinal power, treasures that warriors yearn for. Jiang Chen understood well that should he consume all 4 of these pills, the first level of his 9-Yang Divine Skill would be able to reach a state of perfection. At that point, his internal energy would become even more robust, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. More importantly, his lifespan might also be extended once again, granting him ample time to seek a remedy for his poison. Contemplating these matters, a surge of fierce determination welled up within Jiang Chen. He raised his gaze towards the horizon, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. If I can cultivate to the 9th level, perhaps I could eradicate the 7 Xian bloodbat poison entirely. This notion incessantly swirled within his mind, akin to an invisible force propelling him ever forward. Jiang Chen promptly mounted his steed, applying pressure with his legs against the horse's flank, whereupon the noble creature surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, hastening him towards the direction of Jiazhou. On the river, miasma coiled around like a colossal black dragon, undulating and entwining, shrouding this expanse of water, which stretched over 1,000 fathoms, in a dense veil. The surface of the river roiled violently, with hidden currents surging beneath, as if concealing endless peril. This region was notorious for the malevolent spirits that plagued it and the rampant water bandits, instilling dread in the hearts of passing vessels. Without the guidance of an exceptionally seasoned helmsman, it was all but certain that one would meet a grim fate upon these waters, becoming sustenance for the very demons and bandits that lurked therein. Yet, amidst this treacherous expanse of the Ming River, there existed a ferryman revered by the locals as Master Zhang Yin. He was a robust figure, with sun-kissed skin and a visage etched with the lines of time. Yet his gaze was strikingly sharp, as if capable of perceiving every subtle disturbance upon the water's surface. His mastery of navigation was unparalleled, regardless of the tempest's ferocity. He could steadfastly steer his vessel through the tumult, thus Traversing the Ming River aboard his craft was undoubtedly the safest choice, or so claimed the locals. What lay beneath this assertion, however, remained shrouded in mystery. At that moment, alongside the riverbank, a vessel measuring approximately 30 feet in length and 10 feet in width was moored. While not overly large, its structure was robust and its design astute, accommodating up to 30 or 40 passengers. The hull was coated in black paint, rendering it particularly conspicuous. The cabin was spacious and well-lit, furnished with neatly arranged seats. Master Jiang, when shall we set sail? A crowd of nearly 30 individuals had gathered at the shore, some standing, others seated, all anxiously awaiting the ship's departure. Yet, Jiang Yin exhibited no intention of departing. Instead, he leisurely puffed on his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke as though oblivious to the world around him. In the midst of this tense and oppressive atmosphere, a man adorned in a resplendent flying fish robe, astride a magnificent chestnut steed, suddenly entered the throng's view. He exuded an air of elegance and authority, clearly a person of considerable status. "Innkeeper, when do we embark?" he inquired, reining in his horse with a commanding voice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin slowly lifted his head to appraise the man before him. As his gaze fell upon the robust chestnut stallion, a flicker of avarice sparked in his eyes. This horse boasted a lustrous coat and well-defined muscles. "Clearly a rare and exceptional specimen. We shall set sail shortly," Jiang Yin declared, retracting his gaze and hastily stowing away his pipe. Clearing his throat to mask his inner excitement, he understood that this individual before him was of no ordinary stature and must be approached with caution. Simultaneously, several sturdy youths emerged from a thatched hut nearby. Each possessed a robust physique and muscular build, evidently trained as seasoned crew members. They swiftly approached Jiang Yin, awaiting his command. "Master Jiang?" One of the crew members called out cautiously, a hint of reverence lacing his tone. "Yes, let us depart," Jiang Yin replied, rising to his feet, shaking off the ash from his pipe, and striding purposefully towards the vessel anchored at the shore. Chapter 51. Crossing the river, Jiang Chen firmly grasped the reins of Qi Dian and followed suit onto the ship. The horse seemed to sense the impending journey, occasionally emitting low, resonant whinnies. The surrounding passengers also began to board. Although the vessel appeared quite large upon the river's surface, it soon felt somewhat cramped with the increasing number of people. Individuals stood or sat, pressing against one another yet maintaining a tacit understanding of silence, as though awaiting an unseen signal. The stout men had already readied themselves, synchronously wielding the oars as they began to row on either side of the boat. The vessel gently rocked in response to their movements, gradually departing from the shore and gliding towards the river's heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin sat firmly at the bow, his gaze deep and piercing, seemingly observing the tumultuous currents beneath the surface. He bore an air of calm assurance, as if everything lay well within his control. As the boat progressed, the scenery upon the river transformed continually. Distant mountains appeared shrouded in mist, while the nearby waters shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. Jiang Chen stood beside Jiang Yin, his eyes contemplatively fixed upon the miasma-laden Ming River. The river breeze caressed his face, carrying a chill and an ineffable sense of mystery. He slightly turned his head to address the seasoned ferryman. "Master, I suppose many souls have perished in this river, have they not?" Jiang Yin chuckled softly. "Indeed, young man. Earning a living on these waters is fraught with peril. On occasion, when the winds howl and the waves rise, it is not uncommon for an entire crew to meet their demise." Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully, seemingly digesting Jiang Yin's words. Then, as if admiring the scenery, he casually inquired, "And how many have perished aboard your vessel?" "Master, a few unfortunate souls, those who lacked foresight. When the Dragon King demands a feast, I am left with little recourse," Jiang Yin replied. "Ah, I see," Jiang Chen murmured, nodding slightly, as if comprehending the implications of Jiang Yin's earlier remarks. The vessel glided smoothly along the current, creating ripples upon the water's surface. Yet, Jiang Chen sensed a lurking presence beneath the riverbed, as if several formidable creatures were trailing closely behind the boat. Their forms faintly discernible in the murky depths, emanating an unsettling aura. These enigmatic beings seemed to await the impending banquet with quiet anticipation. As the boat approached the river's center, Jiang Yin abruptly rose from his bamboo seat at the bow. However, before he could fully stand, a large hand swiftly grasped his shoulder, forcefully pressing him back down. The rowers simultaneously cast hostile glances in that direction, their eyes brimming with animosity. Noticing this, Jiang Chen smiled faintly, his voice calm and resolute. "Master, we have yet to reach the shore. Why the rush?" A flash of malice flickered in Jiang Yin's eyes, a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul, instilling a chill. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, a cold smirk playing upon his lips as he feigned nonchalance. "Ah, I'm simply getting old. I can't sit still. I must stretch my limbs." Standing beside him, Jiang Chen smiled gently, his expression revealing a hint of indifference. He waved his hand lightly. No need to rush, Master Jiang. It would be beneficial to your health to sit a while longer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's expression shifted subtly, though he quickly masked it with a veneer of calm. The two men remained locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thickening palpably. The very air around them seemed to solidify. Breaths taken with trepidation. After several heartbeats, Zhang Yan could no longer contain his simmering fury, his countenance darkening like stormy waters. He bellowed. What are you all lingering for? Row the boat. Do you intend to wait for the fish to feast on you? The sturdy crewmen flinched at his outburst, exchanging bewildered glances, but before the capricious Master Jiang, they had no choice but to obey. They hastily seized their oars and began to row vigorously towards the shore. The boat surged through the water, sending ripples cascading outward, as if narrating this silent struggle. Brother, what shall I call you? Zhang Yan inquired, his demeanor unfriendly, laced with provocation, as if seeking to stir trouble. Jiang Chen offered a slight smile. His gaze tranquil as still waters, responding with nonchalance. Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he had stumbled upon a source of amusement. Your name seems somewhat inauspicious. Jiang Chen, river sink. Who knows, perhaps one day you will plunge into the river and be lost to its depths. Unperturbed, Jiang Chen maintained his serene demeanor, not a flicker of emotion betraying him. He gently patted Zhang Yan's shoulder, as though soothing a petulant child, and remarked, It matters not. Should I fall into the river, I might just slay a couple of water ghosts in the process, thus ridding the world of some nuisances. Zhang Yan had not anticipated Jiang Chen's remarkably calm response, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He widened his eyes, gazing into Jiang Chen's tranquil eyes, and an inexplicable fury surged within him. Yet he found no outlet for it. The two shared a tacit understanding, falling into an uneasy silence as the atmosphere grew increasingly delicate. Jiang Chen's hand remained resting on Zhang Yan's shoulder, unwavering, which induced an unaccountable pressure in Zhang Yan. The surrounding crowd cast curious glances, yet none dared to approach, fully aware that neither of these individuals was to be trifled with. Provoking them could yield disastrous consequences. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, as the two stood quietly, locked in their standoff, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. As the boat gradually glided through the heart of the river, the colossal creatures lurking beneath the surface began to exhibit signs of agitation. Their silhouettes flickered in the water, occasionally revealing their menacing heads and massive bodies, as if they were desperately seeking something. A few were particularly restless, relentlessly ramming their formidable forms against the vessel carrying the crowd. Each impact sent the ship rocking violently, as though it were on the brink of capsizing. Fortunately, these behemoths refrained from exerting excessive force, seemingly wary of something, ultimately allowing the ship to arrive at the shore amidst the thrilling tension. The passengers aboard sensed the unusual occurrences throughout the journey, their hearts swelling with unease. When the boat finally docked, they hurriedly grabbed their belongings and disembarked, racing towards the distant land, eager to escape the water for even a moment longer. Jiang Chen released his grip on Zhang Yan's shoulder, which had been painfully constricted. Zhang Yan instinctively rubbed his shoulder, his face contorting in a grimace of pain. Chapter 52. Slaughter Kid, you are quite formidable. Zhang Yan's words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden, excruciating pain. He felt an unbearable ache in his neck, as if a sharp object had sliced through his skin and pierced to the marrow. Almost immediately, a wave of intense dizziness overwhelmed him, causing his world to spin uncontrollably. He attempted to grasp something to steady himself, but everything felt futile. His vision began to blur, and all that remained was a buzzing sound in his ears, as if the entire world were collapsing around him. Whose headless body is this? Why does it resemble mine so closely? This was Zhang Yan's final thought before losing consciousness, filled with endless confusion and terror as he slowly closed his eyes. In that moment, it felt as though he had detached from his body, drifting into another realm. He beheld his own form sprawled on the ground, blood staining the earth around him, while his head lay nowhere to be seen. He attempted to scream, to struggle, but all was in vain. The surrounding world had suddenly become eerily quiet. Sin value 3836. The group of burly men stood momentarily stunned, as if they had been struck dumb by the unforeseen turn of events. Their faces were etched with shock and disbelief, completely unprepared for the situation to escalate to this extent. Master Jiang, one finally reacted, wailing in anguish, his voice heavy with sorrow. The others, awakening from their stupor, leapt into a frenzy, brandishing their oars and charging towards Jiang Chen as if as a result, our master urged us to continue rowing forward, and so we did. At this juncture, the boatman's voice dwindled, his face etched with terror. He was acutely aware of the rules governing his trade. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, this situation entangled the life of the venerable Zhang Patriarch. Upon hearing the boatman's words, a profound contemplation flickered in Zhang Ming's eyes, his brow furrowed as if he were piecing together the elusive truth of the matter. After a brief pause, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the boatman, asking in a hushed yet intense tone, "Are you suggesting that the old gentleman was threatened at that time? That he was compelled to remain seated without signaling you to act?" The boatman nodded, an expression of deep unease crossing his features. "Indeed, my lord. I found it peculiar as well, but our master insisted we keep rowing, and we did not dare to inquire further." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's countenance darkened to a deep shade of fury, and he spat out venomous words. "Damn it! How did he discover our intent to eliminate him? Could it be that we have a traitor among us?" At this point, a glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes as he pondered. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, his voice icy as he declared, "From this moment forth, any foreigner passing through our domain shall be dealt with ruthlessly. I shall ensure they understand the dire consequences of daring to threaten my father." His voice was chilling and resolute, akin to a curse emanating from the depths of the abyss, causing all present to shudder in fear. They knew well that Jiang Ming was a man of his word. Once he resolved to take action, he would not easily waver. "Brother, might this affect our business?" Zhang Xian, standing behind Jiang Ming, queried with a furrowed brow. His tone tinged with concern. He understood that while Jiang Ming's decisions were decisive, they could also lead to unforeseen repercussions. Jiang Ming snorted disdainfully, his gaze sharp as a blade directed towards the horizon. "Humph, the old gentleman may have enjoyed a good reputation, but did that save him from his fate? Those so-called accolades and honors are mere ephemeral illusions in the face of life and death. If that is the case, we might as well seize everything and let those petty individuals understand our might. Let the blame fall on the one who dared to slay the old gentleman. It is he who has shattered our rules." At the mention of the old gentleman, a fierce determination flickered in Jiang Ming's eyes, the flames of vengeance within him roaring uncontrollably. At that moment, the waters beneath the boat began to churn violently as a swarm of monstrous fish circled below. Seemingly sensing the intense murderous intent radiating from Jiang Ming, they surged upwards in a frenzied display. As if rallying in support of him, a glint of ferocity flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles widening from the strain, as though he longed to unleash a bloodbath upon those who dared to provoke them. However, just then, a shadow stretching dozens of feet in length glided ominously beneath their vessel. "Xiao." Jiang Chen tightened the reins gently, causing his steed to come to a gradual halt, its front hooves raised slightly, kicking up a cloud of dust, before standing firmly at the entrance of the Zhao Prefectural Constabulary. At the entrance, two imperial guards lounged languidly on the steps, savoring the rare tranquility of the afternoon. One guard held a novel, his eyes glued to the densely packed text, his face alternating between expressions of excitement and furrowed brows as he became completely engrossed in the fantastical narrative. The other guard was idly prodding at a small insect that had crawled from an unknown source with a slender stick, the helpless creature rolling over under the pokes, while a swarm of ants seized the opportunity to begin devouring the defenseless prey. Dismounting, Jiang Chen casually draped the reins over his horse's back and strode toward the two men. His steps firm and powerful, each footfall exuding an indescribable authority. Only when Jiang Chen stood before them did the two guards abruptly awaken from their respective reveries. They jerked their heads up, their gazes sharp as they scrutinized the unexpected stranger, their faces betraying a hint of wariness. "Who are you?" one of the guards demanded sharply, his eyes scanning Jiang Chen for any sign of weakness in his attire or demeanor. The other guard also set down his stick, rising to his feet, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Jiang Chen. His hands instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword, prepared for any sudden developments. However, when their eyes fell upon Jiang Chen's garb, emblazoned with the insignia of 1,000 households, a flicker of panic crossed their faces. The position of 1,000 households among the imperial guards was paramount, a power not easily trifled with. "I am Jiang Chen, the newly appointed 1,000 households of the Imperial Guard," Jiang Chen stated calmly, his voice devoid of any tremor. Just days ago, they had privately discussed the arrival of a new 1,000 households from the court to oversee affairs in Zhao. Little did they expect the news had spread so swiftly that Jiang Chen had already arrived at the gates of the constabulary. Without pausing to question the two guards about their idleness, Jiang Chen stepped forward into the Zhao Prefectural Constabulary. Once inside, he made his way directly to the office of the 1,000 households. As he entered the spacious room, his gaze immediately fell upon a formidable middle-aged man, nearly 9 feet tall, with a wasp-like waist and a tiger-like build. This man lounged in the chair that rightfully belonged to Jiang Chen, casually reclining with his legs crossed, a self-satisfied grin gracing his features. Beside him, a maid respectfully offered him a plate of fresh fruit, which he elegantly accepted, taking a delicate bite, juice cascading forth, presenting an image of utter contentment. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on the middle-aged man for a moment, His mind quietly assessing. He understood that this man was likely one of the Vice Thousand Households, perhaps the most senior and powerful among them. Chapter 54. Zhao Xiao. Are you the Vice Thousand Households here? Jiang Chen inquired. The middle-aged man paused, momentarily taken aback, before setting down the fruit and rising to scrutinize Jiang Chen with keen eyes. Noticing this, Jiang Chen allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, his gaze sweeping over each individual present, ultimately resting on the arrogant figure seated in the principal position. He spoke slowly, his tone steady and commanding. Vice Thousand Households Li, Vice Thousand Households Wang, or Vice Thousand Households Zhao. Which one are you? The man was initially taken aback, but quickly removed his feet from the table, his gaze now fixated on Jiang Chen's intricately embroidered attire, a look of dawning comprehension crossing his face. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "Ah, so the new Thousand Households has arrived. My apologies. I am Zhao Xiao. May I inquire if you're indeed Jiang Chen, the Thousand Households?" Jiang Chen nodded lightly, responding coolly, "Vice Thousand Households Zhao. As for today's events, I shall refrain from pursuing them for the time being. However, I expect that starting tomorrow, order is restored within the constabulary, and that no unauthorized individuals disrupt our duties." As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere seemed to freeze momentarily, and Zhao Xiao's face involuntarily flickered with displeasure, though the expression vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. My lord, we are to work together henceforth. As the saying goes, we are all in the same boat. It would be wise not to dwell too much on certain matters that might sour our relations, Zhao Xiao cautioned, suppressing his irritation. Yet Jiang Chen appeared unperturbed by Zhao Xiao's overture, shaking his head gently, a serene smile gracing his lips as if he had not taken Zhao Xiao's words to heart. He chose not to listen to Zhao Xiao's further remarks, turning on his heel to exit the somewhat awkward room. The Imperial Guard, observing the scene, instinctively glanced at Zhao Xiao, who remained in his original posture, seemingly awaiting a response. However, Zhao Xiao merely squinted slightly, his expression impassive, as if indifferent to the entire situation, offering no clear directive. The guard, contemplating the dynamics between the two men, smiled slightly, though the smile bore a hint of cunning. My lord, I truly apologize. I am unaware of the specific location of the Thousand Households office. Perhaps you might inquire with others. They may possess greater knowledge. What, you were unaware? Jiang Chen's voice erupted like thunder, reverberating throughout the constabulary with an undeniable authority. His eyes blazed like fire, fixed intently on the guard before him, as if seeking to penetrate his very being. How dare you, a covert infiltrator, wreak havoc in my constabulary? Jiang Chen's words were as sharp as an icy blade. In the midst of his speech, his figure surged forward with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains. His right hand clenched tightly, the fist seemingly imbued with the desolation and murderous intent of the heavens and earth, embodying the ancient technique known as the demon-subduing fist. Without reservation, he unleashed this blow, the wind from his fist howling, carrying a terrifying force that tore through the air. The Jinyiwei, upon witnessing this, turned pale as a sheet, his eyes wide with terror. In a moment of panic, he could only raise his arms before his face in a desperate attempt to block this lethal strike. However, before Jiang Chen's overwhelming might, his defense was as fragile as paper. Crack! The crisp and jarring sound of bones shattering echoed, followed by the Jinyiwei's anguished scream. His arms instantly fractured under the force of Jiang Chen's fist, and he was sent crashing away like a kite with severed strings, tracing a long arc through the air, twisting and tumbling before crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, the Jinyiwei curled up in pain, emitting continuous wails, clearly bereft of the will to fight. You dare, you insolent wretch! Zhao Xiao's fury erupted upon witnessing Jiang Chen's assault on the Jinyiwei. His face turned a dark shade, eyes blazing as if ready to unleash flames. With a swift movement of his feet, he accelerated like a specter, charging his voice was filled with fury, yet more so with trepidation towards Jiang Chen. He understood that a person so young could attain a steed as extraordinary as the Jiaolong horse and be personally appointed by His Majesty as a local commander, indicating that he must possess remarkable strength or an exceptional background. Wang Baichuan gently stroked his slightly graying beard, his gaze revealing a hint of profundity. He looked meaningfully at Zhao Xiao and slowly said, "Old Zhao, your temper has been becoming increasingly impulsive of late. Consider, for a moment, why His Majesty would send a young man of Master Realm, one who is favored by the court, to this complex and turbulent Jiazhou?" Zhao Xiao furrowed his brow, confusion etched upon his face. He shook his head, seemingly unable to fathom the deeper implications, and could only seek counsel from Wang Baichuan. "Brother Wang, what could this possibly mean?" Wang Baichuan let out a soft sigh, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. He shook his head, seemingly exasperated by Zhao Xiao's dullness, and perhaps worried about the impending storm. He spoke in a low voice. Old Zhao, you truly seem to be employing your intellect less and less these days. Consider the chaos here in Jiazhou, where various factions intertwine, and to untangle such relations requires profound wisdom and finesse. His Majesty's decision to dispatch a favored young Master Realm Commander, coupled with bestowing upon him an unparalleled steed like the Jialong horse, likely aims to make him a target, to have him perish here. Chapter 56. The third layer of the Jiaoyang Divine Art. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face betraying his incredulity. He exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? Why would His Majesty do such a thing?" Wang Baichuan's expression grew solemn, as if he could almost draw water from it. He lowered his voice, imbuing his words with undeniable gravity. His Majesty has been ambitious in recent years, covertly expanding the influence of the Jinyiwei. Intent on firmly grasping every inch of land in the Ming dynasty, Jiaozhou has long been a region where the Jinyiwei's power is relatively weak, with various local forces entangled in complexity, making it difficult to fully control. At this point, he paused slightly, his gaze lingering on Zhao Xiu's face, seemingly gauging his reaction. Noticing Zhao Xiu's look of astonishment, he continued. His Majesty's sudden decision to send a favored young commander of Master Realm to Jiazhou may not merely be defined an excuse to rectify the situation here. What? Zhao Xiu gasped, his astonishment deepening. This cannot be possible. How could His Majesty take such drastic measures? Wang Baichuan sighed softly, his eyes filled with resignation and understanding of reality. There is nothing impossible. Brother Zhao, in this vortex of power struggles, anything can happen. If I were His Majesty, I too would choose this moment to use the life of a promising young Master Realm Commander as a pretext to thoroughly rectify the situation in Jiaozhou. As night descended, enveloping the world in silence, only the occasional chirping of insects broke the tranquility. In this serene evening, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on his humble yet tidy bed, his eyes closed in concentration. His entire being felt as though it were ablaze with an invisible flame, his complexion flushed as if intoxicated, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, dripping onto the bed with a soft patter. After enduring prolonged cultivation and patience, Jiang Chen suddenly exhaled a breath of turbid air. This breath seemed to harbor boundless heat and impurities, coalescing into a visible white mist that slowly ascended before dissipating into the night. With the expulsion of this turbid air, Jiang Chen's complexion gradually returned to normal. The cleansing elixir was indeed extraordinary, worthy of its reputation for purifying the body and refining one's vital essence. Jiang Chen mused inwardly. Moreover, the 4 great revitalization pills I consumed earlier have directly aided me in elevating the Jiaoyang Divine Art to the threshold of its third layer, recalling the experience of consuming the cleansing pill. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. The agony and torment that ensued after the pill entered his body were indescribable, as if his entire skeletal and meridian structure were being torn apart and reformed. Yet it was precisely this suffering that had facilitated his rapid ascent in power. The Jiaoyang Divine Art is an unparalleled martial technique of utmost vigor and brightness, its might boundless, divided into 9 layers. The first layer, known as ethereal purple qi, when cultivated to this stage, generates a faint purple aura within the body, warm as jade yet brimming with unfathomable power, capable of nourishing the flesh and enhancing one's vital essence. The second layer, termed muscle and bone cleansing, emphasizes the thorough baptism and reshaping of one's muscles and marrow through cultivation, rendering the physical form more resilient and robust, laying a solid foundation for subsequent training. The third layer, radiant yang qi, when cultivated to this level, produces a searing yang energy within the body, akin to a blazing flame, capable of dispelling all malevolent forces, rendering the practitioner's body as scorching as the sun. The fourth layer, bone contraction technique, allows the practitioner to control the size and shape of their bones at will, enabling them to evade enemy strikes and escape perilous situations. The fifth layer, tortoise breathing technique, is an exceedingly profound method of internal breath control, allowing the practitioner to hold their breath for extended periods, entering a state akin to hibernation, preserving their strength and energy. The sixth layer, gecko wall walking, is a lightness technique enabling the practitioner to traverse walls with the same ease as a gecko, even leaping upon vertical cliffs at will. The seventh layer, immune to all poisons, when reached, grants the practitioner a formidable resistance to all toxins, rendering even the most potent poisons harmless. The eighth layer, indestructible diamond, represents the pinnacle of physical cultivation, making the practitioner's body as unyielding as diamond, able to withstand all physical and magical attacks. The ninth and most wondrous layer, named rebound attack, the more one uses it, the stronger one becomes. Upon reaching this layer, the practitioner can not only reflect the enemy's attacks but also enhance their own power with every strike. achieving a state of becoming more formidable with each battle. Having consumed 4 precious great revitalization pills, Jiang Chen gained a power equivalent to 120 units, akin to having cultivated the Jiaoyang divine art for 120 years. Even so, he had only managed to reach the introductory stage of the 3rd layer, had he not utilized that invaluable cleansing pill. It was likely that even spending 120 years would only allow him to attain the proficient stage of the 2nd layer. A painfully slow progression that was almost unimaginable. System, how much longer can I survive? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and directly inquired of the system. 1 year. Upon hearing the system's response, Jiang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that as long as he could attain that level, even if he could not entirely purge the 7 mysterious bloodbat poison from his body, it would suffice to ease his concerns about his life. For by then, he would be immune to all toxins. This Xiao Xie remains unrepentant. He is likely still plotting against me, Jiang Chen thought to himself, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It seems I must hasten to cultivate the primordial town demon fist to the 3rd layer of grand completion. Only then can I slay him directly and rid myself of this rogue's threat. With the Jiaoyang divine art cultivated to the 3rd layer, Jiang Chen's prowess surged, reaching the late stage of Master Realm, granting him the ability to contend with even ordinary Grandmasters. Chapter 57. Huadu County, he could distinctly sense the power within him continuously coalescing and growing. As if poised to break through the existing shackles and ascend to a higher realm. 1 step further would lead him to the consummate Master Realm, a qualitative leap in his strength. Just as he immersed himself in contemplation and cultivation, a robust voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts from outside the door. My lord, are you asleep? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, a wave of curiosity swelling within him. At such a late hour, who could it be seeking him? He gradually withdrew his focus, the overwhelming energy he had summoned during cultivation receding like a tide. Retreating into a calm facade. He was well aware that in this world where the strong reign supreme, maintaining a low profile was essential for survival, particularly to prevent others from discerning the nature of his cultivation, lest enemies exploit weaknesses and devise targeted strategies. With a soft creak, Jiang Chen gently opened the door, revealing Li Chong, one of the 3 deputy commanders of Jiazhou, standing outside. My lord. Li Chong bowed respectfully. Fortunately, you have arrived just in time. The situation around Huadu County has become increasingly dire. Mountain bandits are rampant, and thousands of innocent citizens have fallen victim to their cruelty. The situation is urgent. Our scouts reported yesterday that these bandits may directly assault Huadu County tomorrow. What shall we do? I shall personally inspect the situation tomorrow. Jiang Chen replied calmly. Write down in detail where these bandits are active, the name of their leader, and the location of their lair. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Li Chong's words, he immediately responded with utmost respect. And after finishing, he turned and departed hastily, evidently to prepare the information needed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen returned to his bed, slowly closed his eyes, and began to replenish his energy. The circumstances of this place were far more intricate than he had anticipated. The rampant mountain bandits, the suffering of the common people, and the impotence of the authorities all intertwined like a vast net, binding him tightly within it. Particularly concerning were the 3 deputy captains, whose levels of evil were recorded as 3112, 3669, and 5221, each one a villain in their own right. Presently, none of the numbers above the heads of the Imperial Guards and the Town Protector's office fell below 2 digits. He realized he had entered the Town Protector's office. Had he been unaware, merely glancing at the evil values above these individuals would have led him to believe he had stumbled into a den of bandits. Leaving this place, even temporarily, was precisely what he desired. Otherwise, spending every day among these wolves would inevitably lead to his downfall. The break of dawn the following day, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the earth. Jiang Chen sat in his study, invigorated. He firmly grasped a confidential letter, delivered early in the morning by Li Chong, detailing the assault on the bandits of Huadu County. The intelligence elaborated on the origins of this bandit group, revealing that they hailed from the notorious Erlongzai. This stronghold, nestled amidst the mountains, possessed a perilous terrain, making it easy to defend yet challenging to attack, thus posing a significant threat to the surrounding area. The leader, Meng Shirley, was infamous throughout the martial world for his nefarious deeds. Not only was he a formidable fighter, but he was also ruthless, commanding a cadre of 8 great kings, each a battle-hardened warrior. They frequently ravaged the surrounding regions, committing unspeakable atrocities that instilled terror in the hearts of the populace. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, these so-called villains appeared as little more than walking points. Slaying these evildoers would not only rid the world of their menace but also yield a substantial amount of evil value, a tremendous temptation for him. Jiang Chen meticulously studied the intelligence, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Furthermore, according to the report, Meng surely had reached the pinnacle of the Master Realm, verging on the Grand Master Realm. Such strength might seem unattainable to ordinary individuals. Yet to Jiang Chen, it merely represented a stepping stone on his path of cultivation. The reason behind Erlongzai's assault on Huadu County was to abduct people to trade with the demonic sect for blood demon pills, facilitating their breakthrough into the Grand Master Realm. After perusing the report, Jiang Chen had already made his decision. Without hesitation, he mounted the steed Qi Dian, which seemed to sense its master's resolve, galloping swiftly toward Huadu County. Shall we let him go just like that? What if he encounters unforeseen circumstances? Wang Baichuan observed Jiang Chen's retreating figure, his expression marked by hesitation. Li Chong, however, remained unfazed. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Old Wang, you are simply too cautious. Jiang Chen's journey is merely to gauge the situation. He is not seeking a direct confrontation with those bandits. As long as he does not provoke them, those bandits will hardly waste their effort pursuing a Master Realm expert. After all, their true targets lie among the populace of Huadu County." Though Li Chang's words sounded somewhat callous, upon reflection, they held a kernel of truth. As a Master Realm expert, Jiang Chen possessed extraordinary prowess. As long as he refrained from rash actions, his self-preservation should pose no issue. A lesson learned would serve to deter him from overreaching. Wang Baichuan, despite his lingering doubts, could only nod silently. Moreover, envision the chaos and tragedy that would ensue should Erlongzai truly breach Huadu County. At that juncture, we could capitalize on the opportunity to undermine Jiang Chen. This way, we could eliminate him without bloodshed. Li Chang's eyes shimmered with calculative intent, seemingly already sketching a victorious scenario in his mind. Yet, what if Jiang Chen were to exterminate the bandits of Erlongzai? A hint of uncertainty crept into Wang Baichuan's tone, evidently wary of Jiang Chen's capabilities. His martial arts are extraordinary. Typical Master Realm warriors stand no chance against him. If he truly possesses the ability to eradicate the bandits, would we not be shooting ourselves in the foot? Li Chong, upon hearing this, burst into laughter as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous. If he truly had such capabilities, then he deserves to die even more. Consider it. Meng Shirley's master is the legendary Feitian Taoist Jiang Kuei. Who is Jiang Kuei? A renowned and ruthless old powerhouse in the martial world. If Jiang Chen dares to lay a hand on Meng Shirley, it would be tantamount to slapping Jiang Kuei in the face. At that point, we need not lift a finger. Jiang Kuei himself would come knocking, teaching Jiang Chen what it truly means to drink from the cup. While they schemed in the shadows, attempting to use a knife to kill, Jiang Chen was already racing toward the vicinity of Huadu County atop Qi Dian. Like a gust of wind. Chapter 58. Slaying Wang Buji. Huadu County, this inconspicuous little town, now faced an unprecedented crisis. Though its city walls were sturdy, the defending forces within were severely lacking. Even when combining all available soldiers, including constables, their numbers barely exceeded 500. In the face of thousands of bandits, such a force was pathetically inadequate. Nevertheless, the citizens of Huadu County had not relinquished their will to resist. They were acutely aware of the bandits' ferocity. Should the city fall, they would be doomed to a fate of destruction and despair. Thus, even in the face of overwhelming odds, they remained steadfast within the city, erecting a solid line of defense with their own flesh and blood. Fourth brother, given their current stance, they shouldn't be able to hold out much longer. A brawny man, adorned with an iron circlet on his head and two prominent golden tattoos on his face, stood atop a small hill at the battlefield's edge, casting a keen eye upon the weathered walls of Huadu County. His tone was imbued with unassailable certainty, proclaiming that within 2 days, Huadu County would inevitably fall. Beside him gathered a band of equally fearsome and bandit-like figures, their demeanor exuding an air of menace. Upon hearing his words, the bandits revealed sinister grins, their eyes glinting with greed and lasciviousness, as if they had already envisioned themselves pillaging treasures and ravishing women within the city once it succumbed. These scoundrels, once we breach the city, ensure to slay them thoroughly, avenging our fallen brothers, commanded the man with the golden tattoos, his voice as chilling as ice, instilling fear in those who heard it. Understood. The bandits responded in unison, brandishing their weapons and emitting fits of maniacal laughter. Eager to drag the citizens of this land into an abyss of despair, this golden-tattooed man was none other than Wang Buji, one of the 8 great kings of Erlongzai. He was physically imposing, with bulging muscles and hands of iron, having vanquished numerous foes in countless battles. Yet, at this moment, he stood at the battlefield's periphery, coldly surveying the crumbling walls of Huadu County, calculating how to indulge in rampant plunder once they invaded. Just then, a rapid and powerful sound of galloping hooves resonated from beyond the horizon, shattering the battlefield's stillness. The sound of the hooves seemed to resonate with an indescribable force, evoking a sense of reverence. Wang Buji furrowed his brow and turned toward the source of the sound. A blood-red figure darted through the remnants of the sunset, akin to a blazing flame, racing toward them with an astonishing speed. As the figure drew closer, Wang Buji finally discerned its true nature, a steed clad in a blood-red battle robe, ridden by a warrior in embroidered garments wielding a long blade, an Imperial Guard. Imperial Guard. Wang Buji's expression shifted to one of alarm, his mind engulfed in confusion. The Imperial Guards of Jiazhou had long been regarded as mere decorations in the officialdom, seldom engaging in the suppression of rebellions or the capture of traitors. Therefore, when Wang Buji beheld the approaching Imperial Guards, he could not fathom why they were present on this small battlefield today, defying their usual behavior. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as his eyes fixated on the nearing Imperial Guard warrior. Anxiety welling within him. Although he knew nothing of the warrior's prowess, the steed beneath him inspired awe. Its blood-red coat shimmered, muscles rippling, and its hooves seemed to fly, each step appearing poised to shatter the void, certainly not an ordinary creature. Anyone possessing such a steed, Wang Buji understood, could not be a mere commoner. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. He realized he must flee this place swiftly, for should he fall into the hands of the Imperial Guards, the consequences would be dire. Yet, as he turned to escape, a cold sneer pierced the air. Attempting to flee, the voice was frigid and filled with authority, causing a tightening sensation in his heart. At that moment, Jiang Chen had already spotted Wang Buji, who was desperately fleeing towards the crowd, his gaze rife with a chilling intent to kill. With a gentle squeeze of his legs, the steed beneath him, Qi Dian, seemed to sense its master's will, erupting forth with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from its bow, surging forward and, in an instant, arriving before Wang Buji. Qi Dian's hooves thundered, stirring up clouds of dust, its ferocity suggesting it would trample any obstacles into dust. Upon witnessing this, Wang Buji's complexion paled dramatically. Some of the oblivious bandits nearby, intent on obstructing Jiang Chen, brandished their weapons and roared as they charged towards him, hoping to impede his advance. However, Jiang Chen merely smiled coldly, swinging his long knife with sudden ferocity, a dazzling arc of blade light slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at the bandits. With a sharp crack, the sound echoed, as the weapons of the bandits were effortlessly severed under Jiang Chen's blade, their bodies following suit, cleaved in two amidst a spray of blood and anguished cries. This scene instilled a profound sense of terror in everyone present. Curse be it, he is indeed a master. Wang Buji, upon recognizing Jiang Chen's formidable strength, immediately fell into a flurry. Although he too was a master of his realm, he was accustomed to preying on the weak and lacked the courage to face true authority. In the face of Jiang Chen's mountain-like steadiness and thunderous assaults, despair surged within him, coupled with the monstrous presence of Qi Dian, which thundered past him, each hoofall seeming to threaten the very earth beneath. Wang Buji was seized by sheer terror. He understood well that he was no match for Jiang Chen. A confrontation would surely end in his demise. The look of dread on Wang Buji's face intensified, as if an invisible fear had constricted around his throat. His eyes brimmed with hopelessness, and he could distinctly hear the heavy, powerful breaths of Qi Dian behind him, each exhalation resonating like a drumbeat, unsettling his very spirit. Suddenly, a shadow as swift as lightning leapt from Qi Dian's back, Jiang Chen's form tracing a graceful arc in the air, the long knife in his grasp gleaming with a chilling light. Resembling a meteor streaking across the heavens, imbued with an irresistible force of destruction, descending directly upon Wang Buji. In that moment, there was no escape for Wang Buji. He could only grit his teeth and raise his steel-long knife in a desperate attempt to parry this lethal blow. Yet, deep down, he comprehended the vast chasm of power separating him from Jiang Chen, and he feared this strike would be insurmountable. Clang! The sharp, resounding clash of metal echoed, as though the very heavens trembled in response. Jiang Chen's fiery blade sliced through Wang Buji's long knife as effortlessly as cutting through butter, the momentum unabated as it continued forward, mercilessly cleaving Wang Buji's body in two. Evil points 2111 reinforcements have arrived. Upon witnessing Wang Buji's demise, the beleaguered citizens of Huadu County, who had been fighting desperately, suddenly raised their arms in triumph, their eyes alight with hope, their spirits soaring in that instant. Without a moment's pause after dispatching Wang Buji, Jiang Chen swiftly mounted his steed, his movements agile and decisive. He understood that in the midst of such a battlefield, abandoning his steed for foot combat would be a grave mistake. The unity of horse and rider could unleash a power far exceeding that of individual combat, achieving a synergy of 1-1-2. Should they become separated, the horse would become uncontrollable, galloping chaotically, rendering it incapable of effective combat and an easy target for the bandits. Once mounted, Jiang Chen's gaze turned even more frigid. Gripping his long knife tightly, a resounding war cry erupted from his throat, as if he sought to unleash the murderous intent festering within him. He charged through the throng, each swing of his blade accompanied by sprays of blood and the wails of the vanquished. Qi Dian, beneath him, was like a raging beast, its hooves pounding, raising clouds of dust and wind. Jiang Chen moved with an almost spectral grace, weaving unpredictably, leaving onlookers in a daze. His long knife sliced through the bodies of his foes with the swiftness of lightning, each strike precise and lethal. Under his leadership, the previously despondent citizens rallied, seizing weapons and joining the fray. Their silhouettes danced on the city walls and streets, forming an impregnable line alongside Jiang Chen. With Wang Buji's sudden death, the morale of the bandits plummeted, as if they had lost their anchor, descending into chaos. Particularly those who were on the verge of breaching the walls, they became akin to ants in a boiling pot. Hurriedly retreating, filled with dread, they understood that with their leader's demise, no matter how fiercely they fought, their efforts would go unnoticed, and they would receive neither reward nor recognition. Amidst this turmoil and panic, thousands of bandits swiftly abandoned the battlefield, their figures fading into the swirling dust, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the cold corpses of 50 or 60 fallen comrades littered across the ground. These bodies lay haphazardly, some still pierced by arrows or blades, blood staining the surrounding earth, the air thick with the stench of carnage. Go! Jiang Chen shouted, spurring his steed towards Huadu County, his figure a fleeting shadow amidst the swirling dust. Like a red lightning bolt cleaving through the sky, the retreating bandits cast terrified glances back, fully aware that this brocade-clad warrior was no ordinary foe. His arrival undoubtedly heralded a new upheaval for Huadu County. Qi Dian, beneath Jiang Chen, resembled an enraged beast, its powerful hind legs propelling it into the air, gracefully arching as it soared onto the city walls. The soldiers and citizens atop the walls were awestruck by Qi Dian's valor. The defenders of the city, their faces smeared with blood and exhaustion etched in their eyes, found a glimmer of hope upon witnessing Jiang Chen's arrival. They regarded him as a savior, casting grateful glances in his direction. "Where is the leader of Huadu County?" Jiang Chen reined in his steed, bringing Qi Dian to a steady halt atop the walls, his gaze piercing, his voice cold. He understood that it was paramount to locate the county's leader, ascertain the situation within the city, and formulate a strategy for the next steps. "Sir, our county magistrate fled in terror before the bandits arrived, leaving us to resist under the leadership of Captain Wang from the county office." A dusty, anxious citizen hurried forward to report to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that at such a critical juncture the county magistrate would choose to flee, abandoning the citizens to such peril. Yet he quickly reined in his emotions. Now was not the time for accountability. The priority was to find Captain Wang, understand the city's defenses, and devise a response strategy. "And where is he now?" Jiang Chen inquired in a low, steady voice. "At the North City Gate." The citizen pointed towards the direction of the gate. Continuing, "That area is in the direst straits, with hundreds of bandits assaulting the walls, and Captain Wang is there holding the line." "What? So many?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had not imagined the bandits' forces to be so substantial. It posed a tremendous threat to Huadu County. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen spurred his steed into a gallop along the city walls. His figure raced past like a red lightning bolt, leaving the surrounding citizens and soldiers in stunned silence. Within a mere 10 breaths, Jiang Chen arrived at the North City Gate. At that moment, a fierce battle raged there, flames soaring into the sky. The cacophony of battle cries deafening. The bandits climbed frantically towards the battlements, while the defending citizens fought valiantly, striving to cast the bandits from the walls. Among them, a towering figure over 8 feet tall stood out, resembling a walking mountain, drenched in blood yet unafraid, wielding a long knife with a dulled edge, cleaving through the enemy ranks with relentless ferocity. Each swing of his blade was accompanied by the cries of the fallen, as though he were the grim reaper of this battlefield, harvesting the lives of his foes. "Third brother, I reckon we can breach Huadu County today," remarked a gaunt bandit leader from Erlongzai, gazing up at the battle atop the walls, his eyes gleaming with avarice. The other 2 leaders concurred. "Indeed, third brother, look at those defending soldiers. They are on the verge of collapse. Once we break through, I shall seize as many women as possible to indulge myself." "Pathetic aspirations," one of the leaders scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at his companion. "I say we simply take the city for ourselves and enjoy the spoils as county magistrates." At that moment, treasures and beautiful women were surely within reach. Were they not? The 3 leaders were all formidable subordinates of the Erlongzai, reveling in plunder and destruction as their daily amusement. At this juncture, intoxicated by the dawn of victory, they carelessly envisioned a future filled with splendid prospects. oblivious to the potential repercussions. As they spoke, a sudden clatter of rapid and powerful hoofbeats reverberated through the air, followed by the astonishing sight of a fiery red steed leaping onto the city wall. Its lithe form gleaming brilliantly in the waning sunlight, its eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit, seemingly able to perceive all the evils of the world, despite the city walls being strewn with corpses. The mingling of blood and smoke creating a nightmarish scene, the magnificent steed, Qi Dian, remained unfazed. With graceful yet powerful strides, it navigated the obstacles upon the wall with remarkable agility, as if treading on level ground. Riding atop Qi Dian was Jiang Chen, clad in a flowing fish-scale garment, his stature as upright as a pine tree, wielding a gleaming long knife with unyielding resolve. As he swung his arm, the knife traced silver arcs through the air, each slash accompanied by the crisp sounds of metal clashing and the agonizing cries of bandits, one of whom fell with blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Chen's movements were swift and decisive, each strike a precise judgment upon his foes, instilling terror in the hearts of the surrounding bandits. "Third brother, look at that man," one of the bandits exclaimed, pointing towards the wall, his eyes filled with dread. "Who is he? That red horse is truly formidable." Witnessing his underlings falling one by one under Jiang Chen's relentless assault, Pan Tai, the third of the 8 great kings, furrowed his brow, his rugged visage betraying a flicker of solemnity. Having navigated the treacherous waters of Jiazhou for many years, his cautious nature and ruthless tactics had brought him to his current stature. Yet, now faced with the sudden and powerful adversary in Jiang Chen, even he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. "Retreat. This situation is not right," Pan Tai murmured to his trusted confidant, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Years of experience in the underworld had taught him that persisting in a losing battle would only lead to greater losses. Immediate withdrawal was imperative. At his command, the bandits behind him immediately sounded the drums, signaling their retreat. The front lines, engaged in fierce combat, grasped the meaning of the drumbeats and scrambled for opportunities to flee. In an instant, the once intense battlefield descended into chaos, with bandits scattering in all directions. "Think you can escape? Huh, not so easily." Jiang Chen smirked coldly, fully aware that to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. To shoot a man, one must first shoot his horse. Only by eliminating the opposing leader could he truly dismantle the enemy's offensive. With a firm tug on the reins, Qi Dian seemed to sense its master's intent, unleashing an astounding surge of power. It galloped forth like a red whirlwind, rapidly closing the distance to Pan Tai, leaving behind a blur in its wake, racing towards him with astonishing speed, as if tearing through the very air itself. Pan Tai, witnessing this, felt a chilling premonition wash over him that he knew he was no match for Jiang Chen. Especially with the unparalleled steed, Qi Dian, at his side. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, desperate to escape this perilous predicament. However, in Jiazhou, where horses were scarce, the only mount he could find was a mere inferior beast. Though this inferior horse barely bore his weight, it paled in comparison to the speed of the extraordinary Qi Dian. The red steed, like a crimson whirlwind, rapidly closed the gap. In mere moments, Jiang Chen, almost ghost-like, silently appeared behind Pan Tai, his form as nimble as the wind, rendering him nearly undetectable. Suddenly, a piercing flash of cold blade light erupted, akin to a lightning strike on a frigid night. Slicing through darkness and shattering Pan Tai's fleeting hope, the immense blade aura contained within that strike surged forth like a torrential flood, unstoppable, cleaving Pan Tai's mount in two from head to tail. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching whinny, a deluge of blood and entrails gushed forth, staining the ground crimson, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and the nauseating steam rising from the seared innards. Yet, despite the overwhelming power of the blow, it did not claim Pan Tai's life directly. In a moment of extraordinary reflex, he managed to tilt his body just enough to evade the lethal strike. Nevertheless, his complexion turned ashen, terror evident in his eyes. Trembling, he turned to Jiang Chen, seeking an explanation. "My lord, did not our chieftain already pay homage to the Jinyiwei? We have dutifully submitted our tributes. Why then do you pursue us so relentlessly? Are you seeking to incite conflict between our factions?" Pan Tai's words were laced with panic, unable to fathom Jiang Chen's relentless aggression. Having pledged allegiance to the Jinyiwei and consistently rendering tributes should have afforded them protection, not the ruthless pursuit they now faced. Jiang Chen sneered, a scornful and provocative smile gracing his lips. "So what if I bully your alongside? In this Jiaozhou territory, I have the backing of Zhao Xiao. Captain Zhao, should I fear a rabble such as you?" His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating across the battlefield, clearly heard by the surrounding bandits. Many of the bandits, upon hearing this, were incensed, their eyes ablaze with fury towards Zhao Xiao. Indeed, Zhao Shou's reputation in Jiaozhou was considerable, but not due to his integrity. Rather, he exploited his status and position, frequently extorting the impoverished populace, leaving even bandits to suffer his greed. These bandits had long harbored resentment towards Zhao Xiu. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Chen invoke his name to intimidate them, their rage reached a boiling point. They were astounded that, despite having offered their tributes, Zhao Xiu would still send forces to besiege their stronghold. Zhao Xiu, brother, you must be mistaken. Our chieftain shares a good relationship with Captain Zhao. Pan Tai attempted to argue further, seeking to sway Jiang Chen with words in hopes of sparing his life. However, Jiang Chen appeared to see through his intentions, impatience etched across his face as he coldly retorted, "You need not say more. Today, your death is inevitable. Upon entering the realm of mastery, the consumption of true energy diminishes significantly, while the recovery speed escalates dramatically. Yet, Qi Dian's swiftness forced Pan Tai to exhaust the last vestiges of his potential, barely managing to evade Jiang Chen's relentless pursuit. This state was perilous for Pan Tai. Although he could maintain it momentarily, prolonged exertion would deplete his stamina, true energy, and willpower, leaving him utterly defenseless. No, I cannot continue fleeing like this, Pan Tai deliberated, acutely aware that persisting in his escape would lead to his demise. With a sudden halt, he fixed his gaze, resolutely pivoted, and swung his gleaming knife like a bolt of lightning towards Jiang Chen, channeling all his strength in a desperate attempt to seize a glimmer of hope amidst despair. The blade's aura surged forth like a tempest, spanning several yards, imbued with unparalleled momentum and force, as if to cleave the very fabric of space itself in two, aimed squarely at Jiang Chen. Dust swirled and vegetation splintered in the wake of its overwhelming destructive power. Yet, in the face of such a formidable strike, Jiang Chen merely chuckled derisively, remaining unfazed. He swiftly harnessed the true energy within him, his right hand forming a fist, which he then swung forward, unleashing a colossal fist imprint that crashed down like a mountain. As the fist imprint, infused with Jiang Chen's profound inner strength and exquisite martial skills, collided with the seemingly unstoppable blade aura, an earth-shattering roar erupted, accompanied by a dazzling display of sparks. Under Jiang Chen's might, the once invincible blade aura was instantaneously obliterated, dissipating into nothingness. The scene left all present in awe. Having never witnessed such formidable martial prowess and astonishing strength, damn it, Pan Tai seethed, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He could scarcely believe that his most potent strike had been so effortlessly neutralized by Jiang Chen. Before he could even attempt a second strike, Jiang Chen had already leaped from his steed like a majestic eagle, swiftly closing the gap between them. Pan Tai, alarmed, instinctively sought to retreat, but it was too late. In an instant, Jiang Chen unleashed a powerful punch, its force as sharp as a blade, striking directly upon Pan Tai's head. The magnitude of this blow was unfathomable, as if it sought to obliterate all in its path. Bang! With a resounding crash, Pan Tai's head burst open like a watermelon struck with a heavy hammer, flesh and blood scattering violently, creating an extraordinarily horrific scene. Sin value 2446. The surrounding bandits, witnessing the ghastly spectacle of Pan Tai's demise, were quickly engulfed by a wave of terror, spreading like a plague among them. One by one, their faces turned pale, their legs trembling, instinctively retreating in fear of becoming another victim of Jiang Chen's dreadful might. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the palpable essence of despair, rendering the atmosphere oppressively ominous. Jiang Chen gently flicked the blood from his fist, his brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure etched across his face. He muttered to himself, truly revolting. Had I known, I would have opted for a blade. That would have been far cleaner. Having said that, he nimbly mounted his horse, sitting upright like a pine, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the trembling bandits around him. Under his scrutiny, these marauders appeared stripped of their facades, their sin values manifesting like words suspended in the air, vividly etched in Jiang Chen's vision. Taking a deep breath, he spurred his horse forward, akin to a flash of lightning slicing through the darkness, targeting those whose sin values exceeded 100. Most of them were innate realm warriors, minor leaders among the bandits, notorious for their heinous acts and drenched in the blood of innocent civilians. Yet, before Jiang Chen, a master of his caliber, they were utterly feeble. His blade was sharp and precise, each strike fell like autumn leaves in a gale, nearly none could withstand a single blow from him. As his blade shimmered, one bandit after another crumpled to the ground. After the span of a stick of incense, the battlefield's dynamics shifted dramatically, following the gruesome death of their leader Pan Tai. The vast majority of the bandits scattered like stray dogs, no longer daring to contend with this formidable adversary, desperate to flee the perilous locale. Meanwhile, those who had ascended the city walls and chose to continue fighting to the death were cut down by the citizens and the defending troops. As the battle concluded, the people of Huadu County gazed at Jiang Chen with admiration and reverence. His stature was tall, his expression stern, yet his eyes radiated an indescribable confidence. "Where is Captain Wang?" Jiang Chen inquired as he reached the city wall, his voice clear and powerful, as if it could penetrate the crowd and reach every heart. At that moment, a burly man, bloodied and battered, emerged from the throng. He was the very individual who had fought valiantly against the bandits on the city wall, his face now etched with exhaustion. Wang Ji promptly knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, "I am Wang Ji. Greetings to you, Lord Qianhu." Jiang Chen regarded Wang Ji with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. The number hovering above Wang Ji's head was a gleaming golden 233, which to Jiang Chen seemed to radiate a sacred light, symbolizing the merit Wang Ji had accrued, equivalent to saving 233 innocent lives by his own hand. "How many able-bodied individuals are there in Huadu County?" Jiang Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, a bitter smile crept onto Wang Ji's lips. At this critical juncture of survival, every citizen faced the ultimate test of life and death. He sighed, replying, "My lord, one could say that all the citizens of Huadu County are combatants. We understand that if Huadu County falls, none shall escape unscathed. Thus, be they the elderly, children, or women, they are all willing to take up arms to defend their homeland. What of the Jinyiwei and Lushan men? Have they not received your pleas for aid? Have they sent anyone to reinforce us?" Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp with an undeniable chill. He was acutely aware that in these tumultuous times, only such official forces could provide substantial support. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji's expression dimmed slightly, and he shook his head helplessly, his voice tinged with frustration. "My lord, our distress signals have indeed been dispatched for several days, yet we have received no response thus far. Moreover, my lord, we have even more dire news. It is said that the mastermind behind this assault is a member of the Demon Sect, the flying Taoist Jinyiwei. This individual is exceptionally skilled and operates with utmost secrecy, committing unspeakable atrocities. His infamy in the martial world is unparalleled, and no one dares to wade into these treacherous waters lightly." "What realm is the flying Taoist Jinyiwei in?" Jiang Chen inquired directly. Wang Ji's demeanor grew grave as he slowly replied, "This individual broke through to the Grand Master realm a decade ago, the pinnacle of martial achievement that all aspire to attain. As for his current level of prowess, it is likely beyond anyone's knowledge. However, one thing is certain, his strength is certainly formidable. It is said that the Jinyiwei Qianhu who assumed office 5 years ago perished at his hands. That Qianhu was also at the mid-stage of the Grand Master realm, yet before Jinyiwei, he was as fragile as an ant." Jiang Chen nodded, yet fear did not cloud his countenance. Indeed, Grandmasters were immensely powerful. But with his current skills, while he could not yet effortlessly slay such a master, he possessed the ability to protect himself. "First, find me a secluded place. I wish to enter seclusion to enhance my strength swiftly. Should any bandits attack the city, or should an urgent situation arise, be sure to inform me promptly." "Yes, my lord, rest assured, I will make arrangements immediately." Wang Ji responded respectfully before swiftly turning to lead Jiang Chen deeper into the county office. Soon, they arrived at a tranquil courtyard. Wang Ji halted, turning to Jiang Chen, "My lord, this was once the residence of the county magistrate. Although it has been abandoned for some time, it remains the finest accommodation in all of Huadu County. The environment is serene, free from disturbances, making it ideal for your seclusion." Jiang Chen nodded in approval. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that although the buildings in the courtyard were modest, their layout was remarkably well-planned, exuding a sense of tranquility and depth. Compared to the opulent mansions he resided in within the capital, this place appeared considerably simpler. He stepped inside, finding the furnishings equally unadorned, consisting only of a wooden bed, a writing desk, and a few chairs. Despite the simplicity, he was unfazed and strode directly into a secluded and quiet room within the county office. Preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation, the room, though plain, emanated a refreshing aura, perfectly aligning with his preferences. "Lord Wang, is he truly one of the Jinyiwei?" A man clad in constable attire whispered to Wang Ji from behind, his eyes filled with skepticism regarding Jiang Chen's identity. "I see these Jinyiwei flaunting their power daily, bullying us common folk, yet they dare not provoke those bandits." Upon hearing this, Wang Ji's expression darkened, and he abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at the man, exclaiming sharply, "Enough! How dare you speak so disrespectfully? This lord possesses unfathomable martial prowess, capable of displaying extraordinary strength with a mere gesture, and rides the dragon steed bestowed by the emperor, a status beyond compare. Should you utter another word of nonsense and provoke his ire, I cannot guarantee your safety." The man, cowed by Wang Ji's imposing presence, fell silent, realizing the gravity of his words, knowing well the dire consequences of angering the Jinyiwei. "I spoke out of turn," The constable named Li Tsong finally lowered his head under Wang Zhi's stern gaze, his voice laced with unease. He was acutely aware that his earlier remarks had offended his typically authoritative superior, and understood that in this precarious time, any hint of dissent could lead to catastrophic outcomes. Wang Zhi regarded him, his eyes a mix of reprimand and warning. Li Tsong, you must understand that the current situation leaves no room for error. Regardless of this lord's origins or intentions, as long as he stands with us and aids us against the bandits' onslaught, he is our sole savior in Huadu County. If he departs, with our current strength, we would likely be slaughtered within 2 days. As he spoke, Wang Zhi's tone turned gravely serious, his eyes radiating an unyielding determination. He turned once more to Li Tsong, his voice imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. If I hear you sowing discord and undermining morale again, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie and meting out severe punishment. With that, Wang Zhi strode away, leaving Li Tsong standing there, a tumult of emotions flickering in his eyes. He watched Wang Zhi's retreating figure, resentment etched deeply in his gaze. System, open personal panel. Name, Jiang Chen, poisoned, 7 profound bloodbath poison, realm. Late master realm qualification, ordinary, 32, evil value, 11. 236 external skill, dragon elephant Prajna Skill, 13 layers, lower grade, perfected, requires 360,000 evil values for further upgrade. Internal skill, 9 Yang Divine Skill, upper grade. 3rd level beginner, fist technique, primordial demon suppression fist, lower grade. 2nd level perfected. During this period, I unexpectedly accumulated over 11,000 evil points, enough for 10 consecutive draws. Jiang Chen gazed at the points he had amassed during this time, murmuring in satisfaction. This was largely thanks to the ferryman named Zheng Yan, who had remarkably granted him nearly 4,000 evil points in one go. Otherwise, he would never have been able to accumulate so many points. Let the drawing begin, Jiang Chen declared, having realized that the value of the lottery far surpassed that of direct enlightenment. Just a few draws of high-grade elixirs could match the effect of a 10,000 evil point enlightenment. Not to mention the possibility of obtaining advanced techniques and precious cleansing pills. Ding! The lottery begins. As the system's voice echoed, 10 green spinning wheels materialized before him. They began to spin simultaneously, gradually coming to a halt after 2 or 3 breaths. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300-year wild ginseng 3, Thunder Pearl 2100 Tails of Gold, Great Healing Pill 2, and Splitting Muscle Bone Technique, middle grade. Chapter 63 Li Song. Damn it. What did I draw? Jiang Chen cursed under his breath upon seeing the results. Not only had he drawn nothing of value, but the only item worth mentioning was the Splitting Muscle Bone Technique. Yet, as he was focused on cultivating the 9 Yang Divine Skill, he had neither the time nor the energy to practice this technique. Thus, he instructed the system, decompose this technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 76 technique points. In the next moment, the Splitting Muscle Bone Technique vanished into thin air. After claiming all the items, Jiang Chen wasted no time and decisively consumed the 3 invaluable Great Healing Pills, immediately immersing himself in the cultivation of the 9 Yang Divine Skill. As time passed, Jiang Chen's complexion gradually flushed, as though engulfed in fierce flames, with wisps of white smoke rising from his head, a potent medicinal force surging wildly within him. Whoosh! As he exhaled a scorching breath, Jiang Chen emerged from a profound state. Fully relaxed, he slightly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise crossing his gaze as he murmured, I did not expect the cultivation of the 9 Yang Divine Skill to be so arduous. Even with the assistance of 3 Great Healing Pills, it took me 90 years of effort to barely break through from the 3rd level beginner to the 3rd level perfected. It seems the road ahead in cultivation remains long. With this thought, a nameless jealousy surged within Jiang Chen, as he envied the protagonist Zhang Wuji from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. How fortunate Zhang Wuji was, managing to cultivate the almost otherworldly 9 Yang Divine Skill to its pinnacle within just a few years. While he, alas, was hindered by his poor qualifications, Jiang Chen sighed softly, his eyes filled with resignation. He understood that if he did not swiftly enhance his qualifications, he might spend a lifetime without ever breaking through to the 4th level of the 9 Yang Divine Skill. If only he could draw a cleansing pill. Jiang Chen pondered, his brow furrowed, as if burdened by a heavy weight upon his heart. He knew that while the Great Healing Pills were precious and could somewhat enhance his insights, their effects were far too weak to play a crucial role. Only a cleansing pill could significantly elevate his qualifications, allowing him to progress further on his cultivation journey. Just as he was lost in thought, a faint yet hurried sound of footsteps reached his ears. Though soft, it resonated in his keen perception like thunder. Someone is here. Jiang Chen's heart raced, instantly becoming alert. The footsteps were cautious and slow, clearly attempting to muffle their sound to avoid detection. He quickly deduced that the visitor bore ill intentions, likely targeting him. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen pushed open the door and swiftly entered the courtyard. His gaze sharpened as he scanned his surroundings, eventually locking onto a shadow lurking in the corner. There, a figure was stealthily hiding, seemingly planning to slip away unnoticed. Humph, trying to escape. Jiang Chen smirked coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. The figure, clearly unprepared for Jiang Chen's acute awareness, became flustered, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he turned and fled. Do you think you can get away? Jiang Chen raised his right hand, a glimmering golden needle appearing between his fingers. This needle, meticulously crafted by him, possessed immense power, capable of piercing steel. With a gentle flick, the needle shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow, whistling through the air towards the fleeing figure. A piercing scream shattered the night sky as the figure, possessing weak strength, barely managed to leap onto the roof, attempting to escape under the cover of darkness. However, he was unprepared for Jiang Chen's golden needle, which accurately pierced his thigh, causing him to lose balance and tumble from the rooftop. My leg. My leg. It hurts so much. He crashed heavily to the ground, writhing in agony, clutching his injured thigh as his face contorted in pain, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably. A pitiful sight. Jiang Chen slowly approached him, looking down from above, and calmly inquired, "Who are you?" The figure, hearing Jiang Chen's question, displayed a fleeting panic, but quickly regained composure, his expression becoming exceedingly sincere, as though genuinely wronged. I was merely passing by, curious, and thought I would come in to see if you needed assistance. I truly meant no harm, my lord. Please believe me." Had Jiang Chen not noticed the black number 388 above the man's head, he might have been swayed by the man's words and chosen to trust him. Crack. At that moment, a sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed, causing Li Tsong's face to turn even paler, resembling a corpse. Jiang Chen lifted his leg, causing Li Tsong to tremble, his hands pushing against the ground as he fearfully scooted backward, attempting to escape Jiang Chen's foot. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of letting him go. Still unwilling to speak. "Are we?" Jiang Chen's voice was low, laced with menace. Bang. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen stomped heavily on Li Tsong's back. The force of the blow was immense, causing Li Tsong to let out a pain scream, as though struck by a massive hammer, instantly rendering him incapable of resistance. I am truly wrong. Li Tsong gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his back. Filled with despair, he understood that if he confessed his true identity and purpose, death awaited him. Jiang Chen's gaze was as cold as ice, dismissing Li Tsong's pleas. He raised his foot once more, unhesitatingly pressing it down onto Li Tsong, this time with even more force, as if pouring all his pinned-up rage into the action. Thud, accompanied by a dull sound. Li Tsong spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, mingled with fragments of shattered internal organs. A grueso. Jiang Chen's tone carried a hint of playful curiosity, as if he were probing Wang Ji's stance. Wang Ji inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself. He was acutely aware of the intricate situation before him. A moment's carelessness could potentially unleash greater troubles. He gazed at Jiang Chen, his eyes reflecting a blend of reverence and confusion. "I, a mere commoner, would not dare to presume, but as a dignitary of the court, you surely have your reasons. However, might I implore you to enlighten me as to what has transpired to invoke such fury in you?" Wang Ji's words bore a trace of tentative probing. However, Jiang Chen appeared oblivious to his inquiry. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, and without hesitation, he lifted his foot and brutally crushed Li Tsong's head. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Li Tsong's skull seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand. Blood mingled with brain matter erupting forth in an instant, splattering everywhere. The harrowing scene sent chills down one's spine, and the air in the courtyard became saturated with a nauseating stench of blood. Jiang Chen's expression remained utterly impassive, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He coldly regarded Wang Ji, his voice imbued with an unassailable authority. "He sought to kill me, and I discovered his plot. Captain Wang, you would do well to uncover the truth by tomorrow and provide me with an account. Otherwise, do not blame me for investigating the traitors in Huadu County first. I, Jiang, cannot tolerate the presence of impurities in my sight." Having uttered those words, Jiang Chen ceased further conversation and strode purposefully back to his room, leaving behind a scene of bloodshed and a visibly shaken Wang Ji. Wang Ji stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had witnessed something unfathomable, despite his battle-hardened experience. The sight of such brutal carnage stirred within him a wave of profound nausea, ultimately leading him to retch uncontrollably. Meanwhile, within the military camp of Erlong's Eye, steeped in an atmosphere of foreboding, Meng Shirley coldly observed the bandits returning from the battlefield, defeated. His gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, seemingly capable of piercing through to the deepest fears and secrets of the human heart. Are you suggesting that Lao San and Lao Qi were slain by a mysterious figure riding a Qiaolong horse? Meng Shirley's voice was low and frigid, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, imbued with undeniable authority. Indeed, Chief, I once traveled to the capital and encountered a Qiaolong horse. There is no doubt it was that very steed. A bandit leader knelt trembling on the ground, his face as pale as a sheet, eyes filled with terror. Moreover, that individual possesses terrifying martial prowess. With a single punch, he shattered the head of our third captain. Even with dozens of us attacking him, we could not withstand his every move. The leader's words were laced with profound fear, as though the shadow of that mysterious figure lingered closely behind him. Poised to strike again. Was he clad in the attire of the Jinyiwei? Meng Shirley's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. And they claim he was sent by Zhao Xiao? Zhao Xiao? This man is driven by greed, appearing brazenly arrogant, yet in reality, he is as timid as a mouse, always cautious, and would never dare to confront us so openly. Meng Shirley's tone dripped with disdain, clearly holding Zhao Xiao in low regard. Just as Meng Shirley spoke, a figure seated beside him, holding a feather fan and clad in scholarly robes, slowly rose. He was tall and slender, his countenance gaunt, eyes shimmering with wisdom, as if he had everything under control. Lord, this may not be impossible. Qin Yuan spoke with a measured tone, as if cautioning Meng Shirley against underestimating their adversary. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, Meng Shirley paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "Military advisor, what do you mean? Do you truly believe Zhao Xiao would send someone to eliminate our brothers?" Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if deep in contemplation. Given that this person rides a Qiaolong horse, a rare steed not easily found in our local region, he is undoubtedly not a native. Qin Yuan, holding his feather fan, waved it gently, his gaze profound, as though he had already comprehended everything. Moreover, I recently heard that the court dispatched a message via carrier pigeon to the Jiao province town governor's office, stating that they intend to appoint a high-ranking officer to bolster the security of Jiao province. Are you suggesting that this individual is that newly appointed officer? Meng Shirley inquired softly, his tone laced with incredulity. Evidently taken aback by this speculation, Qin Yuan nodded gravely. It is quite possible. This person possesses formidable martial skills and strikes with lethal precision, coupled with the fact that he rides a Qiaolong horse. His identity must be of considerable significance. Considering the court's appointment of a high-ranking officer, he is likely the new appointee. Meng Shirley's brow furrowed deeply. Then why has he come to Huadu County? Qin Yuan let out a cold laugh, slowly articulating 4 words, "To borrow a knife to kill." What? Meng Shirley slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Qin Yuan. Are you saying that Zhao Yuan, that old fox, wishes to use our hands to eliminate this newly appointed officer from the court? Qin Yuan lightly nodded, his fan gently swaying, his expression unfazed. Such occurrences are not unheard of in the martial world of Jiao province. Or even in the broader realm, several previous officers have met their demise at the hands of martial artists. Upon hearing this, Meng Shirley's expression darkened, unease flickering in his eyes. What do you believe we should do? Chapter 65. Drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. The martial world of Jiao province is a tangled web of diverse forces, and any rash action may invite peril. This understanding has always underpinned Meng Shirley's cautious approach. Avoiding the creation of unnecessary enemies. It was precisely because he recognized this that he had appointed this seemingly feeble scholar as his advisor to strategize on his behalf, eliminate him, but we must not act impulsively. We must employ wit rather than brute force. Qin Yuan's gaze turned exceptionally piercing, as though he had discerned Zhao Xiao's intentions. He spoke in a low voice. Now that we have agreed to the conditions set by the demon cult, breaching this agreement would undoubtedly result in relentless pursuit by the cult, leaving us with no peace. Thus, we must capture Huadu County. This is an immutable fact. However, we cannot take it upon ourselves to kill this person, as his identity is special. Having been bestowed a Qiaolong horse, he is undoubtedly significant. Should this matter provoke the court's scrutiny, we would find ourselves in dire straits, possibly facing irretrievable doom. Meng Shirley's heart raced at these words, prompting him to urgently inquire, what then should we do? Naturally, we cannot remain idle. We can exploit the conflict between Zhao Yuan and that individual, subtly sow discord to incite them to annihilate each other, driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. This is a superior strategy. Qin Yuan smiled faintly, yet that smile harbored a ruthless cunning. Isn't Zhao Xiao attempting to eliminate the newly appointed officer through our hands? Then we shall turn the tables, providing Zhao Xiao with an undeniable reason to act against this individual. He gently fanned himself, a glint of slyness gleaming in his eyes. Over the years, Zhao Xiao has wreaked havoc in Jiao province, indiscriminately slaughtering innocents. His crimes are countless. We shall present these incriminating evidences to the new officer, ensuring he is aware of Zhao Xiao's deeds. Upon assuming office, the new officer will undoubtedly seek to establish his authority by targeting Zhao Xiu. As for Zhao Xiao, he will not sit idly by, unwilling to allow someone who holds power over his life to remain in existence. At that point, the two shall engage in a life and death struggle, while we merely need to observe from the sidelines, awaiting the opportune moment. Meng Shirley's eyes sparkled, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of victory. He clapped his hands enthusiastically, exclaiming, "What a brilliant idea, truly splendid. In this manner, I shall possess additional leverage against Zhao Xiao. Should he ever dare to threaten me again, he will have to tread cautiously, refraining from acting recklessly. Your insight is commendable, Chief." Qin Yuan paused before continuing. In any case, there is still ample time before the deadline set by the demon cult, so we need not rush to seize Huadu County. Meng Shirley nodded, his resolve strengthening. The military advisor is correct. We must not act in haste. Someone, a trusted confidant, stood respectfully before Meng Shirley. "What orders does the chief have?" Meng Shirley declared solemnly. "Proceed as the military advisor suggests. Have our spies hidden within Huadu County gather evidence of Zhao Xiao's misdeeds over the years. Remember, it must be executed with precision and cleanliness, leaving no traces behind." "Understood," the confidant replied, turning to depart. The following morning, Jiang Chen emerged leisurely from his quarters, the morning light casting a warm glow upon him, enhancing his aura of tranquility. His pace was unhurried, as if he were savoring the serenity of the fresh morning. As he stepped outside, his gaze caught sight of a figure lingering at the entrance, seemingly hesitant about whether to enter. Jiang Chen had long since heard the faint sound of footsteps outside. But noticing the individual had not entered uninvited, he chose not to pay it much mind. However, to his surprise, the individual continued to hover at the doorway, refusing to depart. "Do you require something?" Jiang Chen halted his steps, fixing his gaze directly upon the individual at the doorway, and bluntly inquired, "What brings you here?" The person trembled slightly at the words, seemingly intimidated by Jiang Chen's imposing presence. He raised his head to meet Jiang Chen's eyes, which flickered with a complex array of emotions. "My lord, I have come to report on Zhao Xiao, the deputy captain of the Jinyiwei." He finally summoned the courage to reply, his voice quavering slightly. His words conveyed a sense of resolve and determination, as if he had steeled himself for any consequences that might follow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes momentarily flashed with surprise at the unexpected denunciation. Yet he quickly regained his composure and asked coolly, "Oh, what compels you to accuse him? What crimes has he committed?" The man, upon hearing this, hastily produced a thick stack of papers from his bosom and reverently extended them towards Jiang Chen. "My lord, this is evidence of Zhao Xiao's years of wrongdoing, oppressing the common folk, embezzling funds, trampling upon human life, colluding with bandits, and slaughtering innocent civilians." As he spoke, he cautiously retrieved several hefty ledgers and a neatly sealed stack of correspondence, the fruits of his tireless efforts to gather irrefutable proof against Zhao Xiao. The ledgers meticulously chronicled every instance of Zhao Xiao's corruption, while the letters unveiled his collusion and dealings with various bandit factions. Jiang Chen accepted the evidence, carefully scrutinizing each page. After finishing, he let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with barely concealed disdain. "This Zhao Xiao is indeed a wretch deserving of death. From where did you acquire this evidence? How did you come by such knowledge?" The man hesitated for a moment, his eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty, but he soon steadied himself. He spoke in a hushed tone. "I was once a subordinate of Zhao Xiao, but unable to bear his tyranny and oppression, I chose to betray him. I collected this evidence while stealthily infiltrating his residence. I am aware that these documents could ruin him utterly. Yet I also understand that toppling him will not be an easy task. Thus, I have come to seek your assistance, hoping you might rid the people of this scourge and present these incriminating proofs to the court." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, his gaze penetrating as he appraised the man before him. Contemplating, this individual's identity is indeed suspect, yet at this critical juncture, the evidence he bears is of paramount importance. He then replied coolly, "Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Remember, do not speak of this matter, lest we alarm the snake and provoke danger." The man exhaled a sigh of relief, quickly bowing in respect before hastily departing the scene. Jiang Chen remained in place, his eyes deep and contemplative as he observed the man's retreating figure. Inwardly strategizing his next moves, he recognized that the emergence of this evidence would undoubtedly bolster his plans to rectify the martial landscape of Jiazhou. Contemplating this, a surge of ambition welled up within him. Chapter 66. The Yuhua gang. He strode purposefully towards the city wall of Huadu County. Today, those once brazen bandits had not come to besiege the city as they typically did. Could it be that they were afraid? Jiang Chen stroked his chin, brow furrowed, but promptly dismissed the notion. He was acutely aware that these bandits were far from timid and would not easily be deterred, setting aside the fact that he had only slain 2 of their masters. For the entirety of the bandit faction at Erlongzai, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The remaining 6 formidable warriors and Meng Shirley were all seasoned fighters, renowned for their ferocity. They would not retreat so easily over such losses. Furthermore, with the presence of the Grandmaster Jiang Kuei, if the bandits were indeed afraid and chose to abandon their siege, how could Jiang Kuei remain passive? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled the evidence that had just fallen into his hands. Could it be that these bandits intended to eradicate me through Zhao Xiao? After a moment of reflection, he deemed this possibility highly plausible. Otherwise, why would the bandits so benevolently present him with evidence? However, if that were the case, he would ensure they witnessed the consequences of taking the initiative. Resolute, Jiang Chen unsheathed Shidian, mounted his steed, and galloped towards the encampment of the Erlongzai bandits. Erlongzai, a notorious den of bandits in the martial world, lay quite a distance from Huadu County. However, this did not grant the bandits free rein. On the contrary, several fortified towns surrounded Erlongzai, heavily guarded and brimming with military might. More importantly, these towns were home to local martial experts, whose strength was not to be underestimated. Thus, while the Erlongzai bandits were indeed fierce, they could only operate on the outskirts of these towns, hesitant to launch direct assaults. Huadu County, as one of the significant towns in the region, had once been home to the Yuhua gang, a formidable faction primarily engaged in the brothel business, boasting a vast influence and a plethora of skilled fighters. However, 3 years prior, they had suffered an unprecedented catastrophe. The calamity was sparked when their leader inadvertently offended Ren Yingying, a powerful and capricious figure within the demonic sect. This was a conflict that could have been avoided, yet due to a moment of impulsiveness on the part of the Yuhua gang's leader, the entire faction was plunged into an abyss of despair. The demonic sect's might was feared throughout Jiazhou and the martial world, their methods ruthless and merciless, leaving trails of blood and slaughter in their wake. Ren Yingying, a renowned figure among the younger generation of the demonic sect, was known for her unpredictable temperament and formidable prowess. Upon news of the offense against her, the Yuhua gang was thrown into a state of alarm, desperately seeking assistance. However, they received no reprieve, instead facing an all-out assault from the demonic sect. But on that fateful day, flames engulfed Huadu County, and the cries of battle echoed throughout. Though the Yuhua gang fought valiantly, they ultimately succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the demonic sect's experts. In the end, all 533 members of the gang perished without exception at the hands of the demonic sect. That night, blood flowed like rivers in Huadu County, and sorrow pervaded the air, as if the entire town were shrouded in a thick veil of carnage. The demise of the Yuhua gang was undoubtedly a grievous blow to Huadu County, stripping them of a once powerful protector and leaving them vulnerable. Observing this, other factions in the Jiazhou martial world began to stir, eager to take advantage of the ensuing chaos. In an instant, Huadu County became a cauldron of turmoil, as various factions clashed and wreaked havoc, transforming it into a near-dead city. This was the impetus that emboldened the Erlongzai bandits to attack Huadu County. With a sharp whistle, Jiang Chen tightened the reins, bringing the steed Shidian to a steady halt near the bandit encampment at Erlongzai. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, surveyed the chaotic and raucous scene before him, while his mind remained calm and collected. Indeed, the Erlongzai bandits were as unruly as the rumors suggested. They lounged about in groups, some chatting and jesting, others gambling and drinking, while some lay sprawled on the ground in deep slumber, seemingly oblivious to the looming danger. Jiang Chen estimated their numbers to be around 5,000. Though not excessively large, their strength was formidable. Any martial artist below the celestial realm venturing into their midst would likely find themselves overwhelmed and brutally dispatched. Observing the bandits from a nearby hillside, Jiang Chen meticulously plotted their annihilation. Just as his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, a gentle breeze swept by, carrying with it an unusual aura. A man clad in a gray Taoist robe, moving with an ethereal grace, emerged from the opulent central tent of the bandit camp. The man moved with a steady gait, exuding an air of exceptional elegance that starkly contrasted with the surrounding chaos. Could this be the legendary flying celestial master Jiang Kuei? Jiang Chen mused internally, only to shake his head in disappointment, a tinge of regret washing over him. If only I were closer, I could ascertain his identity. The name Jiang Kuei resonated like thunder throughout the martial world of Jiazhou. Not only was he a deeply skilled martial artist, but he was also a master of esoteric arts, medicine, and alchemy. It was said that he could traverse the skies and earth, an almost mythical figure in the hearts of many martial practitioners in Jiazhou. If he were indeed Jiang Kuei, Jiang Chen would have to seriously consider the risks of engaging. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen did not allow himself to be disheartened. He swiftly adjusted his mindset, refocusing his attention on the current situation. He understood that regardless of whether the man was indeed Jiang Kuei, he could not afford to be complacent. While these bandits were disorganized, their sheer numbers and strength were not to be underestimated. He needed to maintain his composure and devise a foolproof strategy. Thus, Jiang Chen resolutely made his decision. He sought a secluded spot, gradually settling into a cross-legged position, and began to refine the true energy within his body. With closed eyes and focused mind, his breath became long and profound, as if resonating with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. As the true energy continued to condense, his aura grew increasingly steady, resembling a majestic mountain, immovable and steadfast. Chapter 67. Midnight hours. As the night gradually descended, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. Yet, Jiang Chen seemed to meld into this abyss, becoming an integral part of it. He awaited patiently, biding his time for the optimal moment to strike. Only when night fell and the bandits lowered their guard would he have the chance to silently approach the leaders. Once they were eliminated, the remaining bandits would pose no threat. The day slipped away like water flowing through fingers, and before long, the night silently blanketed the vast expanse of land. The moon ascended into the sky, casting a silvery glow that added a touch of tranquility to the still night. Throughout the day, the bandits of Erlangzai seemed to have tempered their previous arrogance, refraining from any significant movements. They either sat or lay around the brightly burning braziers, savoring this rare moment of peace. The flickering flames in the braziers danced in the night, intermittently brightening and dimming, resembling some enigmatic signal, whispering secrets unknown to others. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. Cold winds howled from the desolate plains, fierce as wild beasts, carrying a biting chill and boundless rage. Rampaging across the land, these icy gusts, sharp as blades, sliced through the air, cutting into the skin of the bandits. They shivered involuntarily, huddling together tightly, using their bodies to shield against the raging storm. Damn it. I'm freezing to death. I thought we'd be in Huadu County in these couple of days, enjoying a hearty feast. But here I am, freezing my ass off in this godforsaken place, drinking the northwest wind. What bad luck, complained a burly bandit, his face full of disdain. His hands rubbed together in a futile attempt to generate warmth, but the effort proved ineffective. Among the group of bandits gathered around the braziers, such complaints echoed incessantly. Despite most of them having practiced some meager martial arts, in the face of the frigid northern winds, these skills seemed utterly insignificant, unable to withstand the piercing cold. Their faces turned pale, lips cracked, and eyes filled with exhaustion. Who could blame us? I don't understand why they had to provoke those Yijin guards. I heard it was because a formidable Yijin guard arrived and killed our leaders, Pantai and Wang Buji. Now, we can't even enter Huadu County. We're stuck freezing in this wretched place. It's just one person. Can't they handle a single Yijin guard? They're always boasting. But when trouble arises, they turn into turtles hiding in their shells. It's so damn frustrating, he continued, his voice tinged with profound disappointment. Another bandit sighed in agreement. What can we do? While they can't fight the Yijin guards, they can overpower us. The leaders do nothing but take the spoils, while we get left with nothing. The bandits grew increasingly agitated, their words becoming more vulgar, threatening to drag their leaders' ancestors through the mud. Their eyes sparkled with the flames of anger, as if ready to unleash all their pin-up resentment. Damn it, these leaders only care for themselves, never minding our lives. One bandit spat, his tone laced with outrage. Indeed, all the gold and treasures they steal fill their own pockets, while we can't even have a sip of soup. Another bandit echoed, his face etched with resentment, just as their tempers flared and emotions heightened. A figure stealthily slipped past them from behind. It was Jiang Chen, clad in dark attire, resembling a phantom in the night as he moved quietly through the bandit camp. Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, meticulously observing the bandits' actions and words, attempting to glean useful information from their conversations. He understood that these lowly bandits harbored deep grievances against their leaders, a potential leverage he could exploit. He glided through the throng as if merging with the night itself, drawing no attention whatsoever. The bandit camp was far from a unified front. On the contrary, the lower-ranking bandits bore intense resentment towards their leaders, were it not for the need to earn a meager living in this harsh environment. They might have fled long ago, seeking a more peaceful existence. In the biting chill of this night, straying from the meager warmth of the braziers was akin to stepping into the abyss of death, where one could easily perish from the cold in the wilderness. In such an environment, with minds yearning for safety, who had the heart to keep watch. This provided Jiang Chen with immense convenience for his infiltration. Like a ghost in the night, he navigated silently through the bandit encampment, evading any alarm. Soon, he arrived at the perimeter of the tents. There were 10 tents in total, arranged in a scattered yet organized manner. Resembling small fortresses, these tents belonged to Meng Shirley and his 8 formidable subordinates, serving as their temporary refuge in the wilderness. One tent stood apart, solitary and striking, appearing exceedingly grand compared to the others. Its fabric seemed thicker, adorned with exquisite patterns, signifying a unique status. However, the identity of the person it was reserved for remained a mystery, stirring curiosity in the hearts of onlookers. Jiang Chen lightened his footsteps. Akin to a hunting leopard, quietly approaching Meng Shirley's tent, his heartbeat remained steady and powerful, his eyes gleaming with determination. He knew that this operation was of utmost importance. He must strike true. For the consequences of failure would be dire. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, first catch the king. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse. Jiang Chen was well aware that if he could eliminate Meng Shirley first, dealing with the other 6 would pose no significant challenge. Thus, he concentrated fully, attuning himself to Meng Shirley's breathing, striving to pinpoint his exact location. With a sudden movement, Jiang Chen acted with the swiftness of lightning. After ascertaining the position, he unhesitatingly summoned the true energy within him. The true energy surged through his meridians like a river rushing to the sea, powerful and unrelenting. Drawing a deep breath, he gathered all his strength and struck with a fist towards Meng Shirley's tent. Chapter 68. The Fury of Meng Shirley. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the force of his punch obliterated the entire tent. Fragments of the tent flew through the air, akin to leaves caught in a tempest. The occupant within was propelled like a kickball, soaring upward before tracing an arc and crashing heavily onto the ground. Zwawinjin. Early Master, 1226 points of evil value. What? Jiang Chen's heart jolted upon seeing the information of the person inside the tent. As if struck by lightning. He had never anticipated that his meticulously crafted plan would culminate in discovering that the individual within was not Meng Shirley, but Zwawinjin, Meng Shirley's capable assistant. A formidable adversary in his own right. Jiang Chen's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he quickly adjusted his mindset, preparing to confront the unexpected turn of events. However, the commotion had already attracted the attention of the other bandit leaders. Who dares to stir trouble in Meyer Long's eye? With a deafening roar, a live figure sprang forth from another tent like a tiger descending a mountain. Under the moonlight, the figure was robust and imposing. Emanating an intimidating aura, it was none other than the chief of Erlong's eye, Meng Shirley. Meng Shirley's arrival tightened Jiang Chen's chest. But he remained composed. He understood that even the slightest hint of panic could lead him to a point of no return. Thus, he quickly steadied himself, drawing his blade with a swift motion, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, aiming a fierce strike at the crown of Meng Shirley's head. This blow encapsulated all his might. The blade shimmered coldly under the moonlight, accompanied by a chilling whoosh that seemed to split the very air itself. Meng Shirley, witnessing this, bellowed, "Blood-fiend golden body." His voice reverberated like thunder across the night sky. And in an instant, a semicircular blood-red shield materialized around him, resembling a thick crimson armor that enclosed him securely within. Bang! The clash between Jiang Chen's blade aura and the blood-colored shield resonated with a deafening roar. The strike caused the bloodthirsty shield to weaken significantly, its crimson glow dimming considerably. Yet, it ultimately failed to shatter. Meng Shirley's expression shifted subtly, clearly taken aback by the ferocity of Jiang Chen's assault. Simultaneously, the other 5 formidable warriors emerged from their respective tents, each towering in stature and exuding an intimidating presence, brandishing an array of weapons to encircle Jiang Chen. Their eyes brimmed with murderous intent. As if they yearned to devour him whole, amidst his adversaries, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. He understood that he had plunged into peril, yet it was precisely in such moments that one must maintain composure. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned his internal energy to its zenith, recognizing the necessity to swiftly neutralize the heightened vigilance of these bandit leaders. Any delay could render future confrontations increasingly arduous, potentially leading to irrevocable doom. Ancient demonic restraining fist, Jiang Chen bellowed, as his entire being seemed to ignite with fervor. Clenching his fists tightly, a faint golden radiance shimmered upon them, imbued with boundless power. In an instant, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, a colossal fist shadow roaring forth, aimed squarely at Meng Shirley. Realizing the impending danger, Meng Shirley's countenance paled. He understood the sheer potency of this strike. He immediately activated the bloodthirsty golden body technique, consolidating all his power into the blood-colored shield, bracing for the impact. However, to everyone's astonishment, the punch did not land upon Meng Shirley's shield, due to a slight miscalculation. It struck the near-lifeless Zhuo Jin lying nearby. With a thunderous crash, the fist collided with Zhuo Jinwen's body, akin to a colossal cannonball detonating. In an instant, Zhuo Jinwen's form was obliterated, flesh and blood scattering in a horrifying display. Evil value 3699. This unforeseen turn of events left all present in stunned silence, the remaining 5 warriors gazing in disbelief at the scene before them, entirely unable to reconcile what they witnessed. Who was this individual, so formidable that even Zhuo Jinwen succumbed to his single blow? Meng Shirley and the other 5 exchanged glances, their expressions rife with shock. They had never encountered such a powerful foe. Jiang Chen's might had far surpassed their expectations. As they pondered this, Jiang Chen, devoid of hesitation, darted toward another bandit leader named Jiang Hantian. His speed was blinding, akin to a flash of lightning slicing through the night sky. Leaving onlookers bewildered, Jiang Hantian, ranked 8th among the 8 warriors, possessed only the early stage of master-level cultivation, rendering him the weakest among the group. Yet, he was still a dominant force within the Erlong village. Boasting considerable strength and renown, nevertheless, to Jiang Chen, he appeared to be the most viable target for swift elimination. Jiang Chen's gaze was as keen as a hawk's, locking onto Jiang Hantian with unwavering focus. His form drew an elegant arc through the air, reminiscent of an eagle soaring towards its prey. Dare to challenge me? Meng Shirley's face darkened, his expression seething with barely contained rage. He discerned that while this young man possessed formidable internal strength and enigmatic martial prowess, he was not overwhelmingly superior in cultivation. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly evenly matched adversary who, in a moment of carelessness, had slain one of his subordinates, Zhuo Jinwen. The humiliation of such a defeat was intolerable to Meng Shirley. Igniting a furious resolve within him, "Die!" he roared, his voice resonating like thunder. He abruptly withdrew a coiling dragon staff from his storage ring, its dark golden hue adorned with lifelike dragon engravings, exuding a chilling aura. Clearly a rare treasure. Gripping the staff tightly, Meng Shirley's internal energy surged violently, as if he sought to consume the entire weapon, his gaze fixated on Jiang Chen, determined to imprint the young man's figure into his memory. With a sudden burst, he charged forward like a wild stallion, the coiling dragon staff whistling through the air as it descended upon Jiang Chen with lethal intent. This strike encapsulated all his power. Intent on obliterating the very fabric of existence, Jiang Chen sensed the tremendous force behind Meng Shirley's attack, causing his expression to grow solemn. Chapter 69. The might of the 13th layer of Dragon Elephant Bodhi technique. The colossal staff shadow loomed like a titanic pillar in the air. Radiating an overwhelming pressure and destructive force, its sheer size seemed capable of blotting out the sky, instilling a profound sense of dread. Should an ordinary warrior be struck by such an assault, they would likely be reduced to mere pulp, leaving not even a trace of bone. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying onslaught, Jiang Chen exhibited no sign of fear or retreat. Drawing a deep breath, he fully activated the 13th layer of the Dragon Elephant Bodhi technique. His muscles swelled instantaneously, as if countless insects coursed through his body, bestowing him with an unceasing reservoir of strength. Jiang Chen's figure darted through the void like a phantom, swiftly arriving at Jiang Hantian's position. Sensing Jiang Chen's imminent approach, Jiang Hantian's countenance shifted dramatically. He hastily summoned his internal energy, preparing to engage. However, Jiang Chen's speed was simply too overwhelming. He had no time to mount an effective defense. Ancient demonic restraining fist, Jiang Chen shouted, unleashing a punch that sent a golden fist shadow crashing toward Jiang Hantian like a dragon emerging from the sea. Jiang Hantian's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to evade. Yet it was far too late. The fist shadow, akin to a small mountain, struck him with incredible force, resulting in a resounding explosion as his body was violently torn apart, flesh and blood erupting in all directions. Evil value 1664. As the system's notification echoed, Meng Shirley swung his staff with a ferocious howl, akin to a dragon emerging from the depths, unyieldingly descending upon Jiang Chen's head. This blow consolidated all his strength, aimed at delivering a fatal strike to conclude the battle. Clang! A crisp metallic clash resonated as Jiang Chen's form appeared to be enveloped by an invisible armor, utilizing the full power of the 13th layer of the Dragon Elephant Bodhi technique. He managed to withstand Meng Shirley's devastating blow. The immense force reverberated through the ground beneath him, yet he stood unwavering, like an unyielding boulder. What? Meng Shirley's pupils constricted suddenly, disbelief washing over his face. He had not anticipated that this young man could endure his full force strike without faltering. This was a blow capable of flattening a small mountain, yet it merely stirred ripples across Jiang Chen's form. Die! At that moment, Jiang Chen's voice erupted in Meng Shirley's ears. Seizing the opportunity created by blocking Meng Shirley's strike, Jiang Chen surged forward like a specter, lunging toward Meng Shirley. His eyes gleamed with a cold light. as if he had already envisioned Meng Shirley's figure crumpling to the ground. The earlier exchange had afforded Jiang Chen a clearer understanding of Meng Shirley's capabilities, though Meng Shirley was indeed a formidable opponent. In Jiang Chen's eyes, he was far from a match. Jiang Chen brimmed with confidence. Given a moment's time, he believed he could utterly defeat Meng Shirley, bringing this confrontation to a decisive conclusion. After all, how could an ordinary master-level warrior possibly cultivate the Dragon Elephant Bodhi technique to the 13th layer? Such a feat was nearly unfathomable, a notion bordering on the fantastical. Yet, here's to Jiang Chen. Having achieved precisely that, not only had he perfected the Dragon Elephant Bodhi technique, but he had also ascended to its 13th layer's pinnacle, although Meng Shirley was unaware of the specifics of Jiang Chen's martial arts. He could sense the extraordinary aura emanating from him. Gritting his teeth, Meng Shirley's eyes blazed red as he bellowed, "This kid is peculiar. Let's all attack. Kill him." He understood that he stood no chance against Jiang Chen alone, thus unhesitatingly called upon his comrades, seeking to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. Clang! At this critical juncture, Jiang Chen's form flickered, and he had already arrived before Meng Shirley. Clenching his fists, he unleashed the full might of the ancient town demon fist. His fist seemingly imbued with the very essence of heaven and earth, radiating an overwhelming aura capable of suppressing myriad demons. With a powerful strike, he landed a devastating blow upon Meng Shirley's coiling dragon staff. In this strike, Jiang Chen exerted every ounce of his strength without reservation. He understood well that in the face of a collective assault from multiple foes, he had to go all out to grasp even a sliver of hope for survival. The long staff, meticulously forged from mysterious iron, began to bend slightly under the sheer force of Jiang Chen's thunderous punch, as if it were enduring an unimaginable might, although Meng Shirley was also a master at the pinnacle of his realm. He now appeared pale, groaning in agony, as the excruciating pain radiating from his arm nearly rendered him incapable of gripping the weapon that had accompanied him for many years. His eyes widened, nearly bursting with fury, and a trickle of blood spurted from his tiger's mouth, a testament to the price he paid for desperately resisting Jiang Chen's onslaught. He felt as though he was not facing a mere mortal, but a colossal beast that had traversed time from the primordial era, wielding the power to annihilate all. "Quick, kill him," Meng Shirley bellowed, his voice tinged with urgency. He was acutely aware that relying solely on his own strength was insufficient to withstand Jiang Chen's relentless assault. He required the assistance of his companions to seize a fleeting chance for survival. At that moment, the attacks of the other four had already reached Jiang Chen's rear. Their gazes were icy, emanating a chilling killing intent, resembling four ferocious beasts poised to strike Jiang Chen down in a single blow. "Ha!" The four roared in unison, each unleashing their most formidable martial techniques in a concerted effort to eliminate Jiang Chen. Their assaults surged forth like four bolts of lightning, slicing through the air with a fierce wind and a piercing sound of breaking through, targeting Jiang Chen's vital points. Jiang Chen moved with the grace of a swimming dragon, evading the enemy's attacks while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to counterattack. He twisted his body like a nimble serpent, his right hand gripping the blood knife, which he suddenly swept out with ferocity. This strike amalgamated all his strength and will, the knife's tip tracing a brilliant crimson arc through the air, accompanied by an unparalleled blade aura that surged forth like a tempest, engulfing the four. The four felt an extraordinarily sharp knife aura rushing towards them, their hearts filled with astonishment as they hurriedly summoned their full power to defend. However, the might of Jiang Chen's strike was too overwhelming. Even their combined efforts could not withstand it, and they were directly sent tumbling back several paces, their forms staggering and their faces ashen. Upon witnessing this, Meng Shirley roared furiously, his figure erupting like an arrow released from its bow. The coiling dragon staff in his hands traced silver arcs through the air, the shadows of the staff multiplying, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, imbued with boundless momentum and lethal intent, aimed straight for Jiang Chen's vital points. This blow was delivered with all of Meng Shirley's might. He understood that if he could not deliver a fatal strike, he might never have another chance. Yet, Jiang Chen seemed to have already discerned Meng Shirley's intentions. With a slight movement, he effortlessly evaded the attack. Like a wraith, simultaneously, he clenched his left fist, unleashing the ancient town demon fist in a thunderous strike. This punch bore the weight of a mountain, imbued with immense pressure, bearing down upon Meng Shirley. Meng Shirley felt an irresistible force crashing upon him, his heart sinking in alarm as he hastily retracted the coiling dragon staff, channeling all his energy in an attempt to counter. However, the power of Jiang Chen's fist was too astonishing. He felt as if he had been struck by a colossal mountain, his body involuntarily hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The clash between the coiling dragon staff and the ancient town demon fist erupted into a deafening roar, akin to thunder rumbling across the heavens, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Where their powers met, The air seemed to tear apart, bursting forth with blinding light that deterred any from gazing directly at it. As the collision ensued, the surrounding sand and stones were upheaved by the might of the two, forming miniature dust storms, the wind howling fiercely, and yellow sand swirling tumultuously. These grains, sharp as blades, danced through the air, slicing through any obstruction in their path with a piercing shriek. The four stalwart warriors felt a chill creeping into their hearts upon witnessing this scene. Although seasoned veterans of battle, they were now confronted with the terrifying power exhibited by Jiang Chen, which instilled a profound sense of dread within them. They exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation and uncertainty crossing their eyes. "Should we step forward to assist?" one murmured, his voice laced with doubt. After all, even with their combined strength, facing a being of Jiang Chen's caliber left them uncertain of their ability to retreat unscathed. "But Big Brother Ming," one began to speak, yet his words were abruptly cut off by another. "Humph, what good is face? Loyalty is mere nonsense. Only survival matters." Deng Ming scoffed coldly, his tone devoid of warmth. He understood that in this chaotic world, only by remaining alive could one continue to pursue wealth, power, and influence. Once dead, nothing remained. The other three fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. However harsh they may be, in this ruthless world of survival of the fittest, living was paramount. Notions of face and loyalty held no weight. As time progressed, Jiang Chen gradually found his rhythm in battle, growing ever more formidable, as if the power within him flowed endlessly. His ancient town demon fist displayed an unprecedented finesse and might, each punch resonating with a thunderous roar, as though even the heavens trembled in response. "You bunch of useless fools, why do you hesitate?" Ming surely felt the terrifying power within Jiang Chen's punches and was overcome with fear. He knew that if this continued, he would surely struggle to endure. Yet when he glanced towards the four stalwart warriors, he found them still cowering, reluctant to step forward and lend their aid. This sight only fueled Ming Shirley's fury, and he roared angrily, attempting to intimidate them into action. What an opportune moment. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, keenly seizing the instant of Ming Shirley's distraction brought on by his rage. Swiftly evading the seemingly ferocious yet flawed attack. In the next moment, he concentrated all his strength and delivered a punch to Ming Shirley's chest. This strike encapsulated all of Jiang Chen's power, aiming to utterly shatter Ming Shirley. With a deafening crash, Ming Shirley's body was sent flying as if caught in a tempest, devoid of any means to resist, tracing a long parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Dust billowing around him, the impact caved in his chest, creating a horrifying indentation, blood erupting like a fountain, staining both his garments and the earth beneath him. Desperation and bitterness filled Ming Shirley's gaze. He could scarcely believe that he had been defeated by this seemingly youthful opponent, Jiang Chen. That he struggled to rise, but the searing pain coursing through his body rendered him powerless, forced to watch helplessly as Jiang Chen approached step by step. The remaining four, witnessing this, were stricken with terror. They were well aware of him. He slowly withdrew the bloodied blade embedded in the earth, its surface emanating a chilling glow under the moonlight. Quivering like a bloodthirsty demon, Jiang Chen's grip on the hilt was steady. With a swift and decisive motion, he struck down without a hint of hesitation. Ming Shirley's lifeless head, unblinking in death, departed from his body in tandem with the swing of the bloody blade, rolling onto the ground. The pair of terrified eyes, once vibrant, now lost all luster, leaving only emptiness and silence. Evil value 5369. Once certain of Ming Shirley's complete demise, a glint of icy determination flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he stepped forward, meticulously examining the body to ensure no valuable items were overlooked. His gaze soon settled upon the shimmering spatial ring adorning Ming Shirley's finger, a vessel capable of containing a plethora of rare treasures. With a faint smile, Jiang Chen unhesitatingly removed the ring, carefully stowing it away within his garments. Just then, a crisp and prolonged whistle shattered the stillness of the night, piercing through the surrounding silence. Almost immediately, a crimson figure, akin to an arrow released from a bow, surged forth from the distance. It was the silhouette of a magnificent steed, its fiery coat standing out vividly against the darkness. As the steed galloped, its hooves kicked up clouds of dust, reminiscent of a scarlet tempest raging through the night. Chapter 71. The Celestial Taoist, Jinyiwei. The steed's eyes glowed like two burning ghostly flames in the dark, radiating an unsettling brilliance. It charged forward, trampling any bandits that dared to obstruct its path, leaving them disoriented, broken, and howling in agony. Jiang Chen seized the saddle of the crimson horse with agility, vaulting onto its back. Once settled, his gaze sharpened as he scanned the surroundings, ultimately locking onto the direction in which four figures fled. Since the four were escaping in vastly different directions, Jiang Chen swiftly analyzed and identified the one with the most substantial evil value as his target. In the midst of his flight, Dang Ming inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Chen riding a blood-red steed, rapidly closing the distance. Instantly, fear gripped him, draining the color from his face. He inwardly lamented, fully aware that he was no match for Jiang Chen. Falling into his clutches would likely spell his doom. Thus, he exerted every ounce of strength, recklessly fleeing forward, as if pursued not by a man, but by a monstrous flood. At that moment, numerous bandits, having heard the commotion, began converging toward the source, eager to uncover the cause. Dang Ming, filled with elation, seized a passing bandit and, with little regard, hurled him toward the approaching Jiang Chen, seeking to use the lives of these bandits as stepping stones for his escape. Caught off guard by Dang Ming's sudden push, the bandits lost their balance, tumbling to the ground. Some even sustained grievous injuries, their cries echoing in the air. Whoosh! A series of sharp slicing sounds filled the atmosphere. Accompanied by twinkling cold flashes, Jiang Chen's long knife transformed into an emissary of death. Each swing carried an unsettling intent to kill. Those unfortunate bandits used as shields by Dang Ming had no time to react. Cleaved in two by Jiang Chen's lethal blade, their blood spattering and staining the land crimson. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding bandits were paralyzed by terror. They had never encountered such a horrifying assault. Fear spread like a plague, driving them to flee in disarray, instinctively seeking to avoid becoming the next target of the knife's deadly ARC. In merely 4 or 5 breaths, Jiang Chen's figure appeared like a wraith behind Dang Ming. Channeling all his might, he wielded the long knife, glimmering with a chilling light, as if intending to cleave the very space itself. Dang Ming sensed the aura of death creeping up from behind and desperately attempted to turn and fight back. But in the face of such overwhelming force, his struggles were utterly futile. Crack! With a crisp sound of bones shattering, Jiang Chen's long knife accurately severed Dang Ming's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Staining his garments, Dang Ming's eyes brimmed with unwillingness. He could hardly fathom how he had so easily met his end at the hands of this young man. Evil value 3112. Jiang Chen sheathed his blade. Casting a cold, sweeping glance around, those bandits who had intended to witness the unfolding events had long since vanished without a trace. The next target, without a moment's hesitation, he surged toward another of the Erlongzai leaders. Quickly closing the distance to him, with flashing blades, this individual too met an untimely demise. Evil value 1433. The third leader of Erlongzai, known as Zhuang Badian, was a notoriously ruthless character in the martial world. Yet now, confronted by Jiang Chen's deathly approach, his heart was inundated with fear, washing away his usual bravado. My lord, spare me. I am willing to surrender, to offer all my wealth. Just please grant me my life. Zhuang Badian's voice trembled significantly, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, hands raised high in a display of submission. However, Jiang Chen's eyes were as frigid as ice, offering no opportunity for further words. The long knife in his hand sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, severing Zhuang Badian's neck. With a crisp sound of the blades ringing, Zhuang Badian's head fell, blood gushing forth and staining his garments and the earth beneath him. Evil value 1203. His eyes were filled with terror. It seemed that until the very end, he could not comprehend why Jiang Chen had resolutely decided to kill him. Only one remains, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. The crimson steed, Qi Dian, let out an excited whinny, seemingly invigorated by its master's resolve, its fur bristling with anticipation. It galloped forward, charging toward the last of the bandit leaders, the final leader of Erlongzai. Known as Tai Shou Jiangfang, had gained notoriety for his ruthless methods and exceptional martial skills within the Green Forest. However, his fame primarily stemmed from being the nephew of the celestial Taoist. Jiang Kuei, now, facing the relentless pressure of Jiang Chen, he resembled a beast trapped in a cage, terror filling his eyes. As Jiang Chen closed in for the final strike, Jiang Fang suddenly changed his expression. Joy flooding his face as he cried out, "Uncle, save me." Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He swiftly reined in the horse, bringing the once thundering steed to an abrupt halt. With vigilance, he peered ahead, his gaze sharp as he attempted to discern any potential threats lurking in the night. Qi Dian, sensing its master's tension, paced nervously, letting out low growls, as if preparing for the imminent battle. At that moment, a figure came racing from the distance, moving with the speed of a meteor streaking across the night sky, swiftly closing the gap between Jiang Chen and itself. The aura emanating from this figure was so potent that even Jiang Chen could not help but feel a stir of trepidation. He could discern clearly that this was a master at the Grand Master level, with unfathomable cultivation, far from being an ordinary adversary. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. Grand Master level experts were rare in the Jianghu of Jiaozhou, each possessing earth-shattering capabilities. Moreover, Jiang Chen, even among grandmasters, was an exceptionally formidable presence. The celestial Taoist, Jiang Chen. I did not expect him to arrive so swiftly, Jiang Chen muttered under his breath. The gravity of his tone unmistakable. Jiang Chen was not only Jiang Fang's uncle but also the true master of Erlong Zai, having reached the pinnacle of Grand Master level, an existence deemed inscrutable, and Jiang Chen was far from being his match at present. Chapter 72. Taiji. Jiang Chen's brow remained furrowed as he hastily retrieved 3 thunder pearls from his spatial ring, each capable of posing a significant threat to a Grand Master level warrior. Just as Jiang Chen produced the thunder pearls, Jiang Kuei's figure appeared like a specter, swiftly arriving at Jiang Fang's side. Dressed in a light blue Taoist robe, his garments billowed as if he were a celestial being descending from the heavens. Yet, the glint of his goat-bearded visage bore an ominous glimmer, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, as if he wished to rend Jiang Chen into pieces. Jiang Chen, Grand Master level peak, 18,334 points of evil value. Jiang Fang, akin to a drowning man grasping a lifeline, trembled behind Jiang Kuei's broad and sturdy figure, his voice tinged with a whimper and boundless dread. Second uncle, Ming Shixiang. He was killed by him. What? At this revelation, Jiang Kuei's expression darkened instantaneously, his eyes shooting forth sharp, knife-like glances as he turned to glare at Jiang Chen from a distance, his tone icy enough to freeze the very air. You shall pay for this. As the words left his lips, Jiang Kuei's figure erupted with the ferocity of an enraged tiger, unleashing an astonishing aura that propelled him towards Jiang Chen like a specter. His speed was so astounding that it left onlookers dumbfounded. Even Zhao Xiao, who had previously engaged Jiang Chen, appeared considerably inferior in his presence. In the face of this sudden and fierce assault, Jiang Chen remained unflustered. With his eyes narrowed, he swiftly devised a countermeasure. In this critical moment, he made a decisive move, raising his right hand to hurl a thunder pearl towards the oncoming Jiang Chen. The orb shimmered with a ghostly, cold light under the moon's glow. Exuding an unsettling aura, however, Jiang Chen seemed oblivious, his momentum unbroken as he charged toward Jiang Chen with the force of a tempest. Being a martial arts master, Jiang Chen possessed extraordinary vision. With a mere glance, he discerned the trajectory and force of the iron orb, recognizing that the concealed weapon posed no threat to him. Thus, he dismissed the thunder pearl from his mind and focused intently on delivering a lethal strike to Jiang Chen. Yet, to Jiang Chen's utter astonishment, the moment the thunder pearl struck the ground, it detonated with a tremendous explosion, unleashing a staggering burst of energy. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the powerful shockwave surged forth like a tempest, mingled with countless razor-sharp fragments spinning at high velocity, shooting towards Jiang Chen like deadly blades. This unforeseen attack caused Jiang Kuei's advance to falter momentarily. He was forced to muster his full strength to withstand the overwhelming onslaught. Boom! Boom! Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Chen was momentarily off balance, a resolute glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he relentlessly hurled the remaining thunder pearls in rapid succession. Each orb carved a graceful arc through the air before erupting violently, releasing even more potent waves of energy. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be engulfed by this frenzied energy, dust swirling and smoke billowing, obscuring visibility. When the dust settled and the smoke gradually cleared, Jiang Kuei's garments lay in tatters, hanging off him in a disheveled state, rendering him rather disarrayed. However, despite enduring such a ferocious assault, the aura emanating from Jiang Chen showed no sign of waning. Instead, it intensified, exuding a chilling ferocity akin to that of an enraged beast. His eyes narrowed, exuding a palpable coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. But the 3 thunder pearls possessed immense power. They merely rendered Jiang Chen somewhat disheveled in the face of his consummate mastery as a grandmaster, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Death. Jiang Chen realized he had no path of retreat. A surge of determination welled within him as he leapt from the swiftly rushing Qi Dian, akin to a meteor streaking through the heavens, hurtling straight toward Jiang Chen. In midair, he summoned his internal energy, coalescing it into a formidable force, and unleashed the ancient demon-subduing fist with earth-shattering might, striking directly at Jiang Chen. This punch embodied Jiang Chen's utmost effort, representing his final glimmer of hope. He understood that Jiang Kuei's strength was formidable. Even if Qi Dian fled with all its might, its speed could not compare to Jiang Kuei's. To choose flight would be tantamount to courting death. Only through a desperate fight could there be a sliver of survival. Jiang Chen staggered slightly from the overwhelming shockwave generated by the previous thunder pearl explosion, feeling a tumult of violent energy wreak havoc within him, as if it sought to rend his very insides asunder. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, channeling his internal energy to erect a robust shield for defense. This energy shield functioned as an invisible barrier, absorbing the majority of the explosive force from the Thunder Pearl's detonation. Otherwise, relying solely on his physical form, Jiang Chen would likely have been reduced to a bloody pulp by now. Even so, the residual shockwave left him feeling queasy, his complexion turning decidedly pale. However, just as he struggled to regain his footing and steady his breath, Jiang Chen had already surged forward like a shadow, launching the ancient demon-subduing fist with unparalleled force directly at his chest. This punch concentrated all of Jiang Chen's energy and will, as if intending to shatter heaven and earth itself. Yet, Jiang Chen, being a consummate grandmaster, merely snorted in disdain, advancing rather than retreating. As he struck out with his palm, a jet of black energy erupted from his hand, meeting Jiang Chen's formidable fist head-on. Boom! The clash of these two immense forces reverberated through the air, producing a cataclysmic sound. The black energy surged forth like a raging dragon, mercilessly tearing at the essence of Jiang Chen's punch. To the astonishment of all, Jiang Chen's ancient demon-subduing fist was brutally shattered by the black energy. Whoosh! Jiang Chen was sent reeling backward, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, taking dozens of steps before barely stabilizing himself. His complexion was ashen, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth, revealing that the confrontation with Jiang Chen had inflicted considerable internal injury. He raised his gaze to Jiang Chen. The gravity of the situation increasingly apparent, his eyes glimmering with complex emotions. The might of this individual far exceeded his expectations. Jiang Chen had initially believed that even if he could not defeat Jiang Chen, he could at least hold his own. Yet, reality delivered a harsh lesson, allowing him to fully grasp the terrifying prowess of this consummate grandmaster. Chapter 73. The terrifying Jiang Chen, on the other hand, appeared remarkably composed, casually brushing off the dust from his attire, as if the fierce battle had been a trivial affair. He did not rush to strike but instead stood there quietly, his profound gaze fixed upon Jiang Chen. His expression tinged with a subtle disdain, akin to a tiger observing a lamb awaiting slaughter. "You are quite impressive," Jiang Chen finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with an enigmatic power, even among the Wudong sect. Individuals as young as you with such profound martial skills are indeed rare gems. However, it is unfortunate that you have encountered me today. As he spoke, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward, as a surge of formidable energy began to swell within him. "Damn it, Tai Chi Fist. He truly is one of Wudong's disciples," Jiang Chen gasped internally. A wave of disbelief washing over him. He had never anticipated encountering a disciple of the Wudong sect here, let alone one whose Tai Chi Fist had reached such an extraordinary level of mastery. Faced with Jiang Chen's Tai Chi Fist, Jiang Chen dared not exhibit the slightest hesitation or laxity. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his full strength and launched a powerful punch at Jiang Chen. This strike embodied all of his energy and resolve, as if seeking to tear the very fabric of space itself. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. With a mere movement of his hands, the black energy coalesced like a phantom in the night, effortlessly intercepting Jiang Chen's fist. Subsequently, the white energy radiated like the dawn's light, naturally rebounding Jiang Chen's attack back at him. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed through the air as Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his full-force strike would be so effortlessly neutralized and then returned to him. He hurriedly adjusted his stance, narrowly evading the retaliatory blow. However, the crisis was far from over. Before Jiang Chen could react, Jiang Chen had already left behind a fleeting shadow in the air, slicing through space like a bolt of lightning. His form was ghostly, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Jiang Chen, whose breath caught in his throat as an overwhelming aura bore down upon him, inducing a feeling of suffocation. Desperately, he summoned his internal energy, bracing himself for Jiang Chen's next assault. Yet, Jiang Chen's movements were swifter than he had anticipated. His fist rained down like a tempest, each strike imbued with immense power. "Damn it!" Jiang Chen roared internally, a fierce spirit igniting within him. Recognizing that continuing a long-range battle of energy would only place him further at a disadvantage against Jiang Chen's effortless mastery of Tai Chi, Jiang Chen resolved to rely on the formidable physical prowess afforded by his 13-weight dragon elephant Prajna Skill, engaging Jiang Chen in close combat to find an opening for a decisive blow. With a flash, Jiang Chen lunged at Jiang Chen with the swiftness of a leopard, his eyes burning with intensity as they locked onto Jiang Chen's figure. He then concentrated all his might, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Jiang Chen's chest. Yet, Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated his intent. With a gentle flick of his hands, he effortlessly redirected Jiang Chen's fist, as if plucking a string on a musical instrument. Jiang Chen's fist narrowly grazed past Jiang Chen's body, stirring only a gentle breeze. Bang! At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly struck out with a palm, akin to a bolt of lightning, striking Jiang Chen squarely in the chest. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing his body to involuntarily fly backwards and crash heavily to the ground. A sharp agony radiated from his chest, his vital energy spiraling into chaos as if disturbed by an invisible power. Undeterred, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his chest, and unleashed a flurry of punches towards Jiang Chen. Each punch was imbued with immense strength, as if he aimed to rend the very fabric of space itself. Yet, Jiang Chen moved with the elusive grace of a specter, skillfully evading each of Jiang Chen's strikes. Jiang Chen's fists carved fleeting shadows through the air, but he could not land a blow on Jiang Chen. With a resounding crash, Jiang Chen delivered another heavy strike to Jiang Chen, the sheer force propelling him several dozen yards away, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, tracing a long arc through the air. When Jiang Chen landed with a thud, the earth trembled as a deep ravine was formed upon his impact, dust swirling and stones scattering in disarray. Jiang Chen's body skittered across the ground for some distance before finally coming to a halt. Struggling, Jiang Chen rose from the ground, his complexion ashen and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He gasped for breath, each inhalation a laborious endeavor. The blow had evidently inflicted severe injuries. As if his innards had been violently assaulted by a formidable force, the pain unbearable. Jiang Chen stood a short distance away, his hands gently raised, the dual energies of black and white swirling in his palms. Reminiscent of the yin and yang fish in a Tai Chi diagram, both opposing and yet unified. His gaze was as tranquil as still water, as if the prior strike had been merely an inconsequential act. Such formidable power, such a robust physique. If you were to break through to the Grandmaster realm, I might not stand a chance against you, Jiang Chen remarked, his tone laced with genuine admiration as he approached Jiang Chen. Each step exuding an air of unhurried confidence, as if everything were well within his grasp. At that moment, Qi Dian furiously positioned itself in front of Jiang Chen, its large, bell-like eyes fixed intently on him. Emitting a low growl as if warning him to keep his distance from its master, Qi Dian's muscles were taut, poised to strike at a moment's notice to safeguard Jiang Chen's safety. Jiang Chen regarded the obstructive Qi Dian with a glimmer of surprise. A Jiaolongju. This is indeed a Jiaolongju. Who are you to have received such a magnificent steed from the Ming Emperor? Such an honor is not bestowed upon just anyone. At this juncture, Jiang Feng hurried over, exclaiming, "Uncle, I heard that a captain of the Brocade Guards has recently arrived in Jiazhou. Could it be this person?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Kuei's gaze returned to Jiang Chen, scrutinizing him closely. Inwardly, he mused, this young man not only possesses formidable strength but also wields a rare Jiaolongju, and is a captain of the Brocade Guards. Clearly, his background is extraordinary. It seems that after eliminating him, we must hastily depart from Jiazhou, lest the Ming Emperor seek retribution, which would spell disaster for us. Chapter 74. Peacock Feather System. Initiate the lottery. Utilizing the blue wheel, Jiang Chen, having risen from the ground, fixed his blood-red eyes upon the slowly advancing Jiang Chen, promptly commanded the system. He could only place his hopes on drawing a treasure capable of confronting Jiang Chen. Otherwise, next year on this day would mark his demise. Ding. Lottery commencing. A blue wheel materialized before him. He currently possessed over 18,000 points of sin value, with only one opportunity to spin the blue wheel. Should he fail to draw something to counter Jiang Chen this time, the green wheel would surely yield nothing of worth. The Thunder Pearl would be ineffective against Jiang Chen, given his preparedness. Before him, the blue wheel began to spin languidly, soon coming to a halt. Upon witnessing the prize he had drawn, Jiang Chen could not suppress a laugh. Heaven has not forsaken me. With a dull thud, Jiang Chen effortlessly kicked Qi Dian aside, as if discarding a withered leaf. The massive creature arced through the air before crashing to the ground with a pained roar, struggling feebly, its eyes filled with agony. Clearly injured by the blow. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, resembling a merciless reaper, slowly approached Jiang Chen, looking down at him with an air of disdain, as though he were gazing upon a corpse. "Kid, what is your name?" Jiang Chen inquired coldly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Jiang Chen, do not slay nameless phantoms. Tell me your name, so I may know who perishes by my hand. Jiang Chen met his gaze. Ice-cold determination emanating from him, a grim smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You may call me Jiang Chen. When you descend into hell to report to the King of Hell, do not forget who it was that ended your life. His voice was low, each word resolute and unequivocal, as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. Just then, Jiang Chen's right hand shot from his sleeve. Grasping a resplendent golden cylinder, radiating with a brilliant light, the ancient design of the cylinder was adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns, as though it contained some unfathomable power. Jiang Kuei's attention was immediately drawn to the golden cylinder. An unprecedented sense of crisis surging within him, The intensity of this sensation was such that he felt an ominous breath of death enveloping him, as if an invisible hand were gripping his heart, rendering him icy and breathless. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the golden cylinder in Jiang Chen's grasp, the threat of death growing ever stronger. No, with a crisp sound, Jiang Chen did not hesitate to activate the mysterious weapon in his hand. A dazzling array of vibrant colors erupted forth, akin to a peacock spreading its feathers, as brilliant as a rainbow slicing through the sky, infusing the still night with an indescribable splendor. The radiant colors blossomed in the air, enveloping everything around them. Jiang Kuei stared, wide-eyed and motionless, transfixed by the beautiful display. In that moment, his life flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern, his parents' demise due to plague in his youth, the helplessness of relying on his brother, the confusion of being brought back to Wudong by his master, the arrogance that followed his mastery, the resentment when punished for the wrongful death of innocence, the anguish of killing two people when his beloved chose another, and the desperate evasion from his sect's pursuit. All of these memories flooded back, then faded away. His parents, brother, master, Ling'er, and senior brother, those who had left profound imprints on his life, seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, beckoning to him gently. Their faces were tender, as if they had forgiven his past transgressions, inviting him to a realm far removed from strife, a place devoid of pain and regret, where only happiness resided. With a resounding crash, Jiang Kuei collapsed, his face devoid of pain, only a serene tranquility remaining, yet all signs of life had vanished. He lay before Jiang Chen, transformed into a lifeless corpse. Sin value 18334. The peacock feather, once a magnificent weapon radiating brilliance, now appeared to lose all semblance of vitality, slowly dimming until it became an ordinary concealed weapon, resting silently in Jiang Chen's palm. In the distance, Jiang Fong witnessed this scene, as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. In his heart, Uncle Jiang Kuei had always been the omnipotent, invincible celestial being, a powerful figure who could shield him from harm. Yet now, his uncle lay unexpectedly in a pool of blood, the flame of life extinguished. A terrified scream shattered the night's tranquility as Jiang Fong finally snapped back to reality. He turned and fled without hesitation. Knowing that remaining here would only lead to his demise, he must escape this terrifying place to preserve his life. Jiang Chen watched Jiang Fong's retreating figure, his heart betraying no emotion. He had exhausted all his strength. Lifting even an arm an arduous task. Gazing at the now dim peacock feather in his hand, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The peacock feather, a high-tier concealed weapon, required replenishing with Xian needles after each use. Capable of holding up to 100 needles, the greater the quantity, the mightier the power. Fortunately, he drew the legendary artifact, the peacock feather. Otherwise, confronted with a formidable adversary like Jiang Kuei, his fate today would undoubtedly have been one of certain death. Devoid of any chance of survival, this moment, Jiang Chen struggled to rise from the ground, his face smeared with a mixture of blood and dirt, presenting an exceptionally disheveled appearance. He staggered over to Jiang Kuei's lifeless body and began to search it meticulously. Jiang Chen was acutely aware that as a consummate grandmaster, Jiang Kuei must have concealed numerous treasures and secret techniques upon his person, items of paramount importance to him at this juncture. During his search, Jiang Chen unexpectedly discovered that Jiang Kuei was clad in an unknown material of soft armor. This armor appeared exceptionally light and emitted a faint, cold glimmer under the moonlight. Clearly not a commonplace treasure. He gently touched it, sensing an indescribable resilience and softness, as if it could withstand all worldly assaults. Alas, it could not shield against the peacock feather. Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh as he forcefully stripped the soft armor from Jiang Kuei's body. However, he had no intention of donning the garment that had been pierced by the peacock feather, for he was uncertain whether it harbored any lethal toxins. A moment's carelessness could invite unnecessary troubles. Yet, he felt no disappointment, for even if he did not wear the armor, it would undoubted once again. A piercing sound sliced through the air, followed swiftly by a feathered arrow that darted forth like a bolt of black lightning, shattering the night's tranquility and striking Jiang Chen's thigh with unerring precision. The arrow's force was astonishing, instantaneously penetrating the fabric of his trousers and embedding itself deeply within his flesh. Jiang Chen felt a searing pain radiate from his thigh, causing him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Yet, beneath the intense agony, his gaze deepened, as if he were searching for a glimmer of light amidst the darkness. This moment, Jiang Fong stood 50 zhang away, bow and arrow in hand, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. He possessed the capability to deliver a fatal shot from such a distance, thereby ending this confrontation. However, The hatred festering within him compelled him to opt for a far more brutal method. Death is not so simple. Boy. I shall sever your limbs, allowing you to truly experience the torment of becoming a human puppet. Jiang Fang's voice echoed through the night sky, laden with malice. He intended to etch the pain into every inch of Jiang Chen's skin, ensuring he paid the price for his actions. Moreover, a deeper curiosity gnawed at Jiang Fang's mind. What secrets lay hidden within this man, Jiang Chen, that rendered him so formidable and terrifying? The techniques he wielded, the concealed weapons in his grasp, and his ability to endure despite such grievous injuries, were feats beyond that of an ordinary person. Thus, Jiang Fang had resolved that once Jiang Chen was utterly incapacitated, he would seize him and subject him to relentless torment, extracting the secrets of his martial arts. Today's Wheel of Fortune seemed to spin with unusual swiftness. In a brief span, the results of 8 draws, 2 blue and 6 green, were concluded. Yet, the outcome sent Jiang Chen's heart plummeting into despair. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Earth-grade high-level martial art, Indestructible Diamond Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 instance of 300-year ginseng, 1 thunder pearl, 100 taels of gold, 2 great rejuvenation pills, and 1 Earth-grade low-level martial art, Great Compassion Palm. To his astonishment, one of the 2 blue draws had resulted in an empty outcome. The 1 in 10 chance had inexplicably aligned in Jiang Chen's favor. Although the Indestructible Diamond Technique was indeed a powerful Earth-grade skill, it bore little relevance to him at this moment. However, Jiang Chen did not choose to concede, claim rewards. In the next instant, these items materialized before him. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen grasped the 2 great rejuvenation pills, flicking one into his mouth where it gleamed with a golden sheen. Simultaneously, with his other hand, he fed the second pill to the beast, Qi Dian, beside him. The great rejuvenation pills, renowned for their healing properties, exhibited rapid efficacy. Jiang Chen felt a warm current swiftly glide down his throat, rapidly dispersing throughout his limbs and bones. This warmth possessed a miraculous quality, alleviating his pain and restoring a measure of mobility. Whoosh! Just then, the sharp sound of wind slicing through the air rang out once more. Jiang Fang clearly intended to deny Jiang Chen any respite, launching another feathered arrow imbued with lethal intent toward Jiang Chen's left leg. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened instantaneously, and bolstered by the brief resurgence of vitality from the great rejuvenation pill, he reacted swiftly. He rolled to the side, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Without pausing for breath, Jiang Chen seized the Thunder Pearl, channeling his strength to hurl it toward Jiang Fang's position. The Thunder Pearl traced a graceful arc through the air, hurtling towards Jiang Fang with alarming speed. Though Jiang Chen bore numerous wounds, racked with pain, he adeptly controlled the Thunder Pearl, which, infused with terrifying power, sliced through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, ultimately landing precisely beside Jiang Fang, 50 zhang away. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a powerful shockwave surged outward, sending dust and debris flying. Jiang Fang, taken aback by the sudden blast, instinctively threw himself to the ground, shielding his head with his arms, curling into a tight ball. Meanwhile, after consuming the great rejuvenation pill, Qi Dian seemed to experience a revitalization. Its injuries healed at a visible pace, and the once fatigued creature regained its vigor. It clamped its jaws around Jiang Chen's clothing, effortlessly tossing him onto its broad back, before galloping away like an arrow released from ABOW.AT. This moment, Jiang Fang, consumed by wrath, his eyes bloodshot and ablaze, took aim at the fleeing Jiang Chen, unhesitatingly releasing a fatal arrow. Chapter 77. The Only Hope. 9 Calamity Life and Death Pill. However, Qi Dian's speed was remarkable, akin to a streak of black lightning, weaving seamlessly through the night. In the briefest of moments, it had carried Jiang Chen several dozen zhang away. Coupled with the obscured visibility of the night and the scant moonlight, Jiang Fang's arrow narrowly grazed Jiang Chen, leaving a deep gash but failing to inflict any vital harm. Seeing this, Jiang Fang gritted his teeth in furious frustration, re-aiming at Jiang Chen, preparing to unleash a second arrow. Yet, just as he drew the bowstring taut, ready to release, Qi Dian vanished into the vastness of the night, as if swallowed by the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Damn it! Jiang Fang, consumed by rage, shattered his sturdy longbow, the once exquisitely crafted weapon crumbling in his grasp, as if made of mere paper. His eyes blazed crimson, akin to 2 flaming orbs, as waves of resentment and regret surged within him, threatening to engulf him entirely. He recalled the earlier moment with profound regret. Had he not hesitated and instead aimed directly for Jiang Chen's head, the latter would now be a lifeless corpse. Jiang Fang, lost in despair, approached Jiang Kuei, the sole family member who had provided him with countless protections and support, now lifeless and headless, lying still before him. Tears streamed down his face like pearls from a broken string as he wept uncontrollably. "Second uncle, what will I do now that you're gone?" Jiang Fang's voice was filled with desolation. Jiang Kuei had been the closest person to him in this world. His greatest pillar of strength. During Jiang Kuei's lifetime, his reputation and power had shielded Jiang Fang from innumerable enemies and foes. Yet now, with Jiang Kuei gone, those adversaries once subdued by Jiang Kuei would inevitably seize the opportunity to strike. Furthermore, if he failed to fulfill the task assigned by the Demonic Sect, Jiang Fang himself would become a target of pursuit. The thought of being besieged by foes on all sides, utterly isolated, sent a shiver of dread coursing through him if that dreadful moment arrived. With him pursued simultaneously by the martial artists of Jiaozhou, the Imperial Guard, and the Demonic Sect, escape would be utterly impossible. And he would surely face death. With this realization, a profound sense of crisis welled up within Jiang Fang. He understood that he must act swiftly. The consequences of inaction would be dire. After sobbing for a moment, he suddenly lifted his tear-streaked face, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the bandits who had yet to flee. The frigid air and frozen ground served as a reminder of their grim predicament. Although their earlier battle had been fiercely intense, many bandits remained, paralyzed by fear of freezing to death. They huddled together, shivering in their tattered garments from a distance. The prospect of seizing Huadu County and delivering it to the demonic faction seemed nearly impossible. Thus, Jiang Fang's eyes glinted with a sinister resolve as an idea formed in his mind. Bang! In a deep and desolate valley, accompanied by a muted thud, Jiang Chen tumbled helplessly from the back of the galloping horse. At this moment, his lips had turned a ghastly shade of blue, a telltale sign that the poison had seeped into his very bones, rendering him beyond salvation. His complexion was as pale as paper, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascaded from his forehead, mingling with the dirt, presenting a picture of utter disarray. The medicinal properties of the Great Rejuvenation Pill had astonishingly suppressed the ferocious venom of the 7 Xian bloodbat for such an extended period. A feat that was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, miracles must eventually meet their end. At this juncture, the toxin's backlash grew increasingly fierce, and Jiang Chen felt as though his body were being mercilessly torn apart by countless ants, gnawing at him relentlessly. The agony was indescribable, as if it were intent on consuming his very soul. Clenching his teeth, he grasped the grass beneath him, attempting to relieve the torment through this connection to the earth. It seemed that today he was destined to perish here. Jiang Chen's voice was hoarse, as if it might be scattered by the wind at any moment. He struggled to channel his internal energy to suppress the rampant poison within him. However, the Tai Chi true energy in his body seemed to have lost control, crashing about chaotically. Not only did it fail to quell the poison, but it also exacerbated his injuries. At this moment, he was utterly powerless. Lacking even the strength to stand, he could only helplessly lie on the ground, allowing the poison and pain to gradually consume his life, observing the anxious pacing of Qi Dian in front of him. Jiang Chen laboriously raised his hand and gently waved it, saying to Qi Dian, "Go, you are free now." Yet, Qi Dian seemed to comprehend Jiang Chen's words. It grew even more agitated, nudging him repeatedly with its nose and emitting low, mournful whines, clearly unwilling to let him perish so easily. "System, how much longer can I survive?" he directly inquired. "If this continues, at most, you have the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." "The time it takes to brew a cup of tea," he murmured, his tone laden with reluctance. However, in that moment of despair, a flicker of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind, a memory of consuming the 9 calamities life and death pill. "That's right. I have taken the 9 calamities life and death pill." A surge of joy swept across Jiang Chen's face, his eyes becoming resolute and bright, as though he had discovered a glimmer of hope. This pill was a celestial-grade elixir, possessing miraculous effects of resurrection, though the conditions to activate it were exceedingly stringent. "System, what must I do to trigger the 9 calamities life and death pill?" Jiang Chen asked eagerly, urgency evident in his voice. He understood that he was teetering on the brink of life and death, and only this pill could serve as his lifeline. The system fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to respond to Jiang Chen's question. After a brief pause, a cool voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. "The conditions to trigger the 9 calamities life and death pill are particularly unique. You must maintain absolute clarity between life and death while simultaneously igniting the deepest, most intense desire to survive within your heart. Only then can you activate the potential of the 9 calamities life and death pill, allowing it to manifest its true effects. Moreover, the more severe your injuries and the closer you are to death, the greater the probability of activation. However, it is not guaranteed that every near-death experience will lead to 100% activation." The system's grave voice continued, According to the system's calculations, with your current injuries, the probability of triggering the 9 calamities life and death pill before death is 1 in 5. With such severe injuries, the probability is still only 1 in 5, Jiang Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, and you cannot heal your injuries. If they do not worsen, the probability drops to 0. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a wave of regret wash over him. He should have chosen the yin-yang transformation pill from the beginning. Now he would not be gambling with his life. Chapter 78. Half of a nightmare. He finally understood why, throughout history, no one had dared to poison themselves or allow friends and family to inflict severe injuries upon them after consuming the 9 calamities life and death pill in an attempt to trigger its legendary effects. The cost was simply too daunting. Who would willingly place themselves in such dire straits, enduring unimaginable pain and torment, merely for that slim 1 in 5 chance? Most would likely retreat at the first hint of danger, opting to abandon this frenzied endeavor. After all, one only lives once. Who would gamble their life on an uncertain future? Cough, cough, cough. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden wave of intense pain surged through Jiang Chen's chest, accompanied by a few urgent coughs, causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood mixed with toxins. Please, host, try to endure. The longer you hold on, the greater the possibility that the 9 calamities life and death pill can take effect. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind, as if encouraging him, or perhaps reminding him. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, enduring the discomfort in his body, and continued to grit his teeth and persist. Time seemed to stretch agonizingly slow in that instant, each second feeling like an eternity. Jiang Chen's gaze was fierce, his eyes filled with an insatiable longing for life. I cannot die. I have traversed through time and awakened the system. I must not perish so easily. The excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly assaulting Jiang Chen's will, filling his eyes with flames of hatred. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and resolute. Han Qin Kong, you treacherous fiend, if I survive this calamity today, I shall certainly annihilate your entire 5 poison sect in the days to come. The specter of death loomed like a cold sword hanging over Jiang Chen's head, growing more intense, as if it could descend at any moment and consume him entirely. Jiang Chen swiftly opened his storage ring, a precious treasure obtained after his traversal, containing everything he had extracted from the system. In this critical moment, he unhesitatingly took out all the 100-year-old ginseng and 300-year-old wild ginseng. These ginseng exuded a potent aura of life, as if they were the purest forces of nature. Jiang Chen knew that ginseng could sustain life, but he was uncertain whether it could hold his life in this dire situation. Yet, at the brink of life and death, he could not afford to hesitate. He understood that he was standing on the edge of a cliff. One misstep could plunge him into an abyss of despair. Yet, even the slightest glimmer of hope must be clung to tightly. Crack! A sharp sound of breaking echoed as Jiang Chen resolutely snapped one after another of the 300-year-old wild ginseng, consuming them voraciously as if they were mere radishes. Each piece of wild ginseng contained astonishing medicinal power, akin to nature's most untainted gifts, now becoming his lifeline. As the wild ginseng entered his stomach, powerful medicinal forces erupted within him, transforming into pure energy that surged through his limbs and bones like a tidal wave. This energy rampaged within him, forcefully propping up the flickering flame of his life. Jiang Chen felt a warmth flowing through his body, as though countless delicate streams converged into a river, ultimately forming a mighty ocean, bestowing upon him an unprecedented vitality. Due to the overwhelming and dominant nature of the energy flooding his body, Jiang Chen felt an unbearable pressure crashing through him, as if it sought to tear apart every inch of his flesh. Soon after, blood gushed from his nose, streaming out like a dam breaking, swiftly staining his garments crimson. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen could not afford to concern himself with such matters. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to survive. For the sake of vengeance, he could not perish so easily. The time it took to brew a cup of tea soon passed. Now, he had reached the point in time the system had previously predicted he would die. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Jiang Chen did not succumb. The precious 300-year-old wild ginseng seemed to possess miraculous powers, forcibly sustaining his breath, allowing him to hover on the brink of life and death without collapsing on the spot. Yet, this power could only carry him this far. Host, please note, as your life nears its end, the probability of triggering the 9 calamities life and death pill has surged to 1 in 3. You must hold on. The probability continues to rise. The system's voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind, carrying a sense of urgency. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Chen felt as though he were engulfed in chaos, the roaring in his ears rendering the system's words nearly inaudible. Unbeknownst to him, tears of blood streamed from his eyes, a manifestation of the severity of his injuries. From his ears, nose, and mouth, blood gushed forth like a raging flood, staining his garments and the ground around him crimson. Beside him, Qi Dian let out a low, mournful cry. Its eyes brimmed with sorrow. Even it had to concede that Jiang Chen's predicament was perilously grave. And it seemed all too likely that he was indeed facing death. Pfft. A muffled and heavy sound reverberated through the air as Jiang Chen struggled to expel a mouthful of poisonous blood, which was tainted with remnants of wild ginseng, making it particularly harrowing to behold. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips cracked, and he seemed to have been drained of all vitality. Reduced to a mere shell of his former self. At this moment, it had been half a TS worth of time since he had forcibly swallowed all the wild ginseng, those precious herbs, which he had staked everything on in a desperate bid for survival, now felt like the final straw that broke the camel's back, overwhelming his body. The system indicated that the probability of triggering the 9 calamities life and death pill had risen to 50%. Yet this flicker of hope seemed painfully out of reach for Jiang Chen, akin to a frigid celestial being mercilessly severing all strands of his life. He clenched his teeth, his hands forming tight fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms as if to alleviate the torment within. However, this agony surged like a relentless tide, engulfing him in an abyss of darkness. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness started to dissipate. He thought he heard the system's voice echoing beside him, but it grew increasingly indistinct and distant. He endeavored to grasp that thread of hope, yet it slipped away like fine sand through his fingers. Chapter 79. Narrow escape from death. Was it not enough? Jiang Chen's eyes were now bloodshot, flickering with a near-manic glimmer. He understood that the flame of his life was flickering precariously, on the verge of extinguishment at any moment. Each breath felt like a silent duel with the specter of death, and with the next inhalation, he might completely succumb, closing those unwilling eyes to become a lifeless and cold corpse. Yet within Jiang Chen's heart surged a tide of defiance. He could not accept such a fate, nor could he yield so easily to the embrace of death. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. It was Jiang Chen's final struggle amidst despair. He fiercely grasped the feathered arrow deeply embedded in his chest, his fingers turning pale from the strain, as if he intended to crush it to pieces. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and yanked it out violently. In that instant, the arrowhead's cruel barb tore through his heart, and a warm fountain of blood gushed forth, staining his clothes and the ground around him. Jiang Chen's body trembled violently, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. He knew that this action might hasten his demise, but he also recognized that without it, he might never trigger the 9 calamities life and death pill, forever trapped in this abyss of despair. Thus, he chose to gamble, to risk that last fragment of strength for a flicker of life, accepting defeat if it came. Jiang Chen felt a wave of excruciating pain radiate from his heart, akin to being bitten by countless ants. A torment so profound it nearly suffocated him. His vision blurred further, his pupils began to dissolve, and the world around him descended into chaos. He realized he had reached the end of his life, the shadow of death silently encroaching. With a dull thud, Jiang Chen's body collapsed weakly to the ground, still clutching the feathered arrow tightly in hand. Sweat coated his brow, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, painting a tragic portrait. Yet, at this critical juncture between life and death, the system's voice suddenly resonated in Jiang Chen's mind, infused with a hint of excitement. 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%. The effects of the 9 calamities life and death pill were finally manifesting. As the system's words echoed, a gentle radiance began to emanate from Jiang Chen's body, a light that seemed capable of piercing through the darkness, illuminating all. This glow not only restored warmth to his body, but also revitalized his life force at an astonishing pace. Jiang Chen's previously shattered pupils miraculously refocused. The 2 threads of Taiji true energy, which had previously rampaged through his meridians, were now firmly grasped by an invisible hand, effortlessly subdued. They no longer clashed wildly, but instead obediently submitted to Jiang Chen's will, as if transformed into the most loyal servants within his body. Simultaneously, his shattered heart began to mend at an extraordinary rate. The once dilapidated cardiac muscle grew resilient and robust, its rhythm stabilizing and strengthening. The pain and weakness that had permeated his body due to the heart's damage receded like the tide, leaving behind a surge of newfound vitality coursing through him. Even the venom of the 7 Xian bloodbat was now being firmly suppressed by this mysterious force. The toxins that had rampaged within him were bound by invisible chains, unable to stir up any further turmoil. Every meridian and acupuncture point in Jiang Chen's body glowed like lit lanterns, radiating a soft, milky light. This luminescence not only illuminated his exterior but also brightened his inner self, instilling an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Beside him, the red lightning steed, witnessing this miraculous scene, was nearly jumping with excitement. Its hooves rose high and fell repeatedly, producing a crisp and powerful sound, as if celebrating Jiang Chen's rebirth. It could distinctly sense that Jiang Chen's life was being pulled back at an incredible speed. Filling it with exhilaration, Jiang Chen found himself immersed in a peculiar and profound dream. In this dream, he seemed to return to the genesis of life, becoming a fetus once more, curled up in a warm sanctuary. The sky enveloped him like an amniotic sac, while the earth transformed into his sustenance. He felt as if he had merged with the entire world, embarking on an unprecedented journey of existence. In this dream, Jiang Chen incessantly absorbed the true essence of all things, the mountains, rivers, flora, and stars, greedily drawing in each fragment of power, melding it with his own life force, nourishing both his flesh and soul. He experienced an unparalleled comfort, as if the universe itself were rejoicing in his existence. His body underwent rapid transformation, every inch of skin, every bone, every organ undergoing a metamorphosis of rebirth. The scars left by past battles dissipated like mist in the spring breeze. His muscles grew denser and more powerful, his bones more resilient and upright, and his mind cleared like a tranquil sea. However, at that moment, he sensed a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon him. Eyes seemingly steeped in a sea of blood, emanating boundless fear and despair. They resembled the gaze of demons clawing their way out of the abyss, devoid of any emotion. Those eyes appeared capable of penetrating the mist of his dream. Locking onto him with unwavering intensity, Jiang Chen could feel the inexorable malice contained within those depths, as if they were poised to erupt at any moment, ready to devour him. A fierce sense of crisis surged within him. As if he were on the brink of plunging into an irretrievable chasm, Jiang Chen struggled against the binding force of those eyes, yet their grip was as unyielding as iron chains. Rendering him immobile, breathing became a laborious task, his heart weighed down as if crushed by a boulder. "You cannot escape, you cannot escape." This deep, ominous voice echoed like a nightmare in Jiang Chen's ears. Laden with an unending chill, as if it sought to freeze his very soul within the enveloping darkness. No. Jiang Chen jolted upright from the grass, his forehead slick with beads of sweat, his eyes wide with terror. As if he had just awoken from a horrific nightmare. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as though he had just emerged from a life-and-death struggle. What a terrifying dream. Jiang Chen murmured to himself as he extended a trembling hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Endeavoring to calm his frayed nerves. He cast a glance around, observing the sunlight cascading through the gaps in the leaves, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows upon the grass. The day had long since brightened, with the sun blazing brightly overhead, suggesting that it was likely midday. Chapter 80. Poison seeped to the bone. He lowered his gaze to his body, discovering that apart from a feathered arrow embedded in his leg, all other wounds had miraculously healed. Those scars that once inflicted unbearable pain had vanished without a trace, leaving only faint remnants. Surprised, he touched his chest, where the area previously ravaged by the 7 Xian bloodbat's venom now appeared normal. As if the toxins had been effectively suppressed once more. A wave of indescribable relief surged within Jiang Chen. Surviving this ordeal was indeed a hard-won miracle. He inhaled deeply, feeling the resurgence of vitality coursing through him. His heart swelling with exhilaration, clenching his teeth, he exerted forceful pressure with his hands, and with a resounding crack, he broke the arrow that had sunk deep into his bone. Following this, he took another deep breath and, gripping the arrowhead firmly, yanked it out with a sudden force, accompanied by a sharp pain and a spurt of blood. At that moment, Qi Dian, who had been vigilantly watching over him, noticed Jiang Chen awaken and extract the arrow. Nudging his shoulder affectionately in a display of excitement, Jiang Chen quickly regulated his breathing, channeling his internal energy, and observed as the blood flow from his leg wound gradually diminished, eventually ceasing entirely. "That was close. I nearly met my end," he murmured, recalling the harrowing events of the previous night, his heart still heavy with fear and apprehension. In that critical moment between life and death, each breath felt infinitely prolonged, and every minuscule action could have determined his fate. "System, did the 9 tribulations life and death pill enhance my aptitude?" After regaining his composure, Jiang Chen inquired directly. "There is a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" The system's voice resonated, causing Jiang Chen's heart to sink. "Let us hear the good news first. The good news is that the 9 tribulations life and death pill is indeed exceptionally potent. The host's current aptitude has been upgraded to intelligent." "Is that so?" Jiang Chen's mind stirred, and he promptly accessed his personal panel. Name: Jiang Chen, poisoned, 7 Xian bloodbat venom, realm, late stage master aptitude, intelligent, 0, evil value, 236 external skill. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. 13th level, lower grade Xian, perfected. Requires 360,000 evil value for further upgrade. Internal skill, 9 Yang Divine Skill, upper grade Xian, 3rd level initiation, fist technique, ancient demon suppressing fist. Lower grade Earth. Second level perfected. Treasures. Bloodblade. Peacock feather wonderful. A flicker of excitement illuminated Jiang Chen's face. The chasm between intelligent and ordinary aptitude was, for a martial artist, akin to an insurmountable abyss.